Так. Ой, сегодня потные матчи будут. Так, ребят, всех приветствую.
Yes. Yes. That's it. All right. Stop. If that's the case, we take a look at JDG versus Team Flash. How do they do it here, Riku?
I think it's very important, right? When we look at the strongest member of JDG, it is Singto. And so far, a lot of the teams have been having a big problem on shutting him down. And that's the reason why I feel like Team Flash, if they do...
Здорово, ребят.
They
Всем
gotta focus on that. They gotta
здорово.
focus on him. Make sure to kill him. Make sure to activate early roams. We're talking about that big early
Да,
roam
HDG.
and
Сегодня еще, ну, сегодня очень
Keep
сильные матчи.
invading him.
Мне кажется, сегодня сильнее должно быть, чем вчера даже.
That's their mission.
Я, кстати, думаю, что в паре HDG, кто выиграет там, тот и выиграет чемпионат мира.
He's been the focal point of that squad, and as you said, it's been a jungler's world here. Omo, what's your key to that matchup?
Well, I feel like when you look at the WRL,
Мне самому интересно, я еще в первом дне сказал, что HDG, типа, ну, для меня фавориты. Я думаю, что... Короче, болею за них, думаю, что они выиграют, так как они, ну, очень хорошо сыграли. В первый день я даже не знал эту команду, увидел просто и посчитал ее фаворитами, больше там по макро их. Посмотрим, у них сегодня тяжелый матч, поэтому здесь они могут даже и проиграть, я говорю. Сильные пары.
That we've seen them do in the WCS. So that might be scary for some, but if you believe in the power potential, if you believe in 4, then you feel good about Team Flash. It's like, wow, we haven't played that well and we're already here.
Thank you, D-Gon.
Yeah, I think it's there. I mean, right now it kind of feels like Empty and Ellie, you know, they haven't quite lived up to what they've done in the past. Empty's living up to his name right now. He's leaving some plays on for. He needs to be more like fully right now. We need some fully out of Empty on the bottom side of the map. All right, in just a little bit though, we'll have our first match of the day. It's another WCS WRL showdown in Flash Wolves versus J Team, and we had the chance to talk with Sarah about this matchup and the victory over Burium United that brought Flash Wolves into the final stage. Let's take a listen.
嗨，大家好，我是闪电李瑟拉。我现在的想法是，怎么说？其实我对这个系列赛的表现没有很满意，就不止对于我自己，还有我们团队，因为我觉得我们的赢法太奇怪了。那最后也是因为对方的上路平2次吧，两次的胜利都是因为他的失误，所以才造成了我们的胜利。其实我认为我们队伍在训练赛中一直有所成长，但是在比赛中看起来并不是这么一回事。我们训练赛的表现没有在比赛中有做出来，因为我们在训练赛中的胜利基本上都是碾压性的。那我希望这种事情能发生在我们的比赛上。其实我认为战胜的几率最多应该只有25%。因为我认为 WRL 赛区的对手非常的强劲，就有点像在英雄联盟里面那时候韩国统治着整个联盟的那种感觉。但我认为25%的几率也不算太低，因为毕竟还是有希望的。
Корея. Офигеть, сейчас будет, короче, потный матч. А первый тоже потный матч будет. Мне кажется, первый матч 3-0 закончится.
I like those words there from Sarah, and also showing again 25% chance of making it in with the way that they're playing right now, and he doesn't feel satisfied with it yet.
Гаргейшн, здорово, родной. Как ты, что ты, где ты, рассказывай.
It felt like his enemy later was making mistakes here and there, and now I feel like this is going to be a very huge challenge because he's going to be up against Dawn, who has been one of the most consistent top laners in the Icons tournament. So again, if you try to 1v2 him, 1v3 Dawn, he hardly ever dies. He always is very consistent with his KDA, and again, Sarah is definitely going to be challenged with that matchup.
Yeah, and Omo, I know you got a lot to say about that, so we'll get into this matchup first by taking a look at the rosters for both teams. First up, J Team. Again, this is
GT очень сильная команда. Я думаю, она 3-0 выиграет сегодня. Они, кстати, тоже такие фавориты турнира. Будем смотреть сейчас.
And for the opposite side, Flash Wolves, again, this is the squad from the WCS that has been moving around pieces.
Ну, Flash Wolves мы помним, она такая не особо стабильная.
And the focal point for this squad, Bruce moving down to the Dragon lane here, Omo.
This is a very interesting adaptation for sure. I feel like when they played around locking, the team looked much more solid. Locking has been playing with this roster for close to 2 years at this point. He's familiar with the structures. But with Bayer coming back in, that raises a lot of questions. I feel like to
У
me,
них, кстати,
that's issuing a challenge
довольно сложные
down
матчи
to
у
the
фэшов
Grand
были.
Lane, saying that Bruce and Eason can win any bot lane 2v2 matchup.
That means I'm definitely expecting AD carries, like traditional AD carries for sure. Like we're looking at Lucian again. We're looking at Vayne and Kai'Sa potentially. I mean, Draven even. And I think that could be the potential surprise because, again...
Ну, на этом чемпионате мира точно пока не сделают. В будущем может быть. Я слышал, кстати, про это. Кто-то мне говорил, что в ПК-лиге, да, есть такая тема.
The fact that the laners for this squad on J-Team are some of the strongest in the WRL. As we've said, junglers have been a lot of the focus, but J-Team, they kind of bucked the trend there.
Yeah, I said it's a jungler's world. Sarah said it's a jungler's world. I said Cookie is a great player. But when you look at J-Team, I think what's unique about them as a WRL team is even though they have a great jungler, they play well around their jungler. They are also a very laner-centric team. If you look at players like Dawn, players like Pun, players like Barry, you see the MVPs that they get. You see their highlight performances in game. And you can tell the J-Team as a team, they're comfortable playing around their laners to carry as well.
Yeah, and you see how the MVPs have been spread across the squad here so far here at Icons. They all have firepower here.
Poor supports get no love though.
I mean, okay, gotta hand it to DY. He has a lot of shining moments, especially in a 2v2 outlook. So this is going to be a very scary matchup again when we look at Bruce and Eason at the bottom side. We all know DY is going to pull the trigger immediately.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see how that plays out for me when I take a look at this WCS squad and Flash Wolves. Something that came up during the elimination matches. A lot of the time you figure out what you're made out of when your back is against the wall. Ysera, who we got to hear from earlier, kind of popped up here as a third carry because we knew that it's the Bruce show. Everything goes through Bruce. Number 2 is Cookie, who's been kind of something else as a secondary carry. But Ysera got a ton of resources in their matches against Omega, in their match against Burium United, and was able to carry on the Camille, on the Lucian, and had himself a great couple of matches here.
He definitely looked good in those games, but can I issue a counterpoint here, Digon?
Wait, after that sidestep.
Yeah, okay, cool. Sarah's playing against a different caliber of Baron laner here today in Dawn. Noel is good. He does his job very well. Huya is good. He does his job very well. But Dawn is going to be a standout player. He's going to be a highlight player. And I feel like that's where Ysera will fall short.
Yeah, and I feel like Ysera has to buckle up, especially at the first few minutes of the game before Rift Herald, because you know Cherry and Dawn are going to do a little bit of something aggressive play. He's going to keep diving him.
And a little bit of roaming.
Exactly. So he has to buckle up and
Come on,
prepare
buckle
for
up
that.
with us.
I'm not. I don't think Ysera has any strap tight enough to buckle in for this one. I feel like he's in for a wild ride. He wants to get off Mr. J-Team's wild ride for sure.
Well, the reason why I find it so interesting is because we saw yesterday with Roster Y and with RRQ, they decided to put their draft resources into different players each time, especially RRQ. At first, they started, who did they put it in? They put it in Helios in the Zed, and then game 2, they put it down to the bottom side of the map onto Marky, and then in game 3 with the Zaya, and then in game 3, I think that was the one where they put it to Chaz. Is that? I think they went into
Chaz, definitely.
And so, like, we've seen teams now with the back against the wall that they have different strategies that they can pull out. I think Ysera popping up, being like, hey, look, Camille, something to think about here. I guess we'll see what happens. So I'm excited to see how the draft kind of shakes up here and where the resources come from against the team that is punching up. Right? It feels like a lot of these teams from the WRL side, they're the favorites. We know that coming in, and they've acted like the favorites. I think there's something to be said, Omo, about being the favorites and being comfortable in that position and forcing the other team to come at you and they make mistakes.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the times you see that in the draft as well. It shows the mindset that these WRL teams have coming into the game. They know they're better. They know they don't need fast plays, look for timings. Even though they are aggressive, they are proactive, they're comfortable drafting, scaling, waiting for mid-game, waiting for late game, and they know that when it comes time to clutch, we will win.
All right, well, here we go. Games are about to start real soon. Predictions. Who's taking the series? Quick.
J-Team.
Oh, J-Team,
Yeah.
okay.
I forgot.
Oh, you want
J-Team, I guess.
We all went
Yeah,
J-Team,
Gotta make it out. You
guys.
said
Team Flash. Later today.
Later, there's
now,
still the other
JT.
one today.
All right, okay. We've
Tree
got our predictions locked on in. The players are getting set, which means day 2 of knockouts is ready to begin. 2 teams move on, 2 go home. Will there be an upset? Let's find out. Icons 2022 starts right now.
mean 面对现在的比赛，我觉得大家实力都是旗鼓相当。我们的目标只有冠军吧。
我们之间感觉都没有特别大的能力差距。
你们只要一失误的话，我们会牢牢抓住这个机会。
我目前打的这些队伍，感觉是意料之中的，就心情比较平静吧。
目前并没有遇到太强大的敌人。首先最想要淘汰应该是绝庭，然后一路领先到底。
如果你们太小看我们的话，可能你们怎么输掉的你们都不知道。
至于 TF， 我感觉应该是已经赢了。就来自中国赛区的才算是我们的对手吧。他们的實力
我們已經太了解了，已經看穿他們。
Ở cái trận thi đấu sắp tới thì tụi em sẽ chứng minh cho tất cả mọi người thấy là đại diện số 1 khu vực WCS Final kinh dị đến mức nào. Em nghĩ là tụi em đủ sức để vô địch 2 cân.
就胜利的感觉记得挺清晰的，感觉就是取得的意料之中的成绩吧。不管怎么样，就是赢下这场比赛。
Lots to expect here at the Icons quarterfinals, and we have more action here with J-Team coming up against Flash Wolves. It's Flash Wolves' time to shine, stand up, and show what they're preparing for us in scrims. And of course, J-Team have been looking so good, leading the charge with all the stats in their favor. Highest KDA, Stuart, I think you mentioned.
Yeah, Berry in the Dragon Lane, highest average KDA, 12.64. It just shows, though, even before, you know, the analyst desk was mentioning, this J-Team, they have it all. Every single lane can win. The jungle, the top lane, the mid lane, the Dragon Lane as well, and not to mention DY in the support role.
So for Flash Wolves here today, they need to step up, step off the stage for the last time in this one. Oh, here we are on camera now.
Hello.
Hey guys, welcome to the Icons Global Championship.
Oh, smooth. I can't do that. Mine's just plain.
Because you haven't got to go to the watch party yet, right?
Ah,
there we go. That's
we'll
your
go
answer.
after this.
You gotta
We'll
go to
go
the
after
watch
this.
party, you know, over at MBS for you guys back home. For now, you guys are joining me and Stuart here. I almost got through that with a straight face, but I lost it towards the end.
Right at the end, you lost it just at the end.
Let's start talking a little bit about what we have in store for us today here, Stuart, because not only do we have two amazing matches, we have two situations here, WRL versus WCS. Let's start with the first one here. On our screens now, J-Team Flash Wolves.
Yeah, J-Team, I think coming into this, you know, really dominant performance. They've only dropped one game this entire Icon so far. Flash Wolves have a bit of an up and down tournament so far. Icons been changing the roster as well. We can see the buyers now come back into the roster, so we see how that shapes things up. I think with Locking, they kind of had that flexibility, what they did versus Burium. They had like Bruce and Locking swapping between duo lane and mid lane. But now with Buyer back in, wouldn't be surprised if Buyer just stays in that mid lane, Bruce in the Dragon lane.
I mean, we've had a bit of a strange situation here with Flash Wolves, because Flash Wolves has been up against teams where they were happy to be on the red side. You know, they had compositions that ignored largely what the opponents wanted to do. But now against J-Team, they're playing on the blue side to get the strong first pick, and this was something that teams really wanted yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday you could see the Nova, they really loved the blue side. They really wanted that first pick priority. The great thing about blue side as well is that you can actually target ban. Most of the side on red side, you know, J-Team, they're going to have to ban out the likes of Yuumi, the likes of Karma, you know, these enchanters that are really strong, and potentially that Jace as well. As the bans come through, we can see that Karma is still up and available. I think it will have to be that, or they leave everything open. So Senna is another one that's open. That's been Berry's most played champion, and Bruce is one of Bruce's main champions, but instead they go for the Karma, and I think the Karma is great.
Так, ребят, всех приветствую. Как меня слышно, напишите. Я здесь сразу скажу, я здесь ставлю 3-0 на GT. То, что я видел, как играют команды, я считаю, что GT на другом уровне. Но все может быть. Не исключаю, что даже если флеши, короче, выиграют. Есть карма на first pick. Не люблю карму на first pick, честно скажу. GT отвечает Сеной и Синджи там. Ну, как всегда, вот сейчас у них еще Насус будет допикиваться. А такой вейтовый пик у них всегда. Да, это будет по-любому Насус. По банам вы видите, баны, в принципе, стандартные. Блин, как же комментаторы смеются сильно, прям триггерит это. Сейчас будет опикаться Насус Сена, да? Это такой стандарт GT команды. Они любят играть так. Гарен Казикс у флешов. Казикс неплохо, Гарен... Пока что Гарену тяжело, будет раскачан. Пока что тут Гарену я не вижу, для чего он пикнут был. Слишком рано забрали. Так. Вуконг, да, у нас Сена, Вуконг, Синджит у нас у GT. Вуконг, кстати, очень популярный стал. Максимально после последних бафов. Тем более флекс герой, ну, посмотрим.
They have the Senna in the back line as well. The interesting part about J-Team is that normally when they play the Senna, they don't like to go for the Nasus. We sometimes see that Nasus being paired with Senna, but we've actually seen Senna for J-Team, you know, DY likes to prefer to go for the Galio or even the Gragas, which means that, you know, this kind of shows the potential.
Да, РКЮ проиграли вчера 3-0.
What they want, you know, DY is one of the best roaming supports in this entire tournament, you know, in the mid lane, in the Baron lane.
Что-то Насуса не банят, интересно, почему? Хотя, возможно, тут, кстати, Сена Вуконг они еще играют. Забыл сказать. Тоже, кстати, довольно такая неприятная связка. На 5-м уровне прям очень сложно против них загангать, убить прям. Слишком много контроля. Грагас в бан уходит, Шая, Люциан в бан, Насус с 5-м пиком в бан. Ну, я говорю, если Насуса забанили, есть Вуконг, есть еще много функций, есть. Есть Рейкан еще. Просто Сцена лучше с Брузером стоит. Вуконг Сцена нормальная линия. Галио, ну еще и Галио был. Ну пока у GT получше пик, потому что все-таки очень много контроля. У них хороший файт, 5 на 5. Слева пока ничего нету, вообще абсолютно. Есть фронт-лейн Гарен, который, в принципе, здесь будет бесполезный. Пока что я так вижу. Казикс, которому будет еще сложнее, чем Гарену себя реализовать, потому что там нет сквишей. Даже та же самая Сена, он убивает ее не слишком легко, скажем так. И Карма, которая будет здесь наносить очень мало дэмэджа. Ну, посмотрим. Есть щит, шилды там по возможности. Я думаю, что этого не хватит просто. что пока есть корки сейчас вот. Вот сейчас хороший. Последний война, то есть такой драфт очень хороша. Нужно, правда, 3 сета. Плюс еще корки медовый. Нет, хотя тут может быть даже Вейн мид пойдет. Надо смотреть. И так могут сделать. Но я бы на корке пошел в мид. Дариус в такой матчап? Только из-за того, что там Гарен, что... С Дариусом я не согласен. Ему... Как он будет здесь играть? Ладно. Там все 3 ренджа, Казикс. Чисто для Гарена, чтобы на линии контр... Ну, Галио сцена ботлейн, Синджит мид, Вуконг лес, Дариус на топ. В Гарена, ну, в принципе, в Гарена, конечно, это файн. Здорово, Вора, привет. Есть, конечно, лейт-гейм за флешом. Корки Вейн намного сильнее, чем там сцена только одна скелется. У GT, но как дожить до этого вейта, будет очень сложно. Ну, мне понравился последний пик Вейн Корки, на самом деле, против такого матчапа. Единственное, что очень сложно будет. Сейчас будем смотреть. Не знаю, мне кажется, что GT выиграют эту карту. Against J team, and Bruce is like, give it all to me. I'm ready. I'm ready. Give me the vein. I'm prepared. I'm ready, and I'm really excited to get into this first game.
Well, there's a lot to be said still for this one, but we have to take a look as we get ready to go into game number 1. J team and Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves need to pull ahead with that first win, putting it all.
Ну да, Корки мид.
Let's start this one by talking a little bit about.
В принципе, все правильно, потому что он намного лучше стоит в миду, чем Вейна. Ребят, накидайте лайков, пожалуйста. Здесь, кстати, вот сцена Галио намного сильнее, чем Война Карма, особенно со 2-го уровня. Там, кстати, небольшой трейд уже был. Гарен у нас с Игнайтом, с хваткой, Дариус с барьером.
I think Ysera is going to have a bit of a difficult time, but saying that he is on the Garen duty, he is on tank duty as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him play maybe a little bit more passive, but at the same time, we can see Garen's, you know, yesterday Garen spin to wins, full damage Garen.
That's what I was going to say. Tank is a state of mind.
Ну, на ботлейне, конечно, огромные проблемы у флешов. Тут она просто терпеть, зачем они трейдятся? В этом нет смысла. Там сцена сустейнится. Ну там постоянно будет. Там даже нет смысла трейдиться. Сцена выхилится. Ребят, проставьте, пожалуйста, лайк. Каждый всех привет, приятного просмотра. Забирают на миду Правила. Команда GT. Здесь Вуконг пытается забрать объект. Но это какой-то... На самом деле опасно было.
Good from Cookie because Cherry down the bot side as well. He was able to take away the scuttle grab.
That was really risky though by Cookie because their bot lane didn't have any prior, so Berry and DY were able to roam up. But he just walked forward. He was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna take this crab. I'm just gonna jump away. I don't really care.
Это получается 2 краба у GT, да?
To be honest, you know, Berry and DY don't really have that much damage, but Cookie able to smite that away and get the first scuttle crab.
Ну пока что все хорошо. Ой, какой хороший был флеш от цены, но промахнулся. Надо было экзост W. А доиграют. Да, это ферстблад для GT. Нельзя так играть. Вы не можете вообще этой связкой ничего делать против такой. Галио сцена это вообще, ну... наверное, в 3 самых сильных ботлейнов входит. Там слишком много урона, жира, хила, ну там все есть. Поэтому они просто съели. Тем более там был экзост у сцены. Не знаю, да, в этой паре я думаю, что 3-0 будет для GT. И здесь еще проблема в том, что драфт, который слева у флешей, он очень медленный. То есть он прям реально очень медленный. Там нет контроля, кроме кармы, и то там такой контроль, он просто, ну, менее полезный. То есть там нужно с W ждать, пока придет время, а потом двоих только может она обездвижить. Ну, короче, у них пик неконтрольный вообще. Они не могут файтиться, они не могут кого-то закечить, чтобы быстро убить. У них нет взрывного урона, кроме Казикса, который из кушки только по одной цели. Поэтому здесь очень сложно. Здесь единственный шанс для флешей — это late game Вейн. Корки — это не late game, потому что Корки брузер будет.
Very interesting start here from Barry, right? Going for the proto belt, just trying to move in, maybe get a top, maybe get the snare somewhere. Very interesting start here for JT.
Дариус Секиру берет первым. Гарен тоже. Без братоломов они играют. Неплохой был ганг, но я говорю, их очень сложно загангать. Ну, карма без ульты, Вейн без ульты. Еще и минус экзост. Почти ФБ Тавер для GT, там Корки подходит слева. О, как же жестко играет GT, не смогли они задефать. Просто по full tower damage. First Blood, я имею в виду по таверам, ФБ Тавер. До объекта. Что-то прям вообще кошмарно как-то. Есть бортовому Корки. Сейчас Корки возьмет пакет, он уже взял пакет. И все. Он ничего не сможет сделать. И у них единственный шанс — это Герольда забрать. Да, Казикс уже идет на Герольда, но и то здесь, если не помешают. А GT, смотрите, что делают. Они будут фокусить то, что фокусит Вульфы. Они не дают, смотрите, объект забрать. Но это все правильно. Даже Корки с пакетом, посмотрите, они просто убегают все. Это без шансов игра, к сожалению. Но я так сразу по драфту и сказал. Просто они не могут ничего сделать. Им еще и на боте Тавр спушили. Здесь уже выиграла. Уже вот первые 5 минут все могут сказать в этой игре. Прям вот я вообще не вижу никаких шансов для флешей. Им даже файт нечем начать. Они просто бегают. По голде преимущество 2000. При том, что счет минимальный 1-0 только. Есть у Войны Батрак, но этого мало очень. Дариус настакался. Что-то он очень быстро настакался. Выходит Казикс. Выбивают флеш Дариуса. Здесь в миду очень хороший дайв. Вину они убьют опять. Да, Сена получает килл. Вину просто по Т2 забирают. Потому что нет рядом никакого сейва. Еще и карма там умерла. Я даже не знаю, что мне сказать про этот драфт. Он настолько ужасный в реализации. Неужели против такой команды они думали, что их весь геймплан будет на войну, типа late game? Это невозможно просто. Только что 40 секунд назад я сказал, что разница в голде 2000, уже 5. Смотрите в мид. Карма дала хороший ульт, но толку 0 от него. Он просто не дамажит. Все, что Карма может сделать с ультой, это просто стянуть врага. Там уже ревайв у Синджита. И там сейчас, наверное, еще он что-то возьмет кусок маски. Ну, есть деньги. Разница в голде 5000 ровно. Сцена 2-0. Есть у него там этот 3 прото-ремня, ребят, в команде GT. Галио дал ульт, очень плохой мимо. Вот Война сейчас хорошо дала ульт, тоже пытается убить. Там Гарен на развороте ультой добил. Ой, как Война Вперед прыгнула Кушка, и Дариус настаканно ее убил. Война очень агрессивно сыграла, могла аккуратно играть. 1-4 счет, но тут все равно в плюсе GT, очевидно. Они сейчас еще и Гарена задавят, если он не скипнет тавер. Нужно скипить тавер Гарену. Почему Гарен там остался? Ну, они их убьют, да, это изи. Нельзя так играть, ребят. Если вы понимаете, что вас задавят, ну, тут очевидно было, что они будут давить, вы просто скипаете, продаете тавер. И единственный плей, знаете, какой здесь был? Ну, здесь в миду неплохой трейд, кстати. Вот видите на топ сейчас, там что надо было сделать? Там очевидно, что будет GT давить. Вы даете на ТП на базу, один остается дефать Т2, Гарен, например, остальные бегут, забирают Т1 в ботлейне. Это единственный плей, самый адекватный, нормальный. Вы ничего не сделаете с преимуществом более 5000 против... Вы не сможете никогда задефать этот тавер, где там 500 хп. Заберите хоть одну вышку. Но здесь ГГ, здесь нет шансов вообще никаких, даже камбэкнуть это. 0-3 вейн, и вообще по карте происходит просто хаос для команды флешей. Ну там второго героя уже, ну все объекты, вся карта под контролем GT, здесь фрикил, хорошая прота, плюс рут нет, тут Корки, у Корки пакет был, да, Корки использовал пакет, чтобы выйти. Вот это хороший дайв. Хороший дайв, там на Галио дали ульты, но не смогли засейвить. Ну, Галио задефает. Добьют? Да, найс, отлично. Вот про этот плей я и говорил. Они давят в Т1, забирают на сайде килл. Правда, они за это теряют очень много, но это единственный плей был правильный сейчас. Они больше ничего не могли сделать. Плюс война залутала первый килл. Ой, Герольд еще и в Т3 прыгнул. 3-6 счет. Ну, пока что все плохо. Для флешей очень мало голды у них. За 10 минут они спушили только один тавер, при этом они потеряли уже 2 тавера в миду. 4 тавера они уже потеряли в общем. Плюс 3 объекта, 2 Герольда и 1 дракон для команды GT. Ну и второй дракон тоже будет для команды GT, очевидно. Вот на втором драконе что нужно делать? Когда второй дракон появится, GT будет его форсить, они намного сильнее сейчас, ну это понятно любому. Вы просто забираете тавер в топе. В миду вы не сможете, потому что тут узкая линия, они успеют добежать, убить вас. А в топе вы спокойно убьете. Заберете тавер. Здесь уже просто инведят лес, пытаются зачизить. Да, забирают они. Войну это уже рэмпейдж для сцены. Напоминаю, что она скелется, у нее уже 4-0. Ребят, спасибо за лайки всем. Ну, Гарен здесь должен умирать. Я не понимаю, почему комментаторы смеются. Да, Гарен здесь умирает, Дариус сейчас... Да, Дариус добьет. Дариус даже ульту не прожал. Сцена в жир. Я бы не сказал, что это жир, у нее куча урона даже с такими билдами. Кусок антихивама на мун. Сейчас она берет сокрушитель богов. Но она будет сустейниться с ним очень хорошо. Здесь, в принципе, у флешов есть только один шанс, как они могут играть. Не то, что шанс, просто что они могут в данной игре. Они просто могут дефать базу и пытаться забирать таверки на топе. Все. У них вообще нет шансов здесь ни на одном объекте. Ребят, накидайте вайкосов по-братски. Вот сцена... Сейчас сцена прям очень круто выглядит. Прям биг стронг такой. С такими сетами, я не знаю. На 13-й минуте для сцены это прям очень много. Там еще и Галио, АДшник же, фулл АП, это там вообще ГГ. Типа очень много дэмэджа. Если в рут сцены попадает хоть один чел, это инстантный килл сразу за секунду причем. У Казикса все плохо. Плохо даже не по игре, там у него не по этому, а плохо для этого пика. Здесь вы видите, да, что происходит? Я об этом сказал. Это уже unstoppable для сцены. Ну, когда у вас преимущество в 20 тысяч... Вы вообще понимаете, что 13-я минута, перефарм 20 тысяч? И здесь, ну, просто... Нет, даже комментировать это больно, реально. Это просто другой уровень игры. Просто другой, у меня нет слов. 3-0 будет. 14-я минута, чемпионат мира, 20 тысяч разница в голде. 20, говорю, 10. Это очень много, 10 тысяч, я извиняюсь, ребят, не 20, 10. Это по айтему на каждого чемпиона практически, это по 2000 на героя.
So I feel like we can afford to give it to somebody else. Who do you want?
We call it a J-Team Death Brush.
We call it a we call it a cherry brush. A droop brush.
The cherries grow on bushes.
No.
I don't even know at this point. Cherries, berries,
Droops,
everything. Any more fruit enjoyers? Fruit and vegetables?
Комментаторы смеются из-за того, что в Т3 задавили с преимуществом 10 тысяч. Прикольные комментаторы. Очень смешно.
I think we established you're half glass empty kind of guy. I'm a glass half full kind of guy. So I want to look towards the bright side. Ysera, in his matchup against Dawn, did decently, right? I mean, it's the Garen, it's an easier matchup, like you said.
Боже, какой кринж комментаторы говорят. Просто ужас. Ай, просто жесть. Если бы сейчас эти комментаторы на русском говорили бы, вы бы выключили звук. Не смогли это слушать. Полный дебилизм и деградация.
Pretty much J-Team just trying to close it out. They're going to try and go head towards the Baron, but you can see at the moment that towards that
Здесь нужно драться уже на все деньги. А, ну это КГ, все. Это КГ 1-0. 0 вижена слева. Под ценным рутом заходит вся команда. Ингейджит, просто жмет кнопки. Да какая войн-тычка? Вы о чем, ребят? Тут война... Все, что может сделать, это стоять на базе АФК. Не в этой игре. Война зависит от кушки. Война играет постоянно через кушку. Ку вперед — это инстантная смерть для нее. Очевидно же, просто, ну. Они рофлят, да, над командой. Я просто даже не знаю, какие шансы в следующих играх у флешей. То, что я сейчас увидел, это полная доминация на всех ролях, на всех линиях, по всей карте. Это просто без шансов, я не знаю. Очень сложно будет им что-то показать против такой команды. Ну, GT сильная команда очень. Это топ, типа. Я же изначально сказал, что GT 3-0 выиграет. Команда на другом уровне. У флешей очень сложные игры были все, даже которые они выигрывали. Команда такая на уровне чемпионата мира, она средняя прям такая. А GT это прям очень сильная команда. Ну, пик у них очень сложный был. У них нет ни одного контроля, я карму не считаю, там бесполезно. У них нет ни одного контроля, у них нет ни одного хорошего энгейджа. Ну, то есть Гарен — это фронтлейн, который не может энгейджить файт нормально. Если вы просто бежите с кушкой Гарена, это не энгейдж. Вас раскатят, вы потеряете по на хп. Энгейдж — это тогда, когда вы врываетесь в файт жестко, с каким-то скиллом полезным. Ну, Гарен там неплохо отыграл, он старался и танчить, и дефать. Вот эти вот трейды, конечно, со стороны... Ну, тут Галио через фэш хорошо сыграл. Да, Алекс, есть, конечно. Не-не, какой не? Тут не все толпой ходят. Тут же по сайдам. Не-не, не совсем так. Как ты думаешь? У Казикса очень высокий винрейт на турнире. По-моему, около 80%. 78, что-то такое. У ФШ есть единственный шанс выиграть. Это брать такой же драфт. Они сейчас взяли лейт драфт, они меняют драфт, сейчас берут второй фулл играть на объектах. И это единственный их плей, который можно выиграть, это тупо драться. Брать фулл брузеров, фулл контроль, как у GT, и просто драться. Приходить на объекты, драться, жать кнопки первыми. Просто суть в том, что против китайцев, корейцев очень сложно играть вейтовыми пиками. Они просто не дают заскелиться. Это факт. Ну, это все знают. То есть вы не можете против китайцев играть же их оружием. Китайцы, они играют либо лейт пиком, либо лейт плюс брузня. Вот здесь они взяли одну сцену. Понятное дело, что от нее будет много урона в вейте. Хотя здесь я ставил на вейт, естественно, на вейну. Но здесь реально сцена очень сильно разогналась. Если сцена так разогналась, это невозможно выиграть в таком пике. 4 брузера впереди стоят, сцены, живут контроль кнопки, ну это просто без шансов. Я бы поменял сейчас полностью драфт. Я бы убрал Гарена с топа. Я бы не ферспикал карму. Я вообще, когда карму они ферспикнули, я сказал, что это не особо хорошая идея. Это не особо хорошая идея, не то потому, что я так думаю. Ну, то есть я реально так считаю, что она бесполезная на турнире герой. Это мое мнение, в 90%, на таком уровне. Но когда они взяли ФП карму, я же понимаю, что это полезный герой. Но на ферспик брать карму для того, чтобы просто кидать щитки и пару раз ультануть, при этом не нанести никакого дэмэджа. На ферспик карму брать это очень сложно. Очень сложно потом реализовать весь драфт, потому что вы отдаете очень сильных чемпионов на дабл-пик. У кармы отрицательный винрейт. Пайка тут не могут брать, они запрещены пока на турнире. Только на следующем их откроют. Ребят, накидайте лайков, что такое лайков мало? До 100 хотя бы добейте по-братски. Вейгарнасус слабая. Связка. Надо больше брузни, надо файт, пикать, файт-пик. Китайцы так тоже любят играть, кстати, многие на файт-пик берут. Могут вообще 5 брузни взять. Посмотрим, какую сейчас работу над ошибками не сделают. Ну, я считаю, что карма на ферспик это прям очень сильно. Очень такой плохой пик.
Sure, and the reason why I'm being so hard on Flash Wolves here, rather than building up J-Team, is because it felt like this draft was not set up.
It's hard to execute,
unless he's going to execute well, and it wasn't even close to that. It was very tough. So J-Team again, like we set up in the pre-game, this was going to be.
Да, вейт слабый, но ты всю игру будешь стоять вот Т3 против нормальной команды с 5 брузерами.
It very much backfired as game number 1.
Yeah, the draft was great coming in from J-Team. They had a very comprehensive draft, but on the side of Flash Wolves as well, you said execution from Roos, but that's not just it. It's execution from the whole team. Your comp has no crowd control, like you guys put it. You have one solo tank in the form of Garen who just stands there and does nothing. So the only way you can team fight is to play a very clean, very methodical front to back, playing around your comp.
Почему не пикают Нуну? Много вариантов, почему не пикают Нуну. Во-первых, чемпион, который просто бесполезный в плане дэмэджа в компетитив. Все, что ты можешь сделать, это катнуть шар в файте. Ульту там тебе собьет любой. Это бесполезная ульта в компетитив, если только там не подобрать момент. Ты просто бесполезный, ты очень медленный. Единственное, что ты плотный, и все. Тебя легко кайтить. кайтбэкать легко. Ты ничего не можешь. Он не мобильный. Он очень медленный. Ты никогда в жизни на нулу в компетитив не сможешь разогнать карту. Против нормальной команды. Это невозможно.
Darius. Seen a lot of that top lane in North America. It's a very fun top lane to watch. A bunch of tanky boys hitting each other. And that kind of at least slows down one of these solo lanes that J-Team likes to play. Eventually, though, Darius got rolling and got the resets. But for the longest time there, it was holding steady. The gold lead was actually fluctuating more down on the bottom side of the map. So at least there's a game plan to neutralize Dawn for a little bit.
Yeah, neutralizing Dawn is a good start here, but if you look at J-Team, this is exactly what we talked about in pre-show as well. You have to keep in mind the way they want to draft, the way they want to play is around their laners. Even though you had Pan playing Cinch this game, he was still very impactful on the map. And like we keep saying, it was Barry, it was DY. How are you going to try to shut
Ты не можешь Серафину брать против такого драфта. Это вуз сразу. Она никогда в жизни не сможет дать нормальный ульт, потому что Синджит с прото-ремнем и Вуконг в команде просто шотнут ее за секунду. Почему Ясу не берут? Ясу берут, просто Ясу герой очень тяжелый в реализации. То есть тут в компетитив им очень сложно играть. Даже когда у тебя есть очень много подкидываний по твою ульту. Нет, ты не говно на турнире. Никогда в жизни не сможешь реализовать героя. Даже стан ее, он просто бесполезный через ульту. Нет ульты, вообще нет героя. И так герой слабый, компетитив. Нулевый. Алистар был. Ну, Алистар хороший на просцене. Он часто брал. Джина не берут. Ну, во-первых, то, что он слабый АДК, у него нет постоянного урона. Во-вторых, сейчас мета не АДК же. Сейчас мета АДК — это брузеры с магами на ботлинию. Поэтому АДшников не берут, а Джина вообще никогда не брали. Ты не можешь брать АДшника, у которого нет постоянного урона и которого перетреживает любой автоатакер. Это же бред вообще. Фиору берут, Фиора сильная. Найс, здорово, родной. А почему показывает 2-0, ребят? 1-0 же счет. Почему показывают 2-0 на GT? Это ошибка какая-то у них. Так, у нас, короче, Вульфы банят Лисин, Камил. Ну, то же самое. Уходит Камила в бан. Лисин туда же. Ребят, накидайте лайкосов по-братски. Поддержите лайками. 5 лайков до 200. Экзотик, ну и конечно. Конечно. Я когда попал в компетитив, я на топе в солоку, когда ты играешь на любой роли, и в компетитив, когда ты играешь, это две разные роли, там разные задачи. Вообще разные. Компетитив игра и солоку ранг — это разные игры. Даже когда ты фулл пати играешь, это разная игра по сравнению с компетитивом. Джейс в бан уходит, Джакс тоже. Ну, все то, что скелется, все то, что сильное, уходит в бан.
Now the biggest question is, will we see the typical Senna Nasus infinite scaling at the bot lane, or do they go for more the aggressive route, like what they did with DY, with the Galio, and you know the more aggressive approach, which is the set or the.
Вот они забрали у них сцену. Вот сейчас Вульфы забрали сцену, чтобы вот очевидно же, что у вас не получится так сыграть на сцене. Это не работает так. Тут два варианта. Они забрали... Почему забрали сцену Вульфы? Я уверен на 90%, а они ее забрали только потому, чтобы не отдать GT. Так лучше вы бы ее забанили вместо кармы, например. Потому что вы не сможете так отыграть. Я прям уверен, что они не смогут ничего сделать так. Самая глупая ошибка — это в компетитив забирать героя только потому, что там враги на нем хорошо играют. Вообще такая глупая схема. Ну посмотрим, может она у них готовая тоже. Спасибо за лайки, ребят. Опять Вуконг Синджит. Сцена Грагас на бот-линию. Ну, Сцена Грагас сильная вайн-фаза. Вопросов нет.
Tiny fun fact though, when we look at bias performance with one team back then is the double 80
Казикс. Ну, Сцена Грагас это одна из тоже сильнейших линий. То же самое, как и Галио практически, только даже на 5-м уровне они посильнее на линии. Там можно очень хорошо через бочку сыграть и через ганг Казикса убить. Плюс руцены. Вот то, что они Казикса забирают против фулл брызни, это прям очень сложно будет. Еще и Ревнанда пикивается в GT. Опять GT берут 3 брызни. Сейчас еще 4-й будет Рейкан, полубрузер. Я имею в виду полу такой милишник, который может втанчить урона и выйти. Хоть и не особо много. Дариус бан уходит, потому что у них 3 милишника. Они забанили Дариуса. Спасибо за лайки, ребят. Казиксу очень сложно играть против Синджита и Вуконга, когда такие герои в одной команде. И прям очень сложно. Он не может ничего сделать. Ему нужно ждать, постоянно ждать. Ему нужно искать в бэклайне каких-то чемпионов, чтобы их убить, шотнуть. Какого-то АДшника, АПшника.
DY set is still going to be available, and that's one of his best picks in a 2v2 lane.
Can I just say, I think Ysera only has one champion left that he can play. Jace is banned, Darius is banned, Garen is banned, Camille's banned. I think the only
Можно было Олафа взять вместо Казикса. Да, здесь можно было Олафа взять. Там трэш еще пикается. Ой, что-то очень сложно опять для флешей тут.
Of J-Team. It's super scary, right? It is the most oppressive lane. They're gonna chunk you down. A little bit of goodness for Flash though.
Ну это... Я даже это смотреть не хочу, ребят. Я знаю, что это 2-0.
It could be Baya going bot lane. I mean, it makes sense because we talked about one team. From year 0, they've drafted double 80 composition, so it's not gonna be an issue if they do swap lanes.
Боже, какой кринж. Да. Люцина против Full AD брать практически всего пика, но это вообще это... Нет, там не только от тренера. Тренер, да, дает драфты. Серьезно? Дрейвен первый раз на турнире? Офигеть, просто это очень интересно. Дрейвен трэш. Боже, я вот смотрю на пик GT, я понимаю, что это нельзя выиграть. Это просто жесть, там столько под Дрейвена. Тут Дрейвен может всю карту убить под таким пиком, я не знаю. А, Дрейвен второй раз, да-да-да. Да-да, второй, я вспомнил.
Like, you know, shut down himself in that first game. But here on Lucian, they're giving him one of his best champions and saying, come at us, and we'll double down on the aggression with the Draven. All right, fist bumps are in. Draft is finished. Game 2 about to start. Let's send it back on over to the Boy Scout duo of Stuart and Grandin.
Hey, you want some Boy Scout cookies, Stuart?
Can I have some Boy Scout lessons?
You got some Boy Scout lessons?
We go camping.
In the death rush? Game number 2.
Pick up some berries and cherries. Oh, God.
Game number 2 between Flash Wolves and JT very quickly going to go underway as we go into the Rift. A lot needs to be said here to be set up for both sides because Flash Wolves doubling down on that late game scaling combo, whereas JT says, come at me, bro. I've got the Draven, I've got the Thresh, we are going to win and dominate lanes.
And this is an interesting pick for Barry because Barry is known for playing, you know, the Senna, the Orianna, and also a Corki as well. But now it's just like, you know, I think they just proved in the first game how dominant they were. You know, Barry.
Так здесь Грагас не сможет его убить. Тут если Грагас пойдет в АП, то это вообще... Они открывать могут. У них нет фронтлайна. Ренегтона шотнут в файте сразу. Я бы на Грагаса месте пошел бы в танка здесь. Ну, тогда у них дэмэджа не будет, кстати. Он должен раунд первым собирать.
And as we take a look at the start here, you know, a trade coming through from J Team towards the bottom side. I feel like this is a big reason why they decided to have Bruce play the bot side still, right? They possibly could have looked at a flex between Baya and Bruce and said, in a matchup with Barry on the Draven, I think we must have Bruce in the bot side, lest we lose it straight up. There we go.
Yeah, I think we have to see if Bruce plays a little bit more passive, because you are playing a center into a Draven. If you overstep once, you know, if you tumble forward, which center can't do.
Сейчас Люциан умрет. Найс, хит тавер поймал. Можно убить Дрейвена на третьем уровне. Грагас сцена сильней. У них хп больше, они по Дрейвену если сыграют. Там Грагас, если у него есть флэш. А, у них игнайта, да, нету? Барьер у Грагас. Тяжело тогда будет. Ну, здесь вы должны краба забирать, да. Забрали краба. Неплохо поддушили, краба забрали, Ривен бэкается. Ривен, кстати, вейв потеряет, если сейчас ресетнется.
This is what I kind of expected. I thought Cherry was going to be going down towards the bot side anyway because of, you know, the way that you have the pushing lane of Draven and Thresh down in the bot side, but instead trying to contest that top scuttle. In the end, it is Cookie that wins out in the end, but I don't think it means too much. I think that Cherry will be able to just...
Сокрушитель богов собирает Ревна первым стом.
Don't want to go for an Omo thing. No, you don't want to go for caster curse like Omo.
Минус фэш, Грагас. Да, Грагас первым ра берет. Но Грагас с барьером, он плотный. Вообще здесь Люциан должен убивать Синджита. Будет ли... Ой. О, ферстбат для Дрейвена. Если Казикс не успеет. Да, ферстбат для Дрейвена. Хороший вантер. Ну, доели там, сцена доела. Трэшай. Вместо того, чтобы развернуться и убить Дрейвена, они побежали и отдали ферстбат Дрейвену. Ну, это глупо, короче. Если бы они сейчас развернулись и сыграли все по Дрейвену, это было бы намного лучше.
They do trade 1-for-1 in the end, but they got a kill onto Berry, which means that he gets the gold, he gets the stacks from his passive, and it means he's going to get a huge advantage in this lane.
And we start to see across the map as well, more of J Team starting to get some control here towards the top side. Dawn looking better, Cherry, of course, making moves around the map as well. And so we look towards this bot side now. I'm sure Berry very happy here, stacking up double BF slots, just plenty of damage in the matchup against Bruce and Eason.
Just pure AD for Berry in the end, just wants as much AD.
Ревна, кстати, тут и Реннингтон 50 на 50 матчап. И тот может друг друга убить. Но здесь, смотрите, здесь цена на ганг уходит. Но пока Вульф хорошо играют. Не как в прошлой игре. Ну, у них и драт намного лучше, чем в прошлой игре. Карма на ферстпик, Гарен на топ. У Дрейвена 2 мяча появились. Проблема 5 на 5 в файтах. 5 на 5 GT сильнее намного. Здесь сцена очень много времени тратит. Она уже всю карту отбежала. Я бы на ее месте бэкнулся и побежал бы с базы уже. Если я имею в виду стопа. Она уже здесь. Спасибо за лайки, ребят. Сейчас хук. Глубокий вард Дрейвен поставил на големов. Вот Ривен сейчас может убивать Реннингтона, у него сокрушитель богов. Ну, потому что ты одновременно бежишь, мигаешь и говоришь. Это игра, это часть игры. Ты это делаешь, даже если ты в войсе, не в войсе, разницы нет. Это я тоже так, все так делают. Кто-то сосредоточен, бывает, один раз скажет, остальные мигают. Ну, в смысле, например, вот здесь хороший вантер, минус хук, хорошо задоджил Реннингтон. Ультацены хорошие, но фэш выбили из Реннингтона, плюс еще и ультимейт. Ну, Герольдов дракона разменяли. GT. Ну, сейчас хотя бы игра равная. Есть объекты, разменяли нормально. Ну, почему-то Реннингтон здесь... Реннингтон чуть не заинтил, короче. Он должен был уже бэкнуться. Я уже 1000 раз говорю, если... Очевидно, что здесь будут давить. Все, Реннингтон потерял 30 секунд времени. Он должен был уже бэкнуться, прийти на свою линию обратно, а остальная вся команда должна была пушить бот-тавер, либо мид-тавер. На миду тяжелее, лучше бот. Вот сейчас они мигают уже в бот. Они как... Реннингтон только сейчас бэкнулся, ребят. Минуту времени потерял.
And if this Draven could get more and more stacks, and if the Draven could get another kill as well to get the passive online, to get that money as well, to get as much gold as possible.
Дрейвен, конечно, на фри-фарме. Просто фармит всю игру. Ну, Дрейвен не такой прям сильный вейтовый чемпион. У него нет такого прям вейтгейма сильного. Но урона будет очень много на протяжении всей игры, безусловно. Здесь фри-тавер. Люциан просто так ульта дал, кстати, вообще. Ну, здесь Реннингтон просто 1 в 5 прыгнул. Грагас дает ужасный ульт вообще. Когда уже умер Реннингтон. Ну, хотя он засейвился. В принципе, неплохо, он двоих откинул. Ну, есть тавер ФБ. Уже это второй тавер, кстати, для GT был. Вот ингейдж идет. Почему Грагас... Хороший рут от цены, но там Грагаса душит. Да, Грагас умирает. Опять вот то же самое. Отдайте тавер, если вы знаете, что вы его не задефаете. Грагас остался один, вся команда была расплечена сзади, их просто держали. Команда GT зашла за тавер, просто всех убила. Ну, зная, что Грагас ульта дал просто так вот здесь в миду, конечно, они будут давить. Это же как работает компетитив. Если только вы знаете, что нет ульты и фэша, это все, это сразу цель. В компетитив играется вот... Если вы знаете, что у Реннингтона нет ульты и фэша, все. Вся карта направлена на Реннингтона. Он будет умирать. 2 минуты, пока не откатится фэш там, да, условно. Поэтому в компетитив это очень сильно влияет. У кого какие симонерки, кто что отдал, еще что-то. Если нет у тебя фэша, все, ты виксайдер. Ты запомнишь, что ты первая цель для файтить, для убийства будешь. Когда у тебя нет кнопок. Спасибо за лайк. У Реннингтона 5300, Ривен 6500. Преимущество по голде, ну, уже приличное, да, там чуть больше 4000. Файтиться нельзя, трэш попадает хуками постоянно, там Люциан почти умер, дает фэш, хороший рут, ульта, цены. Ну вот, у них сейчас опять есть информация, что Люциан без фэша. Люциан без фэша, Люциан через секиру, Люциан без жони. Короче, Люциан не может файтиться на объекте. Только он может закинуть ультимейт. И то аккуратненько. Ну, карту они проигрывают по макро. Их там уже ревна 7700, я не знаю, что они будут делать там Вуконг. Ну, там вся команда у GT фармит. Вот сейчас у Дровена уже есть QSS и 2 сота, но это все. Любой рут, стан, он ждет QSS, просто топорами всех уничтожает. Ну хорошо, трэш играет. Почему Грагас ждет? Почему Грагас ждет и дает ужасную бочку? Должен первый ингейджить в таких моментах. Ривен дает криво кнопки. Тут GT тоже немножко зафейлили на самом деле. Потому что Вуконг ульта дал, Ривен ульт фэш отдала. Есть у трэша кнопки и у Дрейвена. Вуконг без ульты. Ривен сейчас будет не особо полезно файтить, но это должен объект быть для Вульф. Хорошо Синджит там замедлил. Ой, Синджит очень много сейчас сделал. Забайтились на Ривен, чтобы убить Ривена, а Ривен еще и выше. Ну, здесь будут умирать. Ну, хоть кого-нибудь, Вульфы, заберите. Они только потеряли Грагаса. Как же Синджет катит через ревай, просто жесть. Все кнопки в Ривен отдали там. Еще и объект GT забрали. А, Синджет просто катит. Красиво. Герольд в мид специально выпущен. Ривен время тянет. Смотрите, что они делают. Ну, там заберут объект все равно. Неужели Вуконг успеет? Серьезно? Нет. Q плюс фэш от Казикса, поэтому здесь тяжело было засматить. Ну, почти сработал план. Просто у Казикса тяжело, когда Q-смайт дает дракона. Урона больше, чем у Вуконга. Ну, 2 дракона для Вульф. Плюс у них есть сцена, которая скерится. Ну, пока что прям хотя бы чуть-чуть можно смотреть. Разница в голде, конечно, 5000. Пока что смотрим. Может быть, они эту игру даже смогут выиграть. Я, конечно, сомневаюсь, потому что все-таки Дрейвен очень стронг. Сейчас у него 10 000 голды. У Рениктон проседает очень сильно по фарму.
Fair enough. She can't play the game. I think that's the point, actually.
Or just pick exhaust. There you go. If you want to know, back at home, if you're playing solo queue and if you don't want the enemy team to play the game.
Ребят, спасибо за лайки всем.
I have a suspicion here, Stuart, right? That Flashfuls pick exhaust so they can win the game.
Опять то же самое. Сейчас они давят. Хук мимо. Хороший рут. Ревну надо. Грагас дал бочку неплохую. Ой, там очень много дэмэджа от Древена. Нужно доигрывать. Нет, у Вуконга есть второй ульт. Ну, пришли, забрали, шотнули Люцина и все. Люцина пока Жоню не купит, будет умирать всю игру. О, должен взять сейчас. Но здесь не могут давить. GT, нужно выходить.
Okay, man, Freeze, I see you. It was close there. It was definitely close. DY was trying to go for something. If Cookie had walked down, you know, he was trying to. It was a prediction, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he tried to predict the movement of Cookie. Maybe he thought that he would.
Конечно, если Элдера заберут Вульфы, они выиграют игру. Тем более у них 2 дракона есть, и один из них на урон.
Flashfuls had none. They did not have any insight on the map. This time around, a little bit closer, they get to have more vision towards the top side of the map.
Again, I mean, JT didn't even need Baron in that previous game. That was a crazy thing as well, I feel like. You know, JT, they didn't need Baron at all, but they just played around the vision, like you said, so well. They're able to get picks. And again, you know, Cherry and DY holding hands.
Рениктон отстает очень сильно, а вот из Рениктон что-то вообще почти попал, кстати, хуком. Трэш. Не знаю, надо больше двигаться. Как-то вот GT играют более агрессивнее, мобильнее, быстрее. У меня слишком как-то закрепощенно играют Вульфы. Очень медленно. Грагас вообще не ингейджит никогда сам первый. Он только дизенгейджит, когда уже в них влетели. Он пытается раскидать бочкой и что-то еще там сделать. Ну, короче, просто Дрейвен реально... Ух, там Дрейвен прям вообще стронг уже. Да, у него 3 свота, 12 000, 14. Надо с Дрейвеном что-то делать, ребят. Надо как-то пытаться искать киллы какие-то. Я понимаю, что там сцена скелится, но сцена без Манамуна это раз. Во-вторых, у сцены еще нужно для хорошего дэмэджа минут 5. Потому что все-таки там почти full брузер сетап, и у сцены просто не хватает урона в команде. А кроме сцены и Казикса по одной цели никто не дамажит. Ну опять, вот Синджет, вот опять Грагас. Почему ты ждешь, пока Синджет прыгнет? Там Дрейвен всех убивает. Алло, ребят, Вульфы проиграли здесь все, 2-0. Это просто так нельзя играть, ребят. Вы никогда не выиграете игру. Вы никогда. Я когда на турнирах на Грагасе играл, вы можете пересмотреть мои игры. Я всегда энгейджил на Грагасе. То есть Грагас... Вы не можете против Синджета Вуконга ждать, пока вас заэнгейджат, потому что когда они энгейджат, вы даете бочку, и она уже идет очень плохая бочка. Вы ничего не можете сделать. Ну ГГ здесь, там Дрейвен всех убил. Синжит просто через W протобел сыграл. 2-0. Ну тут 3-0 в этой паре. Они сильнее намного. Спасибо за лайки.
And moving on to it, JT will get themselves a game number 2 in very strong fashion.
Again, a very dominating performance by J-Team, and this time is...
Там попытался Рениктон что-то Дрейвину сделать, но там на подсейве трэшок пришел.
I think Draven in the end had like a 3,000 goal lead over anyone else on the entire map, and that's a great thing about Draven. They realized the kind of, I would say at the moment the weakness really of Flash Wolves, which is actually Bruce down in the bot side. They realized that weakness, and they're like, okay, Barry, you play
В чем преимущество у Люцина? Смотря про какую линию ты говоришь. Смотря куда его брать и как собирать. Он очень хороший АДшник, реально хороший. На линии, на ботвейне, там, с многими саппортами. Но когда ты берешь Люцина в мид через бортовом, или через полубрузера, полуадешника, тогда он становится... То есть у него есть хорошая лайнфаза, у него есть хороший дэмэдж в Early, реально хороший. Он очень хорошо вначале дамажит. Все, дальше он заканчивается как чемпион, если ты в брузера идешь. Просто Люцина берут. Если ты говоришь про мид, его в мид берут, потому что сейчас мета такая. Если даже какой-то брузер в миду стоит, как Синджит, да, там Ривен, он стоит хорошо в них. У Люцина нет проблем. Спасибо за лайки, ребят. Просто у Корки есть преимущество на объектах за счет пакета. Ну, если, например, Корки сравнивать с Люцином, да? Но потом он бесполезный абсолютно. Но он наносит все равно дэмэдж. У него есть дэмэдж, просто не особо сильный. И все зависит от того, как ты его собрал. То есть, если ты АДшник, то у него есть урон. Корки в брузера, что собирать? Ну, бортовом секира, сокрушитель богов. Без Люцина было бы все еще хуже? Нет. Хуже точно не было бы. Люциан — это тот мидер, который не может дать пользу на объекте. Например, сейчас Люциан стоял против Синджита. Очевидно, что на любом крабе будет сильнее лесник там, где есть Синджит, а не Люциан. Но опять же, там от многих ситуаций зависит. Типа у Синджита урона в начале меньше. На первом крабе Люциан может даже полезнее быть. Должен быть полезней. Но на остальных, на драконе, на втором, на первом, на третьем, конечно, Синджит будет. Вы видели, как Синджит кайтился. Польза Синджита в миду и Люциана. Это даже нельзя сравнивать. Просто другой уровень пользы. Но я думаю, что Люциан уйдет с меты в миду. Но здесь Люциан попытался в урон собраться. Он взял секиру против брузни первым. Дальше он брал криты Савари. Но все равно там, я говорю, против такого драфта это очень сложно.
And this is why I don't really like this iteration of Flash Wolves with Baya in the mid lane and Bruce in the Dragon lane. It makes them very predictable, and you see J-Team just solve them, crack them like a cold very well.
Как у них урона хватает? Ну, потому что у них такой пик. Ревна, которая дамажит неплохо с ультой. Синджит, который скелится от АП. Он тоже очень... Чем дольше играть, тем больше урона наносит. И Дрейвен, который просто самый сильный дэмэдж в игре. С кушки. Ну, просто бесконечный дэмэдж, если ты живешь.
And we're like, okay, cool. You know, Cookie can be a secondary carry. Gosh, lots of Aries. But he was ahead on the Kazakhs. It's like, okay, cool. Yes, it is a fed Draven, but you can find some assassination power. But
Акшан был уже несколько раз.
difficult to get onto the backside. And DY has been playing very, very well.
I think that's the problem, right? Like, for example, if you leave a 2v2 lane untouched, if you don't shut down the Draven early, he's just gonna get farm ongoing. If you don't do anything in the lane, he's gonna do something in the mid game.
Yeah, again, just difficult to find answers right now for Flash Wolves, and it's looking like the most dominant quarterfinals that we've seen so
Спасибо
far.
за лайки,
I feel
ребят.
like it's going to take a big effort here by Flash Wolves to find an answer, because now they tried the all-in on Bruce. Then this one, it's like, okay, Bruce, we thought that maybe he would take the Lucian. Instead, he takes the Senna and doesn't find success there. So just quick thought, Omo, what can Flash Wolves pull out?
I mean, I feel like, not to take anything away from J-Team, but I feel like they're also pretty happy they got this matchup, because when Flash Wolves want to cheese you, when Flash Wolves want to pull out a new trick from the bag, it's still predictable. It's like, okay, what hyper carry is Bruce going to play this time? You know what this team is going to do. And that's why I feel like stylistically, this is so difficult for Flash Wolves to come up with a new trick in.
All right, hey, so before we get back to the action, let's hear the final moment of J-Team's clinical game to win in our HyperX call of the game.
Running down Flash Wolves, 15 minutes into the game, and onto the mid lane they go.
And it's too hard for Flash Wolves to get onto Berry. Berry got that early game advantage, and honestly, they might look to try and just end the game right now.
10 seconds onto Bruce. They have the fortification on the Nexus, but very quickly you see the power that they have, taking down the neutral objective, not the neutral objective, but the turret, the Nexus rather, and moving on to it. JT will get themselves a game number 2 in very strong fashion.
Again, a very, very dominating performance by J-Team, and this time it's not the center in the bot side, it's the Draven, it's the early aggressive.
In abundance, cause I remember days in the bunk beds, back when I only dreamed of the hundreds, then it was counting thousands on the mountains, look where we come from, that's why we sit round, have fun, so big man, sit down, have some. Oh yeah, you ever live life, don't worry about it, oh yeah, open your eyes, I can tell you about it, oh yeah, cause we got the strength, yeah, we haven't seen, oh yeah. Time we can spend, Celebrate, live up your life, live up your life, live up your life, Celebrate, live up your life, live up your life, live up your life, Aiming for the top, I gotta aim and take a shot, Celebrate and live up your life, live up your life, live up your life,
Welcome back here at Icons 2022 for everyone watching at home and everyone over at the fan zone. Let's say hi.
Hi.
Fan zone fans. Yeah. All right. So right now, 2-0, J-Team kind of taking care of business here, and we wanted to highlight some of the other performers here. We've talked about Barry, we've talked about DY, but who else caught your eye, Omo?
I mean, you gotta talk about Pan and Cherry. Mid-jungle synergy has been very on point for J-Team. They haven't done anything flashy, but that's because they haven't needed to. We talk about Pan being one of the star players on this team, but he's done a very good job performing his role alongside his jungler. And of course, Dawn, playing 2 different champions. Riven in Game 2, I think he did a fantastic mechanical job as well. Would love to see him play more of these carries.
Riku, I asked Omo this question before the break. What can Flash Wolves do?
I think put Bruce in mid lane, let him avoid the Barry and DY duo.
Yeah, we've seen Baya at the bot lane role. Maybe you can get some more playmaking potential out of Bruce in the mid lane if he doesn't get caught up there. All right, let's send it back on over to the casters for our potential series-ending Game 3, or maybe Flash Wolves battle back.
Well, will Bruce go to the mid lane, or will Baya stay there still, taking on his opponent there in Pan? And And then, of course, you have Barry and DY waiting for the Bruce Easton matchup at the bottom side. We need to have those questions answered as Flash Wolves will once again triple down on the blue side here, Stuart.
Yeah, again, they're going to go for the exact same thing as what they've done. Now they're going to switch up the bands. Are they going to switch up the
Are they going to switch up the bands?
Are they going to switch up
plan?
anything? Exactly. I mean, do they go in with the same game plan, same bands, same picks? Do they do the exact same thing? It's difficult for Flash Wolves. I feel like for Flash Wolves at the moment, you have to come up with something. I say new. They're trying to come up with things new every single game, but at the moment, it just seems like Flash Wolves just running out of ideas just over and over again. You know, they tried Bruce in a hyper carry, they tried Bruce in a center. Maybe like the analyst said, maybe they just move Bruce into the mid lane. They just take him away from Barry and DY because they've been so dominant in that bot side.
I feel like Flash Wolves here with that first pick, they don't want to go for the Karma, have to ban it out themselves, in fact. And so now it's kind of curious, right? Are they still going to go for the Kha'Zix? It seems like that doesn't seem to be the answer. You know, it feels like they need a little bit more activity early on, something that can help Bruce and Easton cover up in that bot side.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I feel like Cookie hasn't looked as strong on this Kha'Zix as he has done with other champions. You know, he's tried to play champions like Jax and everything, but again, they go for the center first pick. This is the exact same as the previous game. Same bands, same first pick. Now, will J-Team go for the Singed and the Wukong? Will they do the exact same thing again? Honestly, if you're J-Team, just run it back again. Just do the exact same thing. There you go. Exact same thing.
Отлично. Так бы всегда. Понял. А, это третья игра? Те же самые баны и пики. Они третью игру играют против Вуконга Синджета и не понимают, что это нужно забанить. Да. Опять Сена Грагас. Ну опять же то же самое сейчас будет. То же самое, вот точь-точь. Они отдают Вуконг Синджет. При этом они проиграли 2 раза этому уже драфту. Они опять забирают Сену Грагас. Я не знаю зачем. Походу понравилось им. Спасибо за лайки, друзья. Вот сейчас неплохо. Додумались Олафа взять. Ну, реально, сейчас хорошо. В лес взяли. А то против такого драфта берут Казикса, он просто 0-0-0. Опять ревна. Точь-точь. Я, короче, понял, такой же драфт будет сейчас. Трэш-дровен. Интересно. Ну, тут есть еще второй вариант. Ву Вейн.
And honestly, this is really good adaptation. I really like this from Flash Wolves, going on a champion with a bit more scaling as well and a bit more carry potential in the hands of Cookie.
We say that, but it's been like one pick changed. And then one pick changed. So we still have to see how Flash Wolves
забанили.
They have 2 more picks to go for, and they need to decide what that's going to mean for the team. If they have something in store for us.
У Вейн было бы хорошо. Потому что идеально в такой драфт заходит. Проблема в том, что Олафа нечем бафать. Юми в бане, его они не возьмут. О, я был прав? Серьезно? Блин, вот как же я все читаю. Это Ву Вейн или Ву Кайса? Ну я прочитал, согласитесь, ребят, за это лайк. Я прям вижу, что здесь нужна Ву Вейн или Ву Кайса, вот 100%. Но я бы Вейн взял. Если Ву Вейн, то это просто будет. А, опять Люциан. Зачем вы пикаете Ой-ой-ой. Я был прав, ребят. Переиграл. Это, я вот честно, это прям увидел, что это будет Ву Вейн. Прям это слишком идеально, забрать у Олафа. Ну, короче, это ГГ. Нет, Ву Вейн, я был прав.
You didn't have the best performance. I'm going to show you how to play Vayne. I'm going to show you how to play the Vayne Lulu bot lane as well. But, I mean, we saw the opposite side of this matchup. We saw how much Bruce struggled against Senna as a Vayne.
I don't know, sir.
Is this gonna be the other way around?
This is kind of, you know, if J-Team win this matchup, I don't know how to feel about this. If J-Team, Barry and DY win the matchup against Bruce and Easton, I don't know how Bruce and Easton are gonna take that. You know, we lost that matchup. Now they're winning this matchup. My goodness.
They could win both sides in the matchup. That's the crazy thing about it.
What a dominant display from J-Team, willing to take a previous matchup in the enemy team's favor now against the opponents in Game 3.
Yeah, they're taking a losing matchup. They're just like, okay, we'll take the losing matchup. We know that we're not going to be able to win the bot side, but we'll just win the scaling game. We'll win the scaling game, we'll rotate around. But the thing about J-Team, what we mentioned before in this series, is that Cherry and Pan have been around the bot lane so much in this series.
Right.
And I feel like they're going to do the exact same thing again. Because if they leave Vayne on the island, if they leave Barry by themselves, that means that potentially Cookie will be able to roam down to the bot side this time. And I feel like Cookie's a player that we need to see change. We need to see a more priority towards his bot side, because that's where I feel like the advantage of J-Team and also the weakness of Flash Wolves have been. And okay, it's Bruce on the center again and Bayer again on the Lucian, so doing the same thing. But again, they've changed things up. They've now got Ysera on the Kali, so more backline access. You can try and get onto the Vayne in the backline.
And maybe the last game here for both sides is match point for J-Team. They just have to close out one more game, whereas Flash Wolves need to fight and claw back for 3. And you made the prediction here, 3-0s, one off with the roster Y1. Do we get to see Flash Wolves break that again?
Ну, они даже третий похуй пока. Я не знаю, если они на вот эти Грага сцены проиграют у Вейн, в Йорли, это вообще ужас будет. Опять Люцин душит в миду Синджита, а толку по игре выходит, что Синджит в 1000 раз полезней. А что, меня... вроде бы включал микрофон. Меня слышно, ребят? Алло.
I want to see Flash Wolves take those exchanges better.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like J-Team have to... Oh no, sorry. Flash Wolves have to try and stop this Rift Herald, because I think J-Team have been prioritizing Rift Herald quite a lot. They took 2 Rift Heralds in game number 1 and game number 2, and they were just taking...
Там, кстати, Лу с Игнайтом на линии, потому что против сцены Офа.
From rotating around the map. I want to see maybe a bit more vision control in the river from Flash Wolves. Get a few visions down, maybe get a few control wards in the river, maybe a few normal wards as well. And just try and read how J-Team are going to play, because they've had a few games against J-Team now. They know how they play. Flash Wolves know that J-Team love to rotate around the map.
Ну, Люцин делает все так, как и должно быть. Тут ничего удивительного, он намного сильнее в начале. Все-таки рейндж прокастер стоит против Синджита. Прокастер я имею в виду в том плане, что он дает по 2 кнопки Wave и все, забирает его. Ну, шансов войти 0 против Вейн у Вульфов. Плюс здесь Акали была пикнута. Акали собирает первым сетом Сокрушитель Богов. Вот это вот глупость на самом деле. Брать Акали против Full AD почти сетапа всего, кроме Синджита. И собирать ее, чтобы просто жить и наносить минимальный дэмэдж. Спасибо за лайки, ребят. Добейте до 200 по-братски.
Bruce played Vayne like I do in solo queue, an exact same result. I just lose with Vayne every single time. This is why I don't play Vayne. People will know. I do not play. Vayne and Draven are my 2 champions that I just cannot play. It's impossible. I just run it down.
Sure.
Not intentionally, by the way. Just saying. I'm just not as mechanically good with them champions, so it might look like I don't perform as well.
On the global broadcast, Stuart has openly exposed himself with his, let's say, gameplay.
Yeah, I would say gameplay. We won't talk about ints or anything like that. We'll say gameplay. I think gameplay is the right way to say it.
Oh, of course. That's okay. I won't leave you hanging. I'm
Хороший дайв сейчас будет, ВУ должна умирать. Хотя там есть ульт у ВУ. Будет ли? Да, сейвить, взрывают здесь Вейн всей командой. И это First Blood. Ну, Лоуфа много урона, плюс Люца, ну, слишком много кнопок отдали они. Плюс еще Игнат от Грагаса. И First Blood для флешей. Ну, отдали прям нормально так. Кнопочек. 1-0. Надо сот дофармить в войне, срочно, ботрак. Пока что ей не хватает. Надо бэкаться сейчас в войне. Нет, она не бэкается, значит не хватает на айтем. То, что война без айтема, это плохо. Без ловов уже форсит объект. Ну, в принципе, все правильно. Надо драться. Синджит. Синджит хорошо играет. Ребят, помогите Синджиту. Нет, не хотят. Разменялись объектами. Будут, кстати, ФБ Тавер открывать в миду. Ну, Ривен... А, Ривен ульт, да, включил? Нет. Я думал, Ривен сейчас ульту включит, чтобы Тавер забрать. Кстати, если бы Ривен ульту включил бы... А, он включил ульт, я был прав. Ривен включил ульт, чтобы Тавер попытаться спушить. Не хватило демеджа и времени немножко. Люцен с Секирой, сцена с Секирой, с Секирой. Ну, я бы на его месте, конечно, первым сокрушитель богов здесь взял, и вторым танец смерти. Намного больше хп, хила и профита, чем от Секиры. Неплохо сейчас, кстати, вульвы играют. У них преимущество даже в 2000 есть. Люцен здесь даже успевает задефать тавер. Ну, это очевидно. Типа, они намного сильнее в начале. Им нужно душить, давить, пока не пришло время войны.
And now this is one thing that J-Team does really well that I want to see Flash Wolves do. When J-Team open up the map, they look to get deep vision into the enemy jungle. They look to try and find out and figure out the rotations of where Flash Wolves is going. I want Flash Wolves to do that now. I want Flash Wolves to be like, okay, we need to get deep vision, we need to try and track down Cherry and Pan's rotation, because I feel like Cherry and
Войны пока что только ботрак. Ну, еще времени куча, много, поэтому ждем, скелимся.
I want to see Flash Wolves use the wards that they have, and you can see that J-Team in the enemy jungle, they're behind in gold, but they still feel.
Ну, тут можно было поиграть, кстати.
It's a different look, right? When Flash Wolves are behind, they have difficulty trying to get into the enemy jungle, but when J-Team is behind, they are more than willing to take this exchange. I mean, what's the worst case scenario here for J-Team?
Визен вторым берет у нас. Война, есть там кадильница на УВУ, плюс Redemption. Есть антихил у Синджита, причем, который защитный. Давят ревну, забирают на топе тавер, хороший рут, плюс ульт от Люцина, должны убивать ее. Очень много тратят ультов, кнопок, но не смогли убить. Разменялись они таверами. Но здесь Т2 еще должны забирать. Довольно хорошо сейчас показывают себя вульвы.
From the rotations around the map, Flash Wolves take 2 towers up in the top side. They're going to look to rotate to the mid lane. They might even try and catch up Pan here as well. I'm really
свое преимущество реализовывают они в пике. В начале верли. Ой, бочка, конечно, кривая была. Из-за этой бочки Акали сейчас умрет. Серьезно? На 1 хп? Повезло. Нет, она умирает. Грагас дал плохую бочку, кинул ее влево, там еще и тавер бил. Прям под тавр Акали он кинул. Ну там Акали, я имею в виду, прыгнула, а бочка была сжатая. Как раз там Акали приземлилась, прыгнула третьим туда, куда и бочка Грагаса прилетела вместе с врагами. 1-1 счет. Не знаю, пока что все неплохо, но и нехорошо для... Спасибо за над огромное. Форсит Герольда у нас. Объект здесь. У Вуконга есть все кнопочки, есть ульт. Вейну тоже готовы вроде бы драться. Здесь, кстати, сейчас многое может решиться. Там Ривен сзади пытается расплетить врагов. Ривен будет фанкать по максимуму. Ривен фанкает. Люциан, что это сейчас? Ой, боже, Люциан. По Олафу нужно было играть. Грагас дает ужасный ульт, там вообще. Ну, Герольда забрали, самое главное. Люциан тоже просто так ульту отдал. Ну, объект есть, самое главное, для... Вульф у нас. Плюс еще и второй объект. Ну, кстати, они эту карту могут выиграть, ребят. Второй объект, точнее. Да, ну второй объект. Герольд плюс один дракон. Все правильно. В этом нет смысла. Давать на Люциане ульту, чтобы напугать врагов, это бред. Или ты про Грагаса ульт. Грагаса ульт был поздно. Сейчас, кстати, Олаф очень сильный. Олаф с редемпшеном. Обратите внимание. Боже, комментаторы, конечно, это позор. Ну, у войны есть 2 сета плюс прота. Здесь хорошая сейчас была, кстати, бочка от Грагаса. Вуконга забирают. Нет, не забирают у него Вуконга, там щиток прокнул. Хорошая бочка была от Грагаса. Акали пока что ничего не может. У Акали сборка не особо. Дэмэджа не будет хватать.
Has Blade of Rune King, has Wit's End, going to go for more attack speed as well. And the later this game goes, the scarier Vayne gets. Vayne is one of the best, if not the best, late game scaling champions in the entire game, in the entire Wild Rift champion.
Люциан также собирается. Брузер Сот. Секира против Брузни. И дальше у него фул криты Салари. Вторым он берет, скорее всего, Ботрок. Дополнительный урон по брузерам процент.
So it's about Flash Wolves being able to execute and get that done, you know, having Eason, having Cookie, multiple options. But of course, on the side of J Team, it's not just a single threat that you have to worry about.
Здорово. Кто заберет турик, как думаешь? Всех благ и здоровья.
Бро, спасибо большое за над. Спасибо, бро, взаимно. Кто турик заберет, я думаю, ну... Я думаю, вот следующая пара, которая играет, это... Ну, 3 сейчас есть. Вот все-таки вот 3 команды. HDG, ну, против HDG, которая играет, тоже хорошая. Сегодняшняя команда, которая у нас первая играла, GT, которая... И вчерашняя команда, забыл уже, как называется. FPX. They baited Flash Wolves in the first 2 games. They were like, okay, you need to come to us because you don't have vision. I want to see Flash Wolves do the same now. You can see in the goal lead as well. Flash Wolves had a goal lead throughout this entire game. And they're looking really good. говорю.
I mean, it's only a kill apiece, but Flash Wolves have been able to find 5 turrets in that time. They've been able to make moves around the map, and even that 5th turret before the Baron spawned. And so they were able to go back to base, reset, and come back in. Now, I like what Flash Wolves are doing. It's something you've mentioned earlier here as well, Stuart.
У Олафа 3 сета, ребят. Кстати, часов Вов прям слишком стронг. Интересно, какого Офф убивает? Ну, хотя война тоже есть у него Фантом Денсер, 3 слота, Визен плюс Ботрак. Не знаю, надо еще больше слотов в войне. Что-то прям слева очень хорошо все. Хоть и по фарму не огромное, небольшое преимущество. Нова заберут чемп, записывайте. Не, Нова не выиграет, я прям уверен. На шор, серьезно? А Ривен без... Это на шор фри. Там нет вижена. Ребят. Серьезно? Офигеть, там еще и Вуконг в стену флешнулся. А почему так долго? Вы могли там подраться, хотя бы не дать на шора забрать. Они заберут эту карту, Вульф.
I beg to differ. I think I kind of misplayed myself really there. They were able to take down Baron fast enough, and now Flash Wolves, what are they going to do with this Baron? They need to try and get more towers, try and get more as well.
Просто жесть.
Ответь на донатик. Все равно пока ничего не происходит или может я не услышал. И вот еще вопрос. Считаешь ли, что в WR хороший баланс? Лично я люто имба не замечаю пока.
Бро, я после сейчас игры отвечу обязательно. Если ты не против, я люблю нормально отвечать, подробно. Отвечу, бро, спасибо за надо. Просто здесь катка очень напряженная. 2 дракона, фри на шор. 1-1 счет, это рекорд за 17 минут на турнире. 1-1 счет, ребят. Из-за того, что Вейн пикнута. Вейн чемпион. Очень спокойная игра. Ну, есть шансы у Вульф выиграть. Идеальная бочка от Грагаса. Они выиграли эту игру. Да. 2-1. Из-за Нашора проиграли. Они Нашора просто так отдали. ГГ. Четыре 1 счет. Патрон убейте. Вы что, гоняете? Ребят, ну что вы? Блин, жесть. Хорош. Хорош. Нашор зарешал. Просто задавили. Здорово. Так, привет, дорогой, как ты дела? Спасибо за донат. Я вот пытаюсь вылезти с алмазы, безуспешно. Пытаюсь сплитпушить на Джексикус. Хороший выбор? Нет, не особо. Ты не выберешься с алмаза с сплитпуша. Никогда. Считаешь ли ты, что VR хороший баланс? Лично я лютый имбы не замечаю. Нет. Не считаю тоже.
Exactly. It would have been really bad if Barry did like, okay, we'll play the center into Vayne, we'll win that matchup, and then we'll do the reverse. We'll beat you with Vayne as well, but it just shows that how difficult it is for a Vayne to try and lane against the center as well. Like I said, the roams from Cookie and also from Bio down into the bot side as well. They got the first tower, they got the first Rift Herald as well, and they just accelerated the gold lead. They got the deep vision, they were able to sneak out that Baron as well, and that was that victory point. They snuck the Baron, and they were able to end the game with that.
J-Team hit the redemption button a little bit too late, did not have information in time, and so we're late to spot that one out, and it goes over to Flash Wolves in the end. Well, I've got 2 more WCS casters and WCS fans over on the analyst desk. So guys, is this a chance? Is this something to be excited about? What's going on?
Digon, I got Digon. What's this?
What's going on?
I'm asking. I don't know, Stuart. I don't know what that is. I don't. Please, I have no idea what that is.
What's in our hands, Digon?
Your hands are in your hands. All right, Riku, what are your quick thoughts here? That's the question. We got something here for the WCS. I almost said it.
Quick thoughts. thoughts. First of all, DY not on an engaged champion anymore, and we got to see Barry on a vein that will take a while to take
Нормально.
off.
Короче, конечно, игра была 17-я минута 1-1. Хотелось бы, конечно, 3-0, потому что все равно я понимаю, что выиграют GT. Так, в принципе, неплохая катка. Но на шоре, конечно, я прям расстроился. GT там могли, там Вукон, конечно, флеш в стену дал, потому что не успел.
Because that was not a good Vayne spot. What is your Vayne countering in that draft there? Really just the Olaf. Every other champion is happy to play into the Vayne there. It just felt to me like a bit of ego coming in from J-Team maybe, and Flash was punished very well.
Yeah, I want to take a look at the draft again, right? This is very mainly from game number 2. Remember, the last 2 picks were very similar, always towards DY and Barry. And this basically said that, hey, we saw everything that Flash Wolves has drafted. They had Olaf, they had Lucian, they had Akali, Gragas, Senna, and then J-Team's like, nah, we can take them on. We were fine. Vayne and Lulu still. We're going to commit to this and just as almost said and show them that we can do this better. But in the end, they struggled as part of the script. You know, Vayne lanes are very hard to grow, basically.
Ребята, бейте лайков по-братски. До 200, не жадничайте. Или там... Сколько там осталось? Да, 12 лайков, ребят, на 200. Добейте.
The Baron sneak there, I liked seeing this from Flash Wolves because coming into this, it felt very lifeless from this squad. Like there were no answers, but then we finally get to see something from them.
Honestly, Digon, this was such a Flash Wolves way to win a game. Like Riku said just now, right? Until they were marching onto the Nexus doors.
Да не, при чем здесь Ревен? Тут не в герое, не в героях даже дело. Там дело-то в понимании и материале. Очень много материала в игре. Никто не помогает. Да я тоже, мне никто не помогал, я сам начинал. Мне даже смотреть некого было, чтобы научиться. Плюс я еще и без опыта был, я не играл в ПК-лигу. Постепенно надо нарабатывать, стараться, изучать больше, смотреть. Полезная информация, все получится.
Flash Wolves' way to win. Flash Wolves! They're playing their own style, which is very slow. And which means that, again, this is a BO5 series, and when we look at the WCS record, every game Flash Wolves has won once it reaches the final game, which is game number 5.
Yeah, Flash Wolves have been the game 3 or game 5 kings in every tournament they play, basically. I think this entire year, they haven't lost a single series that went to match point. So if they win this next game, I don't want to say they can reverse sweep that. I don't want to jinx anything here, but they could do it. Hypothetically.
He doesn't want to jinx anything here. We've heard this before, Omo. We've heard this before. So Flash Wolf fans, you know who to blame. At Omo_2.
Omo2 underscore.
Omo2 underscore. Let's make sure we get it correct.
To the wrong guy.
Take a look at the sorry, other Omo. Take a look at the damage charts there in the gold. Basically, Flash Wolves just playing a game of Wild Rift that you don't need to match the hands here, and I think it's a little different because J-Team has had the better fights so far. We've called out the Riven on the top side of the map. We've called the Wukong multiple times here for Cherry in the jungle. But this time it was more like, oh, you want to make a move? Can't go here, we're already ready. You want to make a move? Oh, can't come here, we're already ready as well. And J-Team kind of picked themselves a Dragon Laner that wasn't going to be additive to those fights, who has been key in games 1 and 2. So again, kind of feels like you go back to the draft that J-Team did, sending a message to the rest of the tournament saying like, okay, well, we can't play everything that we want, but we still, you know, in that game were competitive and felt like they were playing it and forcing Flash Wolves to win the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even feel like it's a case of J-Team can't play Vayne Lulu. I feel like they just forced it too hard in this game. They definitely can. I think they handled the lane very well in terms of not bleeding out too much. But they just gave over too many tools, right? You give over Senna Gragas, that's one of the best duos here for Flash Wolves. You give over Lucian Olaf, just so much raw power in the mid-jungle 2v2, and then they dive you, and it's all over.
It's really very sad, right? Because the weakness of a Vayne lane is not only you're weak early, is that you have 0 wave clear. And the fact that you're up against Senna and Gragas, who are just going to wave clear, set up dives constantly. And I think that's the scary part.
That's a very good point. If you think about the draft, the J team, Riku did brilliant. Yeah,
Zero wave.
Zero wave
Why
clear.
is that so surprising?
No, it's not surprising, but it's just yeah, that's a very.
I don't think that was surprising. I thought that was a
okay.
compliment.
Yeah, I was like, yeah,
thank
Riku, that's an
you.
amazing point. I didn't even think about that. Singed, Vayne, Riven, Wukong, who's
Nothing.
gonna wave clear?
Right.
Lulu Q, glitter lines.
Yeah, picks.
Yeah, the old full AP Lulu. Man, those days are, that's aging me. I
Leave
think
him
I
in
was
the
like
It's the Yumi AP now, Digo.
Yeah,
Five.
keep up with the times.
Season 4, Season 5, Lulu. All right.
Oh,
in
he's
the
talking
mid
like a grandpa.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. I will say, though, after Flash Wolves got that win, we got to see probably the most emotion we've seen from Flash Wolves since play-ins. Because in knockouts, it felt pretty procedural. Here, they're like, oh, well, Bruce is inting. All right, game 1, Bruce is inting. All right, game 2, we're all kind of getting dominated. Bruce is kind of like inting again, flashing on the Senna. Here, game 3, big shout at the end of it. Yeah. And it's like, okay, we belong. I think that is so important for Flash Wolves to feel right now, because those first 2 games weren't just losses; they were demoralizing losses.
Yeah, and honestly, Flash Wolves, it's such a prestigious organization as well. The players on the team Flash Wolves right now have such long and storied past playing PC League of Legends competitively as well. I think, honestly speaking, until they reach the playoffs, it didn't really matter to them. Those wins don't matter. The wins only start to matter when you play against the best teams in the world for players of their pedigree.
For sure. Same thing goes for Coach Badwolf again.
Yeah.
I wanted to note this because during the draft, right, coaches come to the middle and do, like, the fist bump, handshake, whatever. Badwolf did not like that draft. He barely got to the middle, and it was a long reach on over to J-Team's coach after that one, being like, really, you gonna pick the Vayne Lulu with you gonna pick anything Vayne Lulu? That's messed up, man. And so Flash Wolves coming back, getting the punish, they get themselves the win here. What I liked about what Flash Wolves did, they changed the priority away a little bit now into the Olaf to put something into him, allow the jungle to carry there for Cookie. But we haven't seen any adaptations necessary for J-Team. Very exciting. Now we can see if J-Team's going to be like, all right, we double down on this, we're going to be better, or if they're going to change the strategy completely.
I feel like they just have to revert back to the Barry DY 2v2 aggressive combo, being aggressive early, DY on something that can enable start fights like the set, Gragas, Galio, super strong, honestly.
Well, here we go. Game number 4 underway again. Flash Wolves need to win 2 in a row to make it to the semifinals and be the first WCS team to make it on through, or just 1 win here for J-Team.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but J-Team lost that game, so they get side selection, and they pick red.
That is correct.
I think J-Team don't want to show anything. It genuinely just feels like J-Team don't want to show anything. They just said, you know what? Let's just ban away the Olaf. Maybe let's just pick a stronger bot lane, like Riku was saying, and we're still going to win. We are the better team.
Yeah, every single time, right? 2 games in a row, it has been the priority of Barry and DY. J-Team now removing the Senna, which is absolutely safe. One of the best champions in the bot lane. But now that means, are we going to be seeing a Varus this time around? Or Corki, just as you said, for first pick?
It should be a Corki, because I don't really peg Flash Wolves as a Varus team. Yeah. Lucian maybe, but gone are the days of the Lucian first pick that we saw every game in playoffs. No! Not again!
This is super interesting because J-Team Cherry, he loves his Wukong. He will always prioritize the Wukong on his first rotation on red side. So this is super interesting that Flash Wolves prioritizes the Kha'Zix.
He literally just run back Wukong Cinch for the 5,000th time here.
Oh, wow. This is interesting.
Yeah, and it sticks to the plan if we are assuming so that J-Team are like, hey, you know what? We've got bigger fish to fry, and it's called WRL squads in the finals. There's
All Team Flash.
Yep.
All Team Flash in the semis, maybe.
Or that, yes. Absolutely. And again, just as Omo said, we're not going to be surprised if this is
Singed.
A Singed again or a Riven again, because primarily all we've been seeing is Barry and DY having a lot of priority to not reveal and make sure that they have a nice counter lane on that big 2v2, because again, they've been winning in that lane for the entirety of that series.
Here we go. Ooh, they took away the Lucian here. Okay, so we are seeing something different.
Wow. Okay, J-Team starting to show some respect here, snatching some key picks away from Flash Wolves. Olaf, Senna, Lucian, 3 out of 5 of the pieces of their win last game now removed from Flash Wolves. What 2s do you have left?
Honestly, you can still pick the Corki, right? Because
Yeah.
we know that Baya will play a lot of these AD carries in
They
the
should play
mid lane.
Singed.
That's true, but that's the thing.
Yeah, but you
Baya
lose the
is
flex, right?
that you do lose the flex.
Yeah.
You always want to put Baya on that big wave clear.
Yeah.
Considering the fact that in case Bruce picks up Vayne again, picks
No.
up no, it's a Ziggs.
Okay, this is okay.
Okay.
Not bad, but then now you need some CC in those last couple of picks here for your support and for your top lane.
If they're going for a classic, oh my word. Okay, first off, if you're going for a classic double poke composition, triple poke, by the way, with the Void Spikes on Kha'Zix, you need Gragas, you need big disengage, because J-Team, I'm sure they're going to double down on engage. They have a lot of CC, Cyclone, the bindings from the Lux. This is scary so far.
Yeah, J-Team's comp right now packing a lot of raw power, but Flash Wolves, this fits their style very well. A lot of wave clear, a lot of scaling, a lot of long-range teamfight options, very safe, and that's the name of the game for the Flash Wolves.
But this kind of setup here feels a little like game number 1, where it's like, okay, if you're Cookie, what lane are you going to set up for kills? I feel like you need a kill, like a kill setup down on the bottom side of the map or the top side.
To Raptors, to Wolves, to Grom. That's where I'm going.
That's it, yeah.
And then Scuttle and ignoring the bottom side of the map.
And then base, and then repeat.
Yeah, because you just wave clear. Flash Wolves will just wave clear, wait for 15 minutes, and then that's the time they land all the hurt and the poke against J-Team.
Well, J-Team now going through.
Gragas back.
Gragas
Yep,
taken
amazing.
away, and here it is. That was the one that you were talking about the most. Riku as a good engage, but more importantly, disengage tool for Flash Wolves to pick the fight when they want. Rakan taken away, so you could see the two teams thinking here. It was, okay, Ysera didn't get blasted on the top side of the map, and the Akali became a problem later on.
Yep.
And the two hyper-engaged tools from the support role by Flash Wolves taken away. Does leave the set. Set is still open here. Galio still open, which we got to see earlier in today's match.
I think you're pretty happy with both a Garen or a Darius here for Ysera. Even if you want to run back the Renekton, these picks are all fine here. But J-Team's Galio just very clearly shows that they're playing the Lux Galio combo, and this is the WRL kill lane combo. It's not the farm, it's not the scale, it's not utility. This lane has a lot of burst damage, and they will try to burst you down if they catch you out.
And that's the scary part, right? Because that means J-Team is pivoting on Pan. We know when Pan uses a Lucian, it's absolutely scary. I like this from Flash Wolves. They've got both disengage and engage, because again, they've pretty much already lost the Gragas in this draft. So I like this from Flash Wolves.
Yeah. What they sorely needed was a champion that can, one, give you crowd control, and a champion that lets you face check into Lux, into Galio. Galio gives you, Alistar gives you both, and that's a fantastic pickup.
All right, final pick here, Baron Laner, and
Really
with
nice.
the Garen, so you got the tankiness. You are lacking a lot of CC options, but you do have some, and you definitely have some disengage here. It feels like if you're Flash Wolves, you're fighting around objectives, and you need to be there first. If you're not, you do have Alistar to get in, but you only have one opportunity to kind of face on in with the ult, and there it is, final pick coming on through Darius on the top side of the map.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Because Flash Wolves just wants to poke, and aim more of these objectives around the Rift Herald, around their dragons, and I think that's going to be their biggest strength. The biggest problem is that, yes, Alistar, not as strong as the explosive cast for disengage, and J-Team has a big all-in type of composition. They've got early to mid, strong damage across the board. That is my biggest worry. Again, the early game once more, Digon.
Yeah, well, we saw that in game number 3. Both teams are going tit for tat without getting into fights. This one's going to be all about setting up the objectives early, getting there first, and seeing who can burst down who in this team fight. Will it be a game number 5? Let's find out by sending it back on over to Grandin and Stuart for the cast.
Well, I'll tell you what, Deacon. The heart rate monitor shows just a squiggle right now, but we have something there in Flash Wolves taking back a game against J-Team. Now is the opportunity to pull back and go into a full 5 game. What's that on our hands, Stuart? Series, that's right. As J-Team need to close things out now, will default back to a composition they've been looking good on, but also with some adaptations, acknowledging what we've seen from Flash Wolves.
Yeah, exactly. I think that they, you know, like you said, J-Team, they've gone back to what Omo said, you know, the kill pressure bot lane. That's the big thing, you know, the Lux Galio bot lane. This just shows you want to go in, you want to play aggressive, and that's how J-Team have been winning this game. They're not going to go for the scaling bot lane this time. And wow, this is Bruce on an AP champion.
Oh, absolutely.
Wow.
He's done it before, but we wanted to
crazy.
see. But we were hoping to see him the hyper carry. Didn't work out in games 1 and 2. Now they default back towards the Ziggs. Need someone to play it, be stable with it.
Yeah, I mean they're going to a pick that works well in general for most teams. Ziggs is a champion that even if you're behind, you still feel like the Ziggs does the most damage in the entire game because of how much poke damage he can do, how safe he can be as well. And I think that, you know, against the likes of, again, it's just this bot lane playing super aggressive.
Very used there by Bruce. Same from Barry's side, I believe. Just training back and forth, and we already got to start to see some of that power in the bot side aggression.
Again, it's Bruce stepping a little bit too far forward. Has to blow his flash now as well. And their two big summons gone now for Bruce. No flash and no barrier. And on the side of J-Team, they still have both flashes. They have Barry's Lux flash and they have DY's flash. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if Barry and DY try to look for a flash play to try and kill Bruce in this early game.
If they are able to get that ahead, but we already start to see DY rotating around, so not even focusing on the bot side exclusively, still wants to find himself around the map, get some presence down, set up a shop alongside Cherry in the mid lane to help out Pan.
This is really, really interesting. So both supports now deciding to roam instead into the mid lane, more towards the top side as well. You can see the DY is rotating back down to the bot side, and so is Eason as well. But this is different from what we've seen from both teams, really. Both teams have really been, both supports really, you know, we saw DY as like this very aggressive roaming support, but I feel like in this series, he's been very much sitting with Barry and trying to get that 2 versus 2 advantage. But now maybe on a more aggressive support like Gario, maybe Eason on this Alistar, then maybe they're going to look to try and play more aggressive, try and play for the roams as well. As you can see, it's just constant trades in this bot side of the map so far.
Looking for some damage.
Another flash
Eason,
gone.
Another flash burnt very quickly, acknowledging that there is some risk there. Baya facing off against Pan. Pan with a good amount of damage, won't have his level 5 if he did. Could have very likely turned into a kill.
Yeah, if he had level 5 there, he definitely could have used his Cullen to try and get the kill there. I really want Cherry to try and focus towards this bot side as well now, you know, with no flashes on Bruce, no flash on Eason, and with this kill pressure lane that J-Team have, Cherry can easily move down to the bot lane, try and get even a tower dive in the early game as well, because, you know, Bruce on the Ziggs doesn't do too much in the early game. Eason does have a little bit of disengage, but I feel like this is where J-Team can really come out on top.
Maybe a dive here, a lot of potential here for J-Team with Cherry having his ultimate now. They could potentially make their way down to the bot side, but of course Cookie will be here as well, so if they make a play here and attempt to go for a dive or a gank, Cookie could potentially respond as well.
Now I wonder if Flash Wolves know that this is going to happen, because oh my god, I completely forgot what the name's called. What's the name of the red trinket?
The sweeping lens.
Sweeping lens. Wow, I just completely blew over my mind. But yeah, sweeping lens was used, so maybe Flash Wolves maybe think that there's a lane gank incoming. They are playing a little bit more passive, and Cherry's just going to go back to base instead. But I think the Flash Wolves have to play passive now in this bot side. Bruce does have his flash back up now, so he should be completely fine, and he has his barrier back up. But
yeah, what a start here from both sides, right? J-Team not able to pull a lead ahead, something very different from the past 2 games. Flash Wolves doing an amazing job of stalling things out. And of course, we have this Ysera, Dawn, Garen, Darius matchup again.
Yeah.
Something that we saw in the first game.
Yep.
And honestly, did not really go either side's way. Ysera held his own and did decently against Dawn.
yeah, I felt like both the Baron lane and the mid lane for both J-Team and Flash Wolves have been pretty even, to be honest. I think it's just all been about the bot lane in this series so far. And saying that, there's a little bit of exchange in top side, but nothing too much yet. But now we've got 45 seconds until the first Rift Herald and first Dragon come online, and I think it's all about the early objectives in this series now. It's all about the Rift Heralds. What team can get the Rift Herald and what team can try and get that early advantage. You can see DY is already roaming to the top side, so is Eason as well. So they're already trying to get their mid lane priority to try and get vision around that Rift Herald, which is up in 25 seconds time.
And it looks like J-Team might be able to get some control around it first. It seems like Baya will be a little bit late to go back to base. Won't be able to pick up his package as quickly as he would possibly like here. No, still gets to go back quite on time here, so not that big of a loss. A good amount of damage onto J-Team as they wander down towards the bot side river, looking for some control around the dragon. They lose some health instead. I'm
not too sure. I mean, they use Mega Inferno Bomb, which means that won't be available for this dragon fight. And instead, both teams are looking to try and go towards this first dragon instead. Mountain Dragon is not really considered the strongest, but J-Team, they still want to fight.
Eason over in the pit right now. We still
Baya
have
has
the first
package.
use of the Cyclone. Eason over by the back, needs to flash away. Baya comes in with the package, uses it. Dashes over towards DY. DY comes through, still alive at this point. Baya not able to finish off the kill, but the final ticks of damage for the package will take down DY. Now back in the mid lane, focus now onto Bruce. Don chasing and hunting for a kill by his Pan that comes through with the relentless pursuit to pick up the kill instead. Exhaust lands on the Pan. A few more on attacks out from Baya will get the job done, but instead J-Team are able to bring the Lucian to safety.
Yeah, beautiful play. And again, you know, Cookie coming into this draft, the analyst desk weren't too confident with his Kha'Zix, and I kind of feel the same as well. He didn't really perform too well in the first 2 games on this Kha'Zix, and again, they're trying to sneak away the Dragon. They weren't able to take it in the end, and instead, it was J-Team that are able to take away the Dragon, get the kill advantage, and also take that mid lane tower. But now Flash Wolves are going to try and look to take that Rift Tower instead.
Yeah, over by the back, Cherry's coming in, gets hit but away. Stolen away by Barry! Barry steals away the Rift Herald!
Oh, that's not good. that is not good.
And then Stewart just goes, yeah, that's not good. And, well, all right, Flash Wolves, time for the recovery plan. What happens now? You lost the Dragon, you lost 3 kills, and then you let the Rift Herald get stolen away. Well, I shouldn't say let. I mean, you know, they can't do anything about that. They brought Cherry, you know, they did what they had to do, but sometimes unfortunate things happen. Oh, early Coca-Cola pop-off.
It's a Coca-Cola pop-off. Was it the E? It was just E, wasn't it? Wow.
The pop-off is the pop of the Luxie.
The pop of the E, yeah, the pop of the Luxie. And again, you know, J-Team trying to look again towards this top side. More tower dives and more aggression.
That's kind of crazy. Diving topside, Garen and Sarah obviously still very tanky, and so we start to see J-Team unable to finish off the dive. The Rift Tower finally now being used. But Dawn went down.
I mean,
they got Easton as well.
Yeah, I mean, J-Team, they've got 3 towers now. Look at the goal lead already. You know, we were talking about the early game and kind of taking that momentum from the early game with the Rift Herald and also the Dragon. In this game, it wasn't actually the Rift Herald that actually got the advantage for J-Team. It was just having...
Здесь я извиняюсь, у меня просто мастера тут были. Точнее, и есть рабочие тут во дворе. Поэтому я тут. Что-то произошло тут. 2-4 счет. Ну, GT ведут, 5000 по фарму. О, Люцен 2-0. Через братову.
Trying to get a little bit of scaling online with Bruce and Baya. Bruce does have a few items, but already is about 1,000 gold behind. Even the same mid lane as well.
So much has been happening throughout this game, but frankly, Flash Wolves have not been behind for most of it. How have the Flash Wolves been losing these fights, losing these exchanges against J-Team? Does J-Team just have the better early game comp in the situation? This is letting them get away with all this?
Yeah, I think it's just the kind of what J-Team have been deciding to pick, you know, this pick potential comps that we saw from games 1 and 2. In games 3 we didn't really see it that much. You know, games 3 was more of like, okay, let's play Vayne Lulu, let's try and...
Ну, только не пауза, пожалуйста. Можно 3-1 и ГОС, самый интересный матч смотреть. HDC. Боже, столько затянуть, этот гейм должен быть 3-0 вообще. Ой.
We need to see how J-Team intend to close this one out, because we've seen they were able to approach things quite well before when they had to pick off compositions, stuff like the Darius, stuff like the Singe, you know, made it very easy for them to play for. Now slightly different here, they have much squishier members, which could be punishable here by Flash Wolves. So if Flash Wolves are able to find those moments and those opportunities, I don't want to count on Flash Wolves yet.
No, of course not. You can never count on Flash Wolves. I feel like Flash Wolves, you know, they have the Ziggs, they have the Corki as well. They still have, you know, a little bit of Skano on the hands as well. You know, you still got the Garen being a tank in the top side of the map. You still have the Kha'Zix as well. And I feel like there's a lot of wave clear on the side of Flash Wolves as well, which will make it difficult for J-Team to try and finish off this game. You have the Corki with the wave clear, you have the Kha'Zix with the spikes as well for the wave clear, and also the Ziggs as well. So it's going to be difficult for J-Team to try and close out this game. But at the moment, they're on the front foot. And, you know, what we've seen before, whatever team is on the front foot, whatever team gets that early game lead, has been able to close out the game so far in the series.
A moment to breathe here for both sides as they try to get this resolved quickly so we can go back into game. I can only imagine the pressure on Flash Wolves right now, knowing that they have to win 2 games back-to-back against one of the best teams in the world. Flash Wolves have proven their ability, making their way in from the play-in stages to the knockout stages, but now it's about finishing and getting to a point where they can say, yes, we are one of the top 4 teams in the world.
Yeah, that's the difficult part, is that when you lose the first 2 games in a best-of-5 series, you have to think of something different. You have to think, like you said, every game counts now, really.
Oh yeah.
That's a great thing about the stage, by the way. You can actually see the coaches now.
Yeah, you get to see the tunnel coming through, and you get to sit down. This is that's the chair where a lot of players have been very sad at.
Oh no, don't say that. Because when I think of players getting sad, I can just think of Europe. That's all I can think of.
Look, there are 2 things that are consistent. There are two esports poses, right? Everyone knows the standard esports pose, which is the one where you cross your hands, right, around your chest. You know, you cross your arms around your chest. And that's the first esports pose.
Okay.
The second esports pose is the one where you're like
Когда понимаешь, что пауза не спасет. Чисто учила лицо.
you have like your palms in front of your face. Yeah, that's the second esports pose. Like you got the
Ой,
two
блин.
positions,
Смешно.
the 2 esports poses that will always exist no matter which title you go in and look at. It's just a matter of which one you get to see more of.
In the side of WRL, you see a lot of crossing hands. You see a lot of.
Да Т1 же понятно было, что они не пройдут. Они очень плохо играли.
Which is actually really fun, because like when they have like the little pop-off like photo-taking moment at the end of the game after they win, you know, you get to see like that creativity, and like some teams are like really.
Второй матч будет потный. Второй матч, кстати, я думаю, кто там выиграет во втором матче сегодня. Во второй паре, да, тот и выиграет чемпионат мира. Ну там еще FPX, да, есть потные. Но все равно. Надеюсь, сегодня HDG просто покажут нам. Самое, знаете, что рофл? Там иногда бывает, прям в туалет очень сильно хочется, а ты такой сидишь. Я даже помню, перед играми не пил мы, короче, воды много. Там вот эти вот паузы часто, кстати. Вторая пара, ну, HDG играет с FT там. Вот пот будет, пот. Кровь, пот, мясо.
Correctly, about 5,000 goal behind,
right?
Which is a very, very difficult position to be in, especially that likes to, you know, poke, you know, with the Kaziks, with the Zigs, and also the Corki. Most of the time with that comp, you want to be on the aggressive side. You want to try and, you know, create them zoning points around the map, create the points around the map and the vision control to allow to be able to get the extra advantages. But these are the highlights that we've seen so far in this game. But this was really the first fight. The first fight of this game that, you know, Ethan had to flash away. Cookie's just on the sideline, and again, it's really difficult for him to actually get in, and instead he dies to Cherry. And this was kind of how it all really started for JT, how they really got the advantages.
Что, у нас продолжение идет? Это повтор, да? Ребят, поддержите лайками по-братски.
Or do you try and go onto Cherry and try and kill out Jerry? And then this was a great steal from Berry in the end, which was very, very nice to see that sometimes, you know, you don't need Smite to be able to steal objectives. Sometimes you just need a Lux E. That's all you need.
Of course, we have our fan zone as well. So for all you guys here in Singapore and want to drop by Marina Bay Sands, by the convention center, you guys can come in, take photos with your favorite cosplayers. And just overall have a good time. I know Degon's talking about the food and drink. Of course he is. You know, but it's about the vibes, about enjoying esports. That's what the fun is. You know, you guys get to play 5v5s in the event venue without they lure you. It's more fun to play with friends.
That's some fun. That'd be fun.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Maybe we should go try that.
We should. Let's ditch this cast.
1v1?
Let's ditch this cast. Oh, well, I don't know about that one.
It's fine. I'll play Yumi and you can play Darius.
Oh. I see how it is. My co-caster taking shots at me. All right. All right. Tell you what, guys. How's your Mundo 1v1, Stuart?
Oh no!
See that? See that?
I was about to say I already lost the 1 versus 1 twice actually to an SEA player already. Shout outs to Leroy.
Good job, Leroy. You took down Stuart. You did it for me. The second win was for me, right? I know it is.
Dr. Mundo's not my main champion, I have to say. Dr. Mundo is not a champion that I have a lot of practice on.
Of course, we are going back in the game now. J-Team putting some pressure down the mid side and in the bot side at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. And then, you know, J Team, as I said, you know, it's about a 5,000 goal lead now for J Team. So they're going to look to try and go around the map. They're going to try and look to get that deep vision that we know that J Team love to do. They're going to group as 5, and they have a composition that's different this time. They have a composition that has a lot of potential. You're going to look for the Lux Dark light bindings. You're going to look for the Wukong ultimates. You're going to look for DY going in as well.
Тут, кстати, не так прям и не такое сильное преимущество. Хотя по голде 5000, в принципе, нормально, почти.
In terms of vision in their own jungle, in terms of defensive vision, because that's what I want to see.
Опять Гарен.
I want to see defensive vision.
Гарен 5600, Дариус 7200. Люцин с бортовым. Люцин, конечно, нормально с бортовым. По вышкам дает тоже. Бортовом, секира, ботинки на вампиризм у Люцина, кстати.
Exactly, you can see from the goal leads as well, you know, mid lane is nearly 2,000 goal behind at the moment for Bayer. Jungle is fairly even, top lane's 2,000 goal behind.
Гарен просто ремень купил, серьезно? Я бы Redemption взял. Такое себе, конечно, с проторемнем на Гарене. Гаргулия, там Redemption. Гарен проторемень, это, конечно, прям вообще троллинг. Зачем? Типа прото плюс Е.
Look at the vision of J Team in a top side of map. They have 4 wards in the enemy jungle for flash walls. They know whether flash walls are going to be there or not. They don't see them on that side, so they know, like, J Team know that, okay, if they're not in that side of the jungle, they're all down in the bot lane.
5 towards the bottom end of the map. Dawn will not be able to stop the turret from falling here. The first turret going over the flash. The response coming through. They're looking for a knock up, a catch over on the
Не совсем хорошо там Вуконг влетел.
Gonna top up health with the redemption here, fighting back against flash wolves.
Вторая пауза.
It's an intense moment.
That is a very
right before the fight starts.
That was right before it was about to start as well. I'm so sad. Unfortunately, another pause, but yeah, so J Team in the end, they're just like, okay, we don't want to trade the Rift Herald because they already took so many towers. You know, at the point in the game when you take all the outer towers, it's kind of difficult to take Rift Herald and try and go to the inner towers and the inhibitor towers because, like I said, because of the wave clear that also Flash Wolves have at the same time. You know, they have the Ziggs, they have the Corki, and they can't really do much with a Rift Herald. So instead, they're like, okay, we're going to fight you instead. We got that gold leads, and we're going to fight you instead. And they tried to go in. Cherry used his ultimate there as well. So there was a lot of big ultimates used. Redemption was used. Cherry's ultimate was used as well. So Flash Wolves could look to, when this pause comes back, look to try and maybe counter-engage afterwards.
Perhaps here, that could be the case. We just saw, I believe it was Bruce's ultimate coming through as well at the same time. And so maybe with that additional damage, it might rally Flash Wolves to go in for a counter-engage, fight for the Infernal Drake, knowing that there is a possibility that they get to steal that one away and maybe gain an advantage off of that.
The difficult part for Flash Wolves is trying to win the 5 versus 5 fight. I feel like if it comes into a situation where it's a 5 versus 5 fight, I feel like J Team will pretty much have it every single time, unless you can just protect the Ziggs and the Corki in the backline, and if they can do enough damage, then you can do really well. They do have the front line as well, you know, from the Alistar and from the Garen. They do have that front line protection, but on the side of J Team, you know, you have the Lucian, you have the Lux, you have the Darius as well, who could potentially get resets at the same time. So it's really hard, especially with the gold deficit that the Flash Wolves have going into the Dragon.
You can see that for a moment. We have Bruce on your screens, the ultimate villain in the WCS at the very least. You know, because he's like,
really?
Because it's not because he does bad things, but it's like every time you think you get away with stuff. You know, he's like that, like the villain at the end where he spins around his like solo chair, and you see him for the last time, and then you just go, oh my god, my plans are ruined. And then that's kind of Bruce.
Is that Bruce?
That's kind of Bruce. And he's got that
he escapes away with like 1 HP every single time. And he's
got that cool collected look. You know, he's kind of looking at you intensely, and you kind of feel that pressure. Yeah, it's Bruce.
Bruce.
I'm sure you guys will see it. The moment he's on your screen, you'll be like, yeah, that's Bruce.
He's the main villain. But yeah,
nice take down JT.
Ребят, какая пауза? Go FF уже.
the next one on the left. Bruce is just ticking off all the targets on his list, and J Team is the next one.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately, they are still 2-1 down. They do still have to win this game, and they are behind in this game as well. So it's going to be difficult for them to try and come back. But currently, is 2-1 to J Team in this best of 5 series, and we're on a bit of a tech pause at the moment. So hopefully, we should be back to game fairly shortly. Look at that, just calmness. I feel like if you do that sometimes, you feel like you just fall asleep. Just laying back on your chair and you close your eyes.
With comfy chairs.
Yeah, with comfy chairs like that as well.
That's true. That's true.
I would fall asleep.
Not when the fight's about to start, sir. Did you see where we paused?
You don't know how long the break's gonna be, do you? You don't know how long the tech pause is gonna be.
I'll tell you what. Since I don't know how long the tech pause is gonna be, I want to talk about something that's been on my mind in this series for a long time now, since game 1, and I haven't had a chance to talk about it because I felt it was too. We already talked about a lot of things, but since we have this tech pause, I'll take this opportunity.
Okay.
Do you feel like Darius and Garen have done? Do you feel like Darius and Garen have had like cross-cultural exchanges in the world of Runeterra, where they learn each other's martial arts? Because you think about it, they are very similar, right? You have 2 spinning spells, right?
Okay.
Garen has a spinning spell, Darius has a spinning spell, but they do kind of slightly different things, right? The second spell is kind of like some kind of empowerment, but Garen's for yourself because you're like, yeah, I'm the best, and then Darius is like, no, I'm going to destroy you. So it's like slightly different takes on that, but it's like a personal belief kind of thing.
They both have dunks.
They both have dunks.
They both have God King skins.
Right? Because we know how close they are, right? Demacia and Noxious, of course, are going to have that, but we have so many things there, like, for both sides. Do you feel like, you know, they feel like when they're little kids, like they maybe learn from like the same martial arts instructor? I need an expansion from this. I need an expansion on this in the world of Runeterra, please.
We need the backstory. We need someone to come in with story time.
Yeah, like every time I see Darius and Garen, like Sarah's playing the Garen right now, and we have up in the top side Dawn playing the Darius. I just wonder, like, they look at each other's martial arts and wonder, like, yeah, why are you ripping my martial art off?
Demacia against Noxus.
Right? Like, surely, you know, like there's certain set things that need to be done.
That's true, though. That's true. They both are very similar, actually. Thinking about it. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're onto something.
I feel like I am onto something. Maybe somewhere in some room right now, a writer is listening to me and going, "Man, he is exposing the script to our Noxious v Demacia story time."
The script has been unrevealed. Unlucky.
As they both train in a training arc to get to like absolute power, like the pinnacles of like Demacia and Noxian.
They're trying their best. I feel like we see a lot of Darius. I feel like we get a lot of like Darius versus Garen as well.
Yeah.
We saw it quite a lot. It's like Darius versus Garen. It's like one person wants to be like, okay, I'm going to show you the might of Demacia, and then Darius is like, the might of Noxus.
Yeah, right. I feel like I'm so glad I got this out. It's been on my mind since game 1, and feels good to get it out my system, you know. Well, I am getting word that we are resolving Ysera's audio issues, so once we have that result, we'll get back into game, which looks to be right now.
Right into the fight.
We join back in. Redemption going to be used again by J-Team, trying to top them up so they can fight for the Infernal Drake. Kali going to be used on the side of Pond to try and deter Flash. Well, Flash was still tanky and still healthy. Want to fight for this.
There's a lot of ultimates. Yeeson doesn't have ultimate. Bruce doesn't have ultimate on the Ziggs. There's a few ultimates down. Pan is split from the rest of his team.
О, неужели? Мы продолжаем. Так, Форсит у нас объект тут. Вульфы. Дракон отхиливается. Галио в миду. Люк с ульта мимо. Дракон будет для... Ой, какой хороший был врыв от Алистара, но его взорвали. Здесь Казик забирает Дрейка. Даблкилл для Дариуса. Дариус настаканный. Пытается чизить. Там сзади еще Казикс. Неплохой размен. Там еще Вуконг мид пушит. Я бы на Вуконга месте Герольда бы забрал. Зачем мид? Почему на Герольда не... Герольд сейчас пропадет же. Он успеет на Герольда? Нет, не успеет. Нет, не успевает.
They lost a few towers as well at the same time. And again, it's J-Team, the ones with an 8,000 goal lead at the moment. 6,000, sorry, goal lead at the moment.
Rift Herald also looking to be picked up here by J-Team. They might have lost the Dragon, but looking to try and recoup their losses here with the Rift Herald. They got that mid-side turret. It's not the end of the world here, but Flash Wolves with a little bit more scaling in their back pocket.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like with this Rift Herald as well, it will be quite difficult for J-Team to try and use this Rift Herald because you already have, you know, the mid lane inner tower taken down. You still have the Baron lane and the bot lane tower, which is still open for J-Team to try and use it or use a Rift Herald. So the way that I could see J Team using this Rift Herald is trying to win one more team fight and maybe just ending the game, to be honest. Because what they could do is, if the J Team win one more team fight, if they have the mid lane priority, and if they have the mid lane pushing power, if they just use Rift Herald, they can easily take that first tower and easily take the Nexus. So if you're Flash Wolves right now, be really careful, and you have to make sure that you have mid lane priority and mid lane pushing power this entire time. You can see already Dawn already pushing down that mid wave, and it could be a way now with the Rift Herald open to try and break that inhibitor tower.
Yeah, it does look to be a major vulnerability for Flash Wolves, so they constantly have to rotate between mid and something else, and they move together as that 5-man. So looking to try and win out those fights. J Team, on the other hand, now get to have some decent control around the Baron. Flash Wolves are able to sneak that away the last game. This time around, not going to be so simple.
So J Team are going to look to try and split up the map again. They're going to try and look to get control of the jungle like they always do. Pan is by himself at the moment, has the whole breaker, so he's going to be split pushing with that as well, getting the extra resistances. And look at the mid lane already. You can see that both Bayer and Bruce has to stay in the mid lane, has to make sure, not Bayer, sorry, both Bruce and, who else is there? Can't see the icon behind. Oh, it's Cookie. Both Bruce and Cookie have to defend the mid lane because one Rift Herald push and a few auto attacks from the Lucian could mean that inhibitor just gets taken down. And again, this is what J Team do so well. They're just like, okay, Flash Wolves, you can't even move out of your own base. You can't even move out of your own towers. We're just going to take control of the jungle. We're just going to kind of suffocate you in terms of, you know, how much vision you can get and whereabouts you can move to. Instead, they're going to go look for the engage.
Han very quickly gets a reset on the Relentless Pursuit to dash away from the fight. And you can start to see here, J Team honestly having difficulty taking down this inner tier turret in the top side, right? Flash was with amazing wave clear, and J Team finally losing patience. We used to Rift Turret, commit this one to take this turret down.
Yeah, so instead of taking the mid lane inhibitor, like you said, I feel like they're struggling a little bit to take this inner tower in the top side. So they're just going to use it for that instead. I think this is completely fine as well. Just get more towers, accelerate that goal lead as well. They're currently 5 towers to 1, and they're going for an engage.
Looking for a pickup here and a flash fall here from Barry, misses out the light binding, but doesn't really matter because Cookie still goes down. Unfortunately, Dawn does not get the reset, but DY gets to join back in with his ultimate again, and that is a pick off onto the jungler.
That means they're going to be able to take the bot lane tier 2 tower now as well. That's 6 towers over to the side of J Team. They've taken all the towers except for the inhibitor towers. So even though Flash Wolves, they do have the wave clear with the Corki, with the Ziggs, I feel like Flash Wolves are just going to be stuck under their own base now. They're going to struggle to even move out of their base. And again, you can see J Team, if you see the vision on the minimap right now, there's so many deep wards. So as soon as Flash Wolves look to move out of their base, straight away, you know, J Team can be like, okay, we know where everyone is on the map. And you can see in this exact situation, this is exactly what's going to happen. You can see Pan is actually the one with the most goal in the team at the moment. Again, it's the solo lanes this time. So it's not actually Barry this time being the ones that's doing, you know, I mean, he's still doing a great job. It's actually the solo laners this time. It's actually, you know, Dawn, 5-1-1, and also Pan, which is now 2-0-4. So J Team showing that it's not only Barry that we need to carry, it's the extra MVP performances from the likes of Dawn and Pan at the same time.
And incredible solo lanes, I mean, just incredible laners all around from J Team, having that flexibility. They can play for anyone across the map, across the board. And now with Baron up and Elder Drake spawning in under 10 seconds, Flash Wolves need to make that stand, fight back against J Team, lest to get taken down and lose this game in its entirety.
Yeah, you can see the sweepers being used at the moment. Just the vision is being completely taken out at the moment for J Team, for Flash Wolves. You know, J Team are just walking along. They're just taking their time. They don't need to be over-aggressive or anything. Look at this. They don't even have vision at all of Flash Wolves. They're just like, Bruce, we're just going to go forward.
This is a little bit bad for Bruce. He's going to have to flash away, gets to move away from the Apprehend, so he dodges Dawn for now. Apprehend finally comes through. It lands on the East. East already used his flash earlier on the bite. Coming comes through.
There's a reset.
The dump and the true damage.
Тут какая? Дариус офиженный. 3-10. 10 тысяч разница в голде. Короче, ждем next match.
I believe, of any Flash Wolves members. They were just like, okay, we're just going to play aggressive, we're going to move as a unit, and Bruce was the one, again, which was a little bit overstepped, and they're just like, okay, we're going to catch up Bruce, we're going to take the team fight, and that's because of all the towers that J Team have taken in this game. It means that Flash Wolves, they have nothing to fall back on, and they can't just for free. But Cookie, he can't get even close to the Dragon Pit.
Там еще и Elder.
It's a brick wall in his face right now. Won't be able to get away. Cookie might get taken down. The winds of wall tagging.
3-1. Ждем следующий матч.
I feel like at this point it's going to be really, really difficult for Flash Wolves to get back into this. Now, Elder Dragon has now been taken down. Mountain Dragon's been taken down as well. But again, this is with J-Team having no vision. They're just walking around as 3 units. And look, there's no towers to fall back on except for the inhibitor. Flash goes down by Bruce, Flash goes down by Eason, and then after that you can see the J-Team can just play with a lot of confidence. The resets for Dawn as well, being able to get the multiple shots on Darius.
Даже комментировать не буду, ребят. Го следующий матч смотреть.
At this point in the game it's so difficult.
HDG. Так будут сносить головы.
So much damage. And again, J-Team, they're just going to make sure that Flash Wolves, they can't move out their base.
Flash Wolves are desperately trying to clear out waves here, Stuart. You talked about how they need to deal with the mid wave, they need to deal with the top side wave now as well. This bot side now slowly stacking towards their end. And J-Team, they have Baron in their sights.
They can honestly just turn towards Baron if they want to, but again, you know, J-Team is not a team that likes to risk these big objectives. They're not like Flash Wolves like in the previous game where they try and just sneak away the Baron, because they know that, you know, if Flash Wolves do take the Baron...
Actually.
Oh, okay, they actually start. Okay.
I think they might be starting with Cherry and Pan.
I think they're just duoing it, but this is a situation where Flash Wolves, they can't do anything. You can see it's already down to half health.
There we
Bruce
go.
does use the ultimate, but again, they're just turning away from it. They're actually going to look for the fight instead.
They jump in, DY comes through with the taunt, but the Hourglass comes across as well. They manage to buy some time. Sarah flashes away over the back line. Barry finds his first kill. DY comes back in with his ultimate. J-Team pick a 1 and move on to the Baron.
Yep, they're going to move towards the Baron now. That is the jungler down, which means there's less and less chance for Flash Wolves to steal away this Baron. They're going to take this with pretty much ease, and it's what J-Team does so well. They don't risk the 50-50. They're like, okay, Flash Wolves, you need to come to us. You need to stop this Baron, but we're just going to turn it around as well. And that's exactly what they do. They take the Baron, they've got the Elder, and it's just a matter of time now, Grandin, before they end this series.
J-Team in an incredibly dominant position from games 1 and 2. Carry that forward into game 4. We don't talk about game 3. That one doesn't. That one was an interesting situation. Flash Wolves looked like they had something going for them, but J-Team responds so quickly back again. First inhibitor goes down. Second inhibitor goes down. J-Team on the cusp of victory.
Yep, all they need to do now, go back to base, use that money that you just got from the towers, from the Baron as well, and all you need to do now is just group towards the bot side. You know, get Pan in the side lane, get Pan in the top side of the map, use that whole breaker to push down the minions with the Baron buff, and then the rest of the team move down into the bot side. Take that third inhibitor down. Obviously, in Wild Rift, the inhibitors will not respawn. That means there's going to be constant super minions the entire time, which means that there's just going to be more wave clear that Flash Wolves need to do, and it just makes it harder for them to escape. But now you can see it's actually DY split pushing. Didn't really expect that to happen, but okay. Well, I guess it could also work. You know,
if he
gets
the job done.
Yeah, it gets the job done. It gets the job done. But you can see that most of the members are grouping towards his bot side, as I mentioned, and Barry's just throwing out throwing out the ultimate for Lux, but now it's Flash Wolves trying to look for Death Brush. But to be honest, I don't even think you win this.
They walk in on the Cherry, but DY very quickly joins back in on the fight, pulling in with the upper hand, flashes forward, tags Ysera in time. Cherry's clone takes Ysera's ultimate in his stead. J-Team making their claim as one of the best teams in the world with a masterful showing against Flash Wolves, taking down Ysera.
Yeah, they're going to take down all 3 inhibitors now. There's 1 dead on the side of Flash Wolves. It's currently 4 versus 4. Cherry is down, but they're going to look to end.
Nearly taking down Bruce. The laser comes across, but Bruce gets back to the fountain in time. Right at outside their base, Flash Wolves watch as J-Team run them down. The Winds of War come through. Dawn not able to finish off that final kill, but J-Team with a masterful showing, a 3-1 against Flash Wolves.
Overall, very, very dominating performance by J-Team. Like I said, we don't really talk about the third game. I feel like the third team, they were kind of testing their limits a little bit, but games 1, 2, and 4, they showed that they are such a dominant team. They play so well as a team, they play so well grouped up as 5, and that's exactly what they did in this entire series. They controlled the map, and Flash Wolves, they really, really struggled in this series, but fair play to J-Team. You know, moving into the semi-finals now, top 4, and that's 3 out of the 4 Chinese teams now in the semi-finals.
And each one with their own personality
Yes.
as well, right? And the fact that we get to see J-Team coming in here, a team that is well stacked throughout the board, right? 5 members coming in here. You could have the top side do well. Dawn could be popping off, or it could be Cherry, or it could be Pan, it could be Barry. You could have DY split pushing in the side lane. You know, it doesn't really matter. J-Team are a team that does it all.
I think that's the great thing about J-Team, is that J-Team is not focused on the one carry. You know, we talk about maybe Nova, for example. You know, Long is their main carry. I feel like J-Team don't really have that one person as their main carry. Like you said, they can put it on multiple hands. We saw Barry have a really good performance. We also saw Dawn in this game have really good performance. Pan in the mid lane as well on that Lucian, also incredible performance. But look, they're calm, they're relaxed. They're just like, okay, another day at the office. On to the semi-finals we go.
All right. No esports post.
Hands by the side.
Hands by the sides, hands behind
Is that
their
also
backs.
an esports pose?
Sure, very respectful. The respectful esports pose, right? This is the standard esports pose and the respectful esports pose.
And then flash falls like this.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe you just did that, Stuart. D-God, quick, you have to save us, D-God. D-God, move it on. We didn't go over to the AD. Quick.
No, Stuart, live with that one. That was mean.
I like that.
Hey guys, great cast on the day as J-Team booked their ticket to the semifinals over Flash Wolves in a 4-game series. That final one taking a little bit longer as J-Team wanted to check off all the boxes, and they were able to do so with comfort. It was another early lead for them. They sat on it for a little while, and it all goes back to the first dragon fight where it felt like Flash Wolves wanted to force something that didn't work out. They fell behind and never found another way back on in.
And when we look at the composition of J-Team, it's very tank heavy, right? There's a lot of people that can soak the poke from the Corki, from the Void Spikes, from the Ziggs, and it makes things difficult to finish off targets. And if you don't finish targets, you don't win the team fight. And if you don't win the team fight, J-Team wins.
Omo?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And I think all credits to J-Team as well for their fantastic methodical performance this series. But at the end of the day, it's just a very Flash Wolves showing, isn't it? We said at the start when we were first talking about Flash Wolves, they're always going to beat teams that are worse than them, but they're never going to beat a team that's better than them. And that's kind of what we saw here today as well. No wild cards, no cheesy plays, nothing out of the ordinary.
I will say the first game was a wild card. The Vayne was a wild card.
Way.
It was a bad wild card.
Yeah.
You like reversed yourself. Bam.
Pretty much.
All right. Well, you know, one reversal that's a card that gets played is the Omo curse, and I think we have a clip of that here. Omo cursing our next game. Let's take a listen.
Flash Wolves have been the game 3 or game 5 kings in every tournament they play, basically. I think this entire year, they haven't lost a single series that went to match point. So if they win this next game, I don't want to say they can reverse sweep that. I don't want to jinx anything here, but they could do it. They could not do it. Sorry.
No.
All right, Omo, again, see, the Omo curse is real. Be careful if he chooses to like you on the day. That's a little scary.
I'll be sure not to say anything good about Team Flash later.
Okay, that's an agreement. We have decided already.
We have decided it'll be Riku talking about Team Flash.
Yeah,
you can talk about JDG.
Yeah, I don't have the curse, so it's fine.
All right, done it. With that win, we've got ourselves the updated bracket. Again, 2 teams already waiting on one side of the bracket in Nova Esports and Fun Plus Phoenix. J-Team booked their ticket on through, and now there's only one more spot left. And will this be it? Is this going to be in the first ever Icons Global Championship in Wild Rift Esports, a 4-team WRL semifinals?
Okay, I'm giggling because off camera, Omo is basically shaking his head, so I'm just gonna say it. I think it's gonna be a yes. I think it is going to be Team Flash moving forward. Spoilers on my prediction, but I gotta say it.
Your prediction?
My prediction, exactly.
I can't say anything.
Exactly, that's why. That's why I had to say
Sorry,
it.
I can't.
It's just,
I'm
you
saying
know
it
what?
for you now.
The curse will take a little bit of a cool down as we head on over to
Is that
a
how it
break
works?
in just a little bit. Yeah, that's how it's going to work. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, Team Flash versus Jin Dong Gaming, JD Gaming, as Flash's jungler Zissou is very honest about his team's play thus far and their chances to take down the WRL.
Mình là Jisung, người đi đường của team Flash đại diện cho WCS. Bọn em cảm thấy khá là vui với lại một chút lo lắng vì sắp tới gặp đội top 2 Trung Quốc. Chắc là training nhiều với lại chuẩn bị tốt hết sức có thể thôi. Em nóng lòng gặp các đội tuyển WRL là bởi vì em thấy đội em có khả năng có thể đánh bại được họ và chứng minh cho thế giới biết khu vực bọn em không có yếu. Mình nghĩ các đội đến từ WRL không quá đáng sợ bởi vì mình và team mình có cơ hội đánh bại được họ nếu như team mình cố gắng. Bước vào vòng playoff thì bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức để có mặt tại trận chung kết để không phụ lòng các bạn hâm mộ. Xin chào GD Gaming, bọn mình chắc chắn sẽ đánh bại các bạn.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Welcome back to Icons. It's time to break down our last match of the quarterfinals. We've got Team Flash with their roster right on here as they are taking on JD Gaming. And Team Flash, you know, this is the #1 seed from the WCS, the champion of the region. We heard big words from Zissou saying earlier. Undoubtedly going to vanquish you. These are strong words here.
Yeah, there's a lot of, again, vanquish. That means we're going to destroy 3-0 them, is my imagination.
And as we take a look on the opposite side, JDG, this is a roster, this is the #2 team here, but they look good here, Omo.
Yeah, I was just looking at the Team Flash roster. I was thinking, how stacked is that roster, man? And then you come over to JDG, you see Lemon, Singdo, Jojo, Chudoki. It's just, what a stacked game we're going to have coming up.
Very much so. There are so many head-to-head matchups we need to talk about. In fact, there's 3. Riku, start us off.
Okay, for me, it has to be the jungle matchup, right? Singdo and Zissou are going to be the primary players to look at because Singdo has been always on Jax, always on Kha'Zix, making sure that he farms up the Storm, and the next fight, mainly Rift Heralds, Dragons, he just destroys everyone. And I think that's the scary part. How does Zissou match that? How do they shut him down before he becomes a crazy monster?
Yeah, there's a look at some of the stats from both these guys. They get about the same amount of gold, aka resources put into them within the game, but the damage slightly different, a little bit more from Xingdu, but we know that he's been so much more dominant in terms of KDA.
Yeah, and honestly, the kill participation as well. Frankly, Zissou has been such a shining star for Team Flash in the WCS, but come Icons, it seems like they might have been figured out by Nova ever since he faced Long. He hasn't quite looked the same. So JDG, can they just repeat what Nova did to Team Flash, or is Zissou back to form here?
All right, well, if it's not there in the jungle, Omo, where's your focus?
Well, I'm looking at the Baron lane. I'm looking at Lemon against Shy. I feel like both of these guys have such amazing mechanics, such deep champion pools, and willingness to play unorthodox carry champions up there in the Baron lane. And I think this is going to make for a very explosive matchup. Look at Shy's damage per minute.
And that makes so much sense because most of the time we get to see top and jungle focus, especially early game, where you set that up, big 1v1, burn a flash, chunk them down, prep the dive for the jungler. So I could see definitely Lemon and Shy are going to play a huge part in this match.
Yeah, again, a lot of focus there on the Baron side of the map. You saw the junglers, they're both very good. They both clean up kills, but the damage and the playmaking done from this Baron side of the map, something that we haven't seen necessarily a lot of. We thought we were going to get a little bit more out of Dawn, but we saw J-Team's focus was going to be down on the bottom side of the map, so maybe we'll get a little bit more of it here in this matchup with Flash versus JDG. For me, instead of looking to where the strengths have been, I kind of look where strength for one and maybe a little bit of lacking for the other, and that's Doki versus Empty at the support role, because Doki has been one of the best playmaking supports here in the tournament. I would say Nomel is along that list with Rolster Y, who went out in the yesterday in their quarterfinal matchup. But Doki has been right place, right time, showing up at the right spot, and has looked very, very good, whereas Empty hasn't been a focal point for his squad. We haven't said Ellie's name as much, and I think a lot of that has to do with how well your synergy with your support is. So looking to see a little bit more, as we said, Empty on full. We want fully, not empty here for them. So we'll get to see. You don't like that one?
It was more of mixed pain and wow, you know, like
Thank you very much, Riku. All right, prediction time. So you kind of alluded to it earlier. You're not going with the WCS squad?
Oh! No. Oh!
Okay, Digon.
Okay.
Hopium.
I know
Yeah.
you're a big fan.
I'm a big fan of RRQ. Yeah,
I totally understand.
I definitely went with JDG on this one. So yeah, I know that one says RRQ. That one's wrong on the screen there. So did you have Flash or do you have?
Yeah, Team Flash. I have Team Flash just because I know this series they're gonna play the WCS style. They're gonna activate Coyote super duper early. Just basically keep bothering Singdo in his jungle, not make him farm at all. He's going to be very sad and upset, and I think that's the key for Team Flash to win these series.
I went Team Flash as well. I think it's going to be a 3-2, but I have a very big caveat. This is if Team Flash goes back to how they played in the WCS. This is not Icon's Team Flash. Icon's Team Flash is going to get trioed right now. If it's WCS Team Flash, I think we see a 5-game series, and I think Flash take it.
All right, well, our experts on the desk have spoken, but let's send it on over to our experts in the casting area, and it's time to bring on a new team, the Twin Duo. You guys look pretty snazzy, looking pretty similar. Rafa and TJ, y'all, take it away.
Thank you so much, Digon. And not only we're looking snazzy.
Oh, dude, we're wearing the same color.
TJ, we planned this.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you know what? What we did plan is the fact that we finally got TJ back in the studio. It's good to have you here, buddy.
Yeah, you might have seen my social media post yesterday or noticed the presence of analyst Digon. I did have the sniffles, but I've been tested 3 times over a 4-day period. And I did come up negative for COVID-19 on all of that. We're taking things very seriously. Ryder keeping us very safe. We're all wearing masks and getting tested frequently. So, very safe. We're not just winging it here.
TJ won't even let me give him a hug.
That's true. But that's actually not to do with the pandemic.
Oh.
I'm very excited for Team Flash. Omo, Riku, on the same team as me. They're coming out swinging here. And I do believe they're going to be the first team to take a game off of the WRL.
Well, they are the last team from the WCS, so it's here.
We gotta get one, man.
It's now or never for the WCS region representing Southeast Asia. But when you look at Jingdong Gaming, this is a team.
I'm looking at him right now.
You are, in fact. They're getting right on the stage. They're assuming battle stances right now.
Yes. I'm really excited to see them. Like you were about to say, I think, they are one of the best teams from the WRL. And they are, I think, the perfect team to challenge Team Flash here. The problem we saw with Team Flash when they went up against Nova Esports was, I don't know where Team Flash went. All of a sudden, they were respectful, nice boys who sat on their own side of the jungle and never towed the line over the river. That is not the Team Flash that wins games. That is not the Team Flash that was the terror, the undefeated terror of the WCS, the SEA Super Region. So we want to see a return to form from Team Flash. And if they do, they will be.
Так, ну что у нас тут начинается? Потихонечку.
And JDG are no strangers of being upset by non-favorite teams in the past. We saw in the play-in stages. RRQ were able to take a game off of them. Team Flash, you got to do more than take just 1 game off of JDG. You got to take off 3 games.
Worth mentioning, of course, Team Flash, a Vietnamese organization, or a Vietnamese team. We've seen 2 Vietnamese teams in the history of Wild Rift Esports. One of them was SBTC, similarly hyped, went to the Horizon Cup and fell apart, had to make some roster substitutions, didn't look their true selves. Team Flash also haven't looked their true selves, though they don't have a roster substitution to blame for it. So, I want to see some returns to form for the Vietnamese.
Чё у нас? SDG вперед! Эш бан, серьезно? What the fuck? Интересно. Ну, будет плотный матч на самом деле. Ребята, ну напишите в комментариях, кто выиграет, какой счет. Вдруг кто-то точно угадает. И получится скинуть меня, к примеру.
It does, and I love this. I remember talking to Leonard, who I'm going to specifically call out here on our podcast, and I was like, Leonard, I think Ash is really good. And he was like, no, you're crazy, TJ. And I was right. First ban from JDG, the Ash getting banned out. Of course, it is one of Coyote's power picks. Coyote you can look to be this cross-map presence. They love picks like Ash that allow him to be constantly available for any team fight anywhere on the map, do real damage, and that is why it has to be taken away. Similarly, the Lee Sin, one of Zisu's favorite picks, and perhaps a patch to what we've been missing from Zisu, that aggression. Yeah, Lee Sin kind of forces you to play the way we want to see Zisu play, and so JDG removed that power pick from his pool.
When you go back to year 0, a lot of the Vietnamese junglers at the time made a name for themselves as some of the best Lee Sin play in the world. But when Team Flash, after banning the Singed, JDG look at the available champions and see, okay, what can we grab here? Karma is the first pick.
Karma, one of the most powerful champions in the pool right now, can be played either mid or support, though I do vastly prefer the support role, and will scale into the late game. If your Karma's online in the late game, she's going to make all your champions faster, have more HP, and if you built Art and Sensor, be significantly deadlier. So,
Карма, Казикс плюс Зикс против Шена и Джакса. Шен Джак, кстати, неплохо. В эдгейме прям хороший подсейф идет. Тут под будет. Ой-ой-ой, там Джейс еще открыт был.
And it's already a departure away from what you would expect and want from Team Flash traditionally, unless they are going to use the Shen and Jace.
Ну, помните, как я говорил, что HDG войдут в... Я сказал то, что они вообще топ-3 минимум на чемпионате мира будут. Первый день еще. Посмотрим. Надеюсь, они меня не подведут. Я прям очень надеюсь на это. Родные братики наши китайцы.
By showing Jax in lanes, in jungle invades early, and using him as a stun bot. He can jump into the front lines, land big stun.
Ребят, лайкосов накидайте по-братски.
Thus giving Jax an early gold injection, team fighting early around the late game scaling.
It's honestly a kind of recall to form of what we saw from Dakun Gaming back at Horizon Cup when Weba on the international stage for the first time showed us, yeah, I got a Jax, but I'm still going to invade you, level 3.
Absolutely. So the big challenge here is, do we see Zisu playing in that way? Do we see the Jax getting it early? And as you called out, they do have a critical tool to enable that. The Shen kind of providing that massive shielding to anyone, anywhere on the map. With Shen Galio, this is the perfect composition for somebody like Team Flash who wants to play super aggressive. They have a double global ultimate. They can instantly have a 3v5 anywhere on the map because 2 additional members can jump in, join the team fight.
I like this. I talked to Mika about it before. Anytime I see 2 global ults on the stage, I call that the Avengers comp. Because as soon as someone's in trouble,
right, the portals start opening.
Boom!
The portals start opening.
The reinforcements come in.
Playing.
That's right.
Рейкан, Зикс. Ой, что-то... Слушайте, ребят, мне справа больше нравится пик, и... Я надеюсь, HDG не подведут меня.
Does not do enough damage in the early and late game to be relevant. The only exception to that is if you are landing every single shock blast.
Нифига себе там надрафтили справа. Люк с Галио. Один из сильнейших ботейнов. Куча контроля. Джейс, Джакс и Слушайте, ребят, здесь... Здесь я... Ну, это вейтгейм... Ну, короче, тут справа сильнее пик намного. В вейтгейме просто шансов нету для HDG. Я болею за HDG еще с первого дня, из китайских именно. Но у ТФ очень сильный пик. ТФ типа нормально у них. Шен, Джакс, Джейс, Люк с Галио. Очень сильный вейт через Джакса, плюс еще Шен. Джейс с уроном Люкса. Надо в начале HDG очень агрессивно играть, стараться. Ну, драфты очень интересные. Прям очень сильные у обоих.
And if they can maintain that solid front line, if they can get the Ziggs online, he's going to kind of by default come online around the 10-minute mark, around completion of his second item. You typically go Luden's Echo first item and then an AP item. And
Да, Роман, азиаты на другом уровне. Пока что, к сожалению, так. Спасибо за лайки. Понимаешь, чувствуете, азиаты, они... Это у них слишком сильно развито, они постоянно играют. Если бы я с детства играл, то так получилось, что я очень неожиданно попал в киберспорт, как бы. Ну, надо постоянно работать над собой. Джей Смит у нас будет через бортовом. Помогаю трекам взять приво для команды HDG. Но тут, кстати, очень много контроля с правой стороны. Помимо вейта, я имею в виду. Очень хороший пик подобрали. То есть Джакс, Люкс, Галио. Еще и Шен. Я просто что пока вижу, если HDG эту игру выиграют, то это будет очень сложно. У HDG нет урона с руки постоянного такого, я имею в виду. Например, как у Джакса, Джейса хотя бы вот такого. То есть есть Казикс, который дамажит только кушкой, да? И все, на этом заканчивается дэмэдж как бы с руки. Ну и то это не с руки, это со скиллов. Короче, сложная игра будет для HDG, посмотрим. Драфт, конечно, больше нравится мне у ТФ команды. Здесь очень мобильно играют. HDG стараются что-то найти. Есть краб наверху, есть прио на топе. Ну, в принципе, все верно, все очевидно. Здесь, кстати, Шен у нас с Игнайтом, флешом, но Шену надо... Нет, там Галио приходит на помощь. Обратите внимание, саппорты уже все на топе. Как Зикс уходит.
Empty's up there in the top lane early because Team Flash knew JDG were going to look for an early shutdown onto the chef.
They were looking for the dive. Yeah. Lemon was trading aggressively in lane, getting shy below 50% HP, and you already saw that Doki had roamed up top, and TF was like, oh no, Shy's gonna die.
Yeah, and there's a super good rotate from Empty. And it's a very predictable presence from JDG because Shen is really weak around the level 5 mark. Yep. They don't have enough damage or HP to really be a threat normally. And every other champion gets a really sick, cool ability at level 5, and Shen gets the ability to help out his friends. He gets the Vin Diesel, I'm gonna help my family, but... And that's not very good in lane fights. So it's really easy to bully Shen around the level 5 mark if you're a jungler and you want to know how to bully a Shen. Gank him at level 5. And Team Flash know that's about to happen, so Empty roams up, anticipates it, and completely cancels the play from JDG.
Конечно, будет, если вы хорошо играете. Я 1000 раз с Бумом на стримах брал, вы что, не видели? Джейс очень сильный в Соваку, просто не все играть могут. И здесь им играют совсем по-другому. В Соваку он кэрри, на топе, в смысле, он такой хард жесткий. Прям стронг герой. А здесь он такой, с бортовым он в мид. Спасибо за лайки. На самом деле здесь очень сильно переживаю за HDG, потому что на них как бы... На них я ставку делал. В смысле именно... Не пошел ставить на них, а ставку делал просто, я имею в виду. Как зритель. Ну, я знал, что они очень далеко зайдут на чемпионате мира. Я видел по их игре. Поэтому здесь хочется как бы, чтобы прогноз мой зашел. Но, я говорю, ТФ спокойно могут выиграть. Здесь очень... Ой, как хорошо играет. Это было просто идеально. И Зикс ультой забирает ферстбайт. Здесь прыгает Джакс, пытается что-то сделать. На нем вешают на него экзост. Шен летит на ульте. Надо разыгрывать. 1-1 счет. Ну, Шену сбил Гарену ульту. Ульту сбил Гарену, Шену, кушкой, ребят, сайленсом. Здесь надо доигрывать. И есть, Карма забирает килл. Хороший рут там. Люкса дает ультимейт. Прям с фонтана. 3-2 счет. Боже, какая заруба. Там Гарен хорошо на топе сыграл. Не дал прилететь Шену. Ну, Зикс 2 килла за ута. У него сейчас Люден будет. Уже есть у него Люден. Рейкан хорошо прыгнул. Вот здесь красиво Рейкан сыграл. Смотрите на топ. Сейчас Шен летит, остановится. Смотрите на топ-карту. Вон он. Шен нажимает ульт, вот. И все, Гарен жмет кушку, и там уже Шен дерется. Е жмет вперед. Если бы Шен сюда прилетел, они бы убили всех вот здесь. Джакс бы убил. Хороший файт. Там еще вовремя на респе появилась Люкса, которая сразу давала ульт, она причем попала ультой. Есть объект для команды HDG, но успеют ли ТФ? Нет, там Зикс полкает с Люденом. Очень плохая позиция, нужно скипать этого объекта, потому что у Зикса есть ульт, и он дает сколько же дэмэджа, и там еще Рейкан. Ну, дракона забирают ТФ все-таки, хотя бы не зря. Ну, выглядело очень плохо, ребят, потому что у Зикса столько дэмэджа, здесь еще и ФБ Тауэр уже в миду открывают HDG. Да, Зикс, конечно, свою работу делает. Очень противный герой. Слишком сильный. И особенно, если до объекта есть какие-то киллы. Нужен вейтгейм для команды ТФ. А, тут Гарен через бортолом, ну тогда это проблемы будут. На сайде постоянно его тяжело будут убивать. Если Гарен будет сплит-пушить, тяжело будет, потому что Шен долго крипов убивает, посмотрите. Тем более под бортовым. Хорош, хорош, очень, ой, как хорошо сыграли. Молодцы. Очень красиво. Шен ульт, Е. Люкса под эту Е ульт. Ну, прям идеально.
And with perfect communication, you do need to cast the ultimate as the taunt is landing. It's not long enough for you to cast it after the taunt lands. But if you cast it right as it is landing, you can get the kill down.
Ну тут Казикс пожадничал. Слишком сильно прыгнул, там очевидно, что есть W.
You can come get a kill on me. And it is all planned from the beginning. It's a trap.
Пытаются закетчить, Рейкан очень хорошо играет. Жмет все кнопки Зикс. Ну, Джакс выживает. Очень сильно интят. Ну как интят, агрессивная игра. А, они всех убьют, там Зикс сейчас из текушка упадет. Галио летит, очень хороший ульт от Галио. Зикс дает флэш. Ой, сколько там полка. Нужно... Ой, как Зикс почти попадает. В ловушке ТФ команда, но нет крипов, нужно выходить как-то. Зачем? Ой, как жалко, там на HP все вышли. Но это фритавр. Могли задавить, я считаю, если бы Зикс остался там в трибуш. Нет, тавер они не забирают, да?
What do they want the timing for? JDG full reset there. Maybe this is just for Rift Herald? I think they could have gotten some damage onto the turret, but they turn it down potentially in exchange for the positioning around the Rift Herald.
JDG giving respect over to Team Flash. Perhaps they were respecting the global powers coming back up as Stand United was available once again right for that tower crash. Team Flash thank their lucky stars that they don't face relentless pressure from JDG once again. But once we are looking at Zissou and Coyote to step up as we are closing out the mid-game pace.
And JDG have been so surgical in these team fights so far. You see the separation they're enforcing every fight between the front line and Ellie. Jinto every single team fight jumping onto Ellie and shutting them down as quickly as possible. That's going to continue. Team Flash need to be prepared to defend him, especially when you have a Galio on your team, when you have a Shen and a Jax on your team. You have enough CC tools to shut down Kha'Zix. I need to see them used.
Shy is split pushing on the bottom side of the map. Rift Herald has been started by JDG.
I don't think they can get in here. I think they're just going to take this trade, and they do. Shy getting gold, but that's not really the person you want getting farm for Team Flash. And so Team Flash will now have to defend the opposite side of this match with the Rift Herald coming in. 4v4.
Хорошо, Рейкан прыгнул здесь. Карма дала тоже ульт неплохой. Зикс нужен. А у Зикса нет ульты. Ну, тавер забрали, все. Отлично.
Yeah, the final spark combo lands JoJo's down to half HP, but they don't have enough damage to finish the kill or even really threaten the kill at this point. Coyote built Hullbreaker, so he's only really effective as a split-pushing aid. Hullbreaker, Black Cleaver. He's like a bruiser tank more than a real damage dealer. So all the damage on this team is coming from Ellie right now, because Zisu's not online yet. He's going to need the second, third item to really be a damage threat by himself. And Coyote's building in the opposite direction. And Ellie, like I said, their only real damage is underfarmed, behind in gold by about 1,000.
I think he's being forced to split components right now as well. Going for a Morellonomicon has to be the Grievous Wounds carrier, but it's not the same type of damage as if you were able to complete a Death Cap or even a Void Staff at this point in the game.
Yeah. No Death Cap. Rather disappointing for us. Archangel Staff completed by Show as well, so no Death Cap on either side of the board.
Yeah, but yeah, at least he's getting scaling ability power.
It's just a huge L for a Death Cap champ, you know?
No hats aboard.
JDG clean up the map they find. The Mountain Drake as well as the bottom turret, and they're going to keep pushing here, leveraging what is now a several thousand gold, about 4,000 gold advantage. This is, at this point, their game to lose.
You know, you were talking to me before this match about how Doki is kind of a memer. Just proto-belting in front of them. It's like, oh, what are you going to do about it?
Doki is the funniest support player in this tournament. It was Dejuo from Sengoku at the Horizon Cup. It is Doki in this tournament. Every single time Doki has the chance to just like be a little bit of a troll, be a little bit freaky, he's going to take it, and it's really fun.
And he does it without getting punished because he knows his limits. He knows the range at which he can operate safely and decides to just flex his muscles a little bit. He knows that they're in a good position.
Fun fact, those energy waves you can see at the edge of the stage right now are real and in person. It feels like touching static electricity.
Whoa!
So when you touch them, have you not been around to the front of the stage?
No.
It like stings a little bit. I kind of walked into it because they had signs up, but I didn't see them. And they added them this week, so I just kind of walked into it, got a little bit of a zap, had to take a step back. Everyone shouted at me.
Bet that woke you up for the day.
Yeah, they were like, don't touch the weird electricity field, dude. It's there for aesthetics.
You got an unfortunate taste of the electric field.
Yeah, you didn't really have anything there, did you?
No, I was really looking for a one-liner to really crush it home, but it just kind of fell.
It's like that sometimes. We do have a technical pause on stage. Unclear what caused it, but we'll get that information to you if the pause continues.
Little finger heart from Coyote.
Little finger heart. We don't have that in the US. We do the larger finger heart where you take your index fingers and thumbs on two hands and put them together.
Yep.
But everyone else has the two-finger finger heart that you can do with a single hand.
That way you can be casually on your phone scrolling through, social media, and then if you see someone
look up and give,
you give them.
I don't know if this is where I assume not, but I first saw it in connection to K-pop, so to me it's always the K-pop finger heart.
Yeah, that's where I saw it as well, and I feel like that's a majority of the influence coming from.
Then I think we could decide that it's the K-pop finger heart,
sure.
The two of us.
Yeah.
So I love the tech. You also saw on stage there, if you're seeing those like little packets that the players have in their hands, those are hand warmers. You put those in like a microwave or something ahead of time.
Yeah.
And they stay hot for a couple of hours, so you can have a couple of hours, a bit much. Couple of minutes, as you can have them out on stage, and as you're like playing, you can warm up your hands.
Yeah.
Not really a huge issue normally here because it is relatively warm, but
it's humid, dude.
Well, but it's still like if your muscles are getting tense, the heat is really useful. And I've heard players say that when they're playing on stage, sometimes their hands will be like shaking or cramping just because of nerves, and the hand warmers help them kind of release that tension.
Something nice to be brought over from fighting game tournaments.
True, actually. And the other things I've been seeing over the course of this tournament, I've been seeing some chalk, I think. Some, like, climbing chalk.
Oh!
Which is very cool, and it's like a powder. It's similar to climbing chalk. I don't actually know what it is, but you put it on your fingers so they don't get, like, sweaty or greasy.
Yeah.
And it's used in, like, rock climbing, there's a very similar substance used to make sure you can get handholds, but I think it's being used to make sure you can get the touches in.
Yeah.
And then one thing I haven't seen since the play-in stage, honestly, kind of upset about it, is the finger sleeves.
Yeah! Dude, I've actually used one of those, and I thought to myself, this just looks goofy. There's no way this actually works.
What are you talking about? They look sick!
Well, okay. Well, like...
Maybe they looked goofy on you?
The point is, CJ, I was wrong. I tried them, and they were great.
Хорошего стрима и настроения.
Do you want to transition to the stats?
Yeah, I didn't know really what the
You like
best
made a
transition.
gesture towards it. You could say, here, we'll do it again. Yeah, they look good.
Boom, transition.
You're absolutely right, Mark. Shinto dominating Zissou in the
Thank
stats
you for
board here.
accepting my terrible throw there.
This is the jungle matchup over the course of the tournament. Now, it is a little rough because JDG have played like 5 games total. So they've been smashing all their opponents. Team Flash did have the loss to Nova Esports, so the stats are mixed in there a little bit. However, I think it is worth noting that Zissou is struggling and did struggle in that loss. And he is supposed to be one of the stars of Team Flash.
Yeah.
So we're looking for a bit of a turnaround here today. Not seen it yet in game number 1.
Copium angle for WCS fans. If Zissou were to struggle against any particular jungle opponent, understandably it would be both long and short.
Hit you with the bigger Copium angle.
Okay, hit me.
He's biding his time.
Oh!
He's playing jacks, he's scaling. Watch this, he's gonna clean up the second half of the game.
It is only game 1, and we're not even halfway.
He's scaling in the series, dude!
Oh, ho, ho. Well, can Coyote scale in this one? He's got Stand United, and now they're trying to bring the rest of the party there. The signal has been lit. MT comes in with the knockup, but now they're on the retreat. They no longer want to engage this fight. Good light binding from Ellie stops the fight in its tracks.
Bam!
Bam!
Mega Inferno Bomb closes out the fight. Yeah, Team Flash kind of blow everything there to get their players out, which is worthwhile because I think Zissou stole a blue buff, so dub. Yeah,
Hell yeah.
Stole that blue buff.
You show him, Zissou.
That was what that entire fight was over. They used the Shen ulti and the Galio ulti, so they can't take any fights until those ultimates come back up. Of course, JDG did blow some resources as well, so it's not a loss or anything. Yeah, he does have the blue buff. He did steal that away. There's the aggression we're looking for, Mark.
It took 12 minutes, but we got a blue buff stolen
Got a
away.
blue buff.
Let's go.
Team Flash otherwise kind of being run on the map. You can see that gold lead hovering around 2,000 thanks to some very good work. But they're being pushed back behind these turrets.
Final Spark gets some damage down on a Lemon, but he's Garen. He pops the damage reduction ability, and he's like, yeah, dude, I'm chilling. I'm out of there.
He's half HP. Here's the thing about Garen. All that HP will be right back. Garen has one of the fastest regens in the game. I think literally the fastest now that Set has been nerfed a little bit. Previously it was a bit of a toss-up, but his regen is absurd. If you are playing Galio and you build any amount of HP, you can drift out of the fight and get all of your health back in a second.
One of my favorite things, TJ, is when the Baron spawns, and I like
That's
to see...
one of my favorite things, too.
We have so much in common. That's why we're a good casting duo, dude.
Yeah, dude, we just fist bumped.
Bam. But as I was saying,
right,
one of my favorite things about when Baron comes up, I like to see how teams react to it. Some teams will immediately start forcing plays around the Baron, daring the other team to come and face check, or they'll just treat it like it doesn't exist.
Team Flash playing a little bit more passive here, very aware of the Baron coming up, and kind of the response from both teams is Team Flash want to stall out this game, make it last longer. They don't want to go for like a climactic Baron fight until Zissou is doing real damage, until he's completed ideally his third item. He does have the Blade of the Rune King complete here, so it's a little bit better than it was. But they want him to be at least on 3 items, so they're kind of playing slow. But you'll notice JDG, the second they saw Zissou on the bottom side of the map, the entire team is there. Everyone's rotating down to the bottom side to try and pick up that kill, because if they kill Zissou, if they shut down the jungler, they get a free back.
Free Baron.
Ooh.
Shy's fine. He's tanky.
I like what you did with that word.
Oh, thank you. Shoutouts to my homeboy Alk Battery back at home.
Does he say that?
Yeah. No, there are times when we were playing games, it's like, it's free.
Пауза прошла.
Sure.
Так, ну что у нас тут? Ну пока все то же самое, счет такой же 6-3. Есть преимущество небольшое по голде у HDG. И вот иногда могу отходить, потому что меня тут зовут по возможности. Дядя Сереж, спасибо за донат огромное. Я как раз на паузе отошел. Дядя Сереж, спасибо огромное. Да, Сереж, спасибо большое. Да, я отошел, пока пауза была. Так, у нас по объекту 1-1. Дядя Сереж, спасибо огромное. За 5000 спасибо большое, Бум. Спасибо, дядя Сереж. Не знаю, пока что все ровно идет, потому что все-таки для вейта хорошо держится команда ТФ, мне нравится. Они играют неплохо. Вот так заходить нельзя, потому что Рейкан сразу дает W и наказывает. А куда Галио полетел? Ой-ой-ой, Галио криво дал ульт. Рейкан умирает, там, кстати, в пяти Жоню жмет еще Джейс. Добьют ли Джейсаня? Не хватает демеджа. Слушайте, ребят, это камбэк. Вейт пик. 17-я минута. Плюс дракон. А сейчас, кстати, проблемы начнутся. Джакса нечем убивать. О чем я, кстати, и говорил. Здесь неплохо Рейкан прыгнул на самом деле, но там не хватает демеджа. Куча АП урона, как бы, через Зикса, карму, но Казикс вообще не может с Греном ничего сделать. Вот здесь нужно наказывать. Почему не бэкнулись ТФы?
Poke in here, final spark to try and get enough control of this Baron pit, but for now, Team Flash will want to retreat and spend the gold that they just earned. You can see the gold at the top of the screen is now for the first time in this game.
Да уж. На самом деле очень обидно за HDG, но тут у них просто демеджа. Тут Рейкан хорошо прыгнул. Посмотрите на Рейкана. Он попал только... он по одному только попал. W. Но это не суть. Там Галио дал кривой ульт. Гарен почти шотнул Джейса. Джейс дает фэш. Сразу берет плоды, там Джейс еще и щиток от люксы. Просто жесть. Огромный сейв просто. Плоды плюс щитки. Да, сейчас тяжело будет. Вот сейчас, уже все. Я уверен, что выиграют ТФ первую карту. Ну реально, вейтгейм, я сразу сказал, Джакс это вообще чемпион, который в вейтгейме, тем более в командной игре, когда под него есть куча контроля, щитков, руты. Там еще и Шен с Галио, да, 2 гоба ульты. Я не знаю, пока что выглядит как 1-0 для ТФ. Гарен вообще в файте урона не носит, потому что бортовом у него. И так демеджа мало у Гарена, еще и с бортовым в файте, это вообще... У Джакса уже 4 сота. Там Джейс еще сплетит. Хорошо, Рейкан влетает. Очень хороший прокат с Зикса. Будет ли камбэк? Казикс. Казикс бихайнди убивает. Отлично. Даблкилл. Джакс. А с Джаксом что делать? Казикс, триблкилл. Отлично. Неплохо разыграли, но там без Джейса были ТФ. Рейкан очень хорошо сыграл. Джакс. По Джаксу. Хотя бы выбить Га. Ой-ой-ой, выбивают Га с Джейса. А как же Джакс? Ну, Джейс. Не хватает демеджа. Очень жесткий сейчас был матч. 2 Га выбили. Га выбили из Джакса. А, нет, это Женя была плюс Мортиус, окей. Блин, жесткий файт, я прям... Ну, это прям пот, прям очень... Казикс тут запотел прям очень сильно. Ну, Рейкан очень хорошо сыграл. Рейкан дал прокасты, сразу же Зикс его зафлоил туда своим прокастом. Ну, здесь Джакс, конечно, очень много дэмэджа влил. Проблема в том, что Казикс играл по целям, где нет рядом союзных чемпионов, он быстро их шотнул. Так нельзя Казикса оставлять. Жестко.
in these fights, and you saw it there that he was able to draw some of the focus away from Zissou as they were tower diving 2v3.
Coyote recognizing his role in this part.
Не знаю, насколько это было прям хорошо, конечно, потому что, ну, Казикс получил, да, там 6 слотов свои, 16 тысяч фарма, но Казикс и Джакс — это вообще разный уровень вейтгейма, да, то есть герои Джакс намного сильнее. Я говорю про тимфайт 5 на 5. Понятное дело, что Казикс, если играет по одной цели, например, в бихайнд прыгает просто сзади под люксу и...
He also has an ardent sensor as well, and I love this that he's able to flex in getting a lot of ability power for the shields, but now also getting utility with the ardent sensor.
Там вон пытаются закетчить. Ну, Рейкан пытает. Галио ульт. Отлично. Карма хорошая стяжка, но очень мало дэмэджа. Ребята, вам базу пушат. Ребята, вам базу пушат, алло. ГГ, серьезно? Я в тильте.
The split push in the top side. He runs it twice. He gets a huge hug from Zissou as they take their first game off of their opponent's JDG.
The elated reaction from the Vietnamese squad shows you how important getting the first win in this series sets them up for great momentum in this series.
I was watching that fight thinking, why don't they have Coyote here? He's too late to rotate.
Where is he?
And they made the same call. They said there's no point getting Coyote back in this fight. We're going to stall out on the backlines, let them spend cooldowns, and finish the game. Hullbreaker Jace in the side lane doing what he was designed to do.
Ironically, we talked about how if Coyote doesn't snowball, if he can't team fight with the Jace, you are just going to be a split push bot. Well, he was the best damn split push bot we have seen so far.
An incredible split pushing demonstration. Team Flash throughout that entire game.
Могли спокойно выиграть, но это... Ой, ладно. Сейчас подойду.
And they don't take any fight in the late game until they have a split push that can win them the game.
What an explosive victory. So quickly taken back by Team Flash when it was their moment. Digon, talk to us, man. How was that game won already? Are we ready to do the thing?
No, we're not ready to do the thing, but the game one was as good as your outfits. Great job, guys, on game number one. And we got ourselves an upset lead.
Yeah!
Team Flash, WCS on the board first. First time that's happened all tournament long. And so JDG on the back foot, they're going to need to find some answers. But that was after a series, had some pauses. But basically, I wouldn't say it was like the Roster Nova series where they hand shook to get to the late game. But once we got to the late game, then we got to see, finally, a team that had the mechanics that could really keep up in some fights against the WRL squad of JDG.
And that's the thing, right? We saw how Team Flash, it felt like a different Team Flash. They were super duper confident. They were basically entering every single fight that they know that they can match the mechanics. And the fact that the ending was just so great, but I know I'm too excited to talk about the ending yet. We're still looking at the early game highlights.
No, I'm gonna get fired after this because I refuse to say anything good about Team Flash. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna say anything.
That's true.
JDG played pretty well this game.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. Again, right? JDG early lead. It was theirs for a while, but then we had this fight around the dragon. I think TJ did a great job explaining keep your eyes onto Zissou, but also Coyote multiple times in this fight. I was like, oh, Coyote's almost dead. Okay, he's healed. Right here. Oh, Coyote's almost dead again. This one right here. And then is able to get out twice. It's again, two times.
I swear, this Lux and Galio combo just protects them from all the magic damage.
Yeah.
Imagine as the game progresses, all of these shielding from the Lux is going to be in a very low cooldown, so you can just keep spamming and protect your carries. That's why they're so aggressive.
I'm not talking about Ellie, I'm not talking about MT, but if you're talking about the champions, Lux and Galio, I think what we saw this game was those two champs did a very great job in negating one of Zig's biggest strengths, which is zone control. You would see Lux pop the shield on Galio, who already has a magic damage shield. He would walk in, tank every single grenade, every single mine, and your team can just clear out the field. You can walk in.
Yeah, I feel like, Team Flash recognizes that, okay, Coyote also with this really, really good backdoor. Amazing that JDG was so busy with a team fight over at that big Baron area. Look at this gold swing. And I want to recognize the fact that Team Flash saw Ziggs, Karma, lots of magic damage. Let's also itemize against that. We saw Moz, we saw Wit's End from the side of Zissou, basically making sure that they're kept alive on top of the shields, the magic shields. I love it. I love it. Stand United as well played a huge part in protecting these characters.
I very much like that point because sitting back in the back with Stuart multiple times now, we've seen some very weird builds by teams throughout Icons. This felt like the most thought-through build path here by Team Flash's squad in terms of itemization for Magic Resist, and not just thinking, hey, we need to kill them. It's like, hey, how do we beat them, right? And you could tell that thinking is there because of the backdoor play that Coyote called for the rest of the squad.
And I think, Riku, I think we have to make a confession here. We were kind of backstage talking about the fact that we don't really like Jace of Hellbreaker. It kind of feels like a bait pick. You do no damage in these team fights. Your shot blocks don't hurt. But when you have the killer instinct like Coyote does, like that, you recognize the timing window, everyone's dancing around an objective, you just go end the game. Simple as that, really.
And you saw the power of it as they were dancing around in a 2v3 after the Baron fight. No Baron, but after the fight broke out there, where again, Zissou and Coyote felt comfortable to take on the 3 members of JDG in that fight because of the tankiness that the Hullbreaker provides.
And that's exactly what TJ was talking about as well, right? We don't want to see Team Flash be nice boys, respectful. We want to see Team Flash come in swinging. That's exactly what we got in game 1.
Yeah, exactly. We're seeing right now a glimpse of the WCS Team Flash, and they gotta keep going wild like this. Yes.
All right. Well, before game 2 starts, let's send it on over to Mika with the next opponent of one of these quarterfinal teams. It's JT's Barry.
Thanks, Digon. I'm here right now with Barry from a J team. Congratulations to you guys for that very dominant win. I want to know if that was indeed as one-sided as we thought it was, as we felt it was, or were you guys challenged?
今天还是恭喜你们拿下这个比赛的胜利啊！想问一下，今天的这场比赛对于你们来讲，是不是就有一些挑战性，还是说在你们意料之中的？
在我们意料之中。
We don't face too much challenge into this game. I thought we can just handle the situation.
Wow, looks like you guys are ready. And we learned from Michelle, actually, Michelle mentioned that you are on a quest to be one of the best ADCs, in particular the best Vayne in this tournament. I want to know who else has impressed you. Who are your top 2 ADCs or Dragon Laners so far in Icons 2022?
因为我之前在采访当中其实有提到过，你是我们赛区的第1维恩嘛？你觉得在这次 Icons 的舞台当中，还有哪个赛区哪位选手的这个 AD 你觉得是排在你之下的第2 AD 呢？
我觉得京东的那个池挺厉害的。
I think the AD carry Chi from JDG gonna be the 2nd place.
Wow, okay. And just out of curiosity, because I'm very curious, why is your IGN Barry?
就是很好奇为什么你的 ID 叫 Barry？
因为这是一首歌名，喜欢这首歌。
It's a name of a song. It's my favorite song.
Oh, wow. And here I thought that we were going for some kind of fun Sunday with Cherry on the same team. Now, you guys will be up against the winner of the next match. Would you rather go up against JD Gaming or Team Flash, and why?
下一场的话，你们要对阵的是下一场的胜者。你更倾向于对阵 JDG， 还是更倾向于对阵他们的对手这个 TF 呢？为什么？
我更想打 TF 一点嘛，因为 WRL 赛区内战感觉可能大家看着没那么开心吧。
I prefer to play against the TF because I don't think audience gonna be like seeing the other 4 teams gonna be from WRL.
Oh, wow, that is very, very spicy. Thank you so much, Barry. Back to you guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you very much to Mika, Michelle, and Barry. Barry, a man of the people. He's like, yeah, let's give the people the show. Give us TF. How about that?
Oh, we're gonna cry. We're getting looked down on like this. It's like, oh my god.
That's not what he said. He didn't say look down. He was just like, this would be more fun.
Yeah, it was for more fun. Yeah.
Just like, no, it's not even like we want WRL to win so we can prove we're the best. It's like we know we're the best. We just want to give you guys some excitement.
Wow.
Yeah, we just want to give you guys a good show, basically.
Look at Coyote, by the way. He's got the swagger. He knows he won that game for his team.
He's got the killer instinct, man.
Yeah. Oh,
let's go!
He's feeling it.
It's about time. This is what I wanted to see. This is what I wanted to see from this squad that, you know, in the region of the WCS looked so comfortable and dominant, right? This was a dominant team, and when they got here to Icons, dominant was not the word that you could describe them with.
Yeah, I mean, when we look back at their journey from the WCS Vietnam, they were basically undefeated during their playoffs run.
Sure.
And
SBTC who?
and they continue that win streak up until the WCS when they 4-0'd Flash Wolves. So, you know, I feel like we're really starting to see the return of the WCS Team Flash here.
All right. Well, one game in the books. A draft that was unique. We talked about during the draft, we were like, hey, we love this draft in terms of like watchability, in terms of aggression, a lot more than what we saw out of Flash Wolves. Let's see if they can do it again here in game number 2. JDG taking the blue side, Team Flash on the red. So looking like they're sticking with it here.
Yeah, Team Flash maybe having less flexibilities in terms of bans this time around. Team last game being on the red side, you have to ban away the center.
Так, ну что, надо камбэкать, родные. Опять они Эш забанили, кстати. Надо камбэкать. Ну, команда тоже сильная, ТФ. Нам, кстати, чел СТФ показал 3-0 будет. Видели? Сейчас посмотрим. Эш Камила сцена в бане.
And his Kazakhs. These are his 2 best picks when we look back at the WRL. So he has to make sure that he has those 2 available. And the only third champion that I could think of that is very different from the WRL run is the Xin Zhao, which he has used as well as his 3rd best pick.
So Jace getting taken away here. Shy, or Coyote is going to need to figure that one out. A new solution.
Coyote again is a man of many faces. He has a very deep champion pool. This Jace ban will do nothing, will not hurt Coyote at all.
Джейс уходит в бан. Юми Синджет, ну, все по стандарту.
Immediate takeaway of the karma after the Singed ban coming on through. That is one that we've seen consistently banned, but the priority on Singed has risen.
Карма на ферспик опять. Блин, ну Кармы, хоть он и хорошо отыграл в прошлой игре, тем более ФВП урона не хватает. Сейчас опять Шенджакс.
That's a nice little run back there.
Zisu was so tanky on the Jax as well. The Stand United coming in with the Heroes entrance coming in as well.
Да, то же самое, да. Но это опять сейчас проблема будет в эдгейме. Я не знаю, Карма на ферспик, конечно, не особо результативная, скажем так, на данном турнире. То есть посмотрим. Пока что выглядит как опять 2-0. Ну, в смысле, как 2-0. Как еще один гейм за ТФ.
Too late, not enough damage coming from the Karma.
It's a Karma! Wow! They're running this back. Honestly, I was thinking
то же самое. Одинаковые пики, как в прошлой катке. Казикс плюс Зикс.
Early game champions like the Lucian, but it seems to me they're not gonna they're just basically gonna run it back. Do things differently.
I very much like that there. They lock in the zigs and
Будет ли опять Галио? Интересно. Моргана Галио, может быть.
Coming on out.
But why though? This one is interesting to me. The Lux was a great pick for you. There was definitely no problems with Lux last game. Why are you opting to go for Morgana here? Unless maybe we're gonna see something cheeky like a Flex Morgana, even though I doubt that's gonna happen. This raises a lot of question marks for me.
Because honestly, Coyote can still play this in the mid lane.
Тут проблема в том, что они и так хорошо играли. Тут проблема в эдгейме, типа. В ИТ очень сложно убить Шена и Джакса. Плюс там еще с Моргана. Плюс еще дополнительный шилд для Джакса. Ну, сложно будет в любом случае. Надо посмотреть, что тут пикают. Сейчас если Галио возьмут, потому что Грагас в бане, Ревна надо Галио банить. HDG надо банить Галио срочно.
Flash says, we'll take a page out of your book, we'll do you one better. We will facilitate Zisu, our star jungler, to come in and carry us against you, JDG.
All right, Wukong and Riven banned away by Team Flash. JDG have to close it on out, and it's the Galio, which MT looked really good on. Also, Gragas taken away, so not a lot of disengaged tankiness here from the support role. We've seen the set kind of pop up. We've also seen Thresh played a decent amount today. Let's see where they go with that.
Oh, wow.
We want to show support here. And this is another cue that the Morgana might be a flex pick. Because you show support here, you keep the Morgana flex to 5. Maybe we see Mog mid, maybe even a Rakan mid taking a page out of RIQ's book.
Alistair getting taken away by JDG. So you try to go in with the quickness and rerun it back.
Yeah, we're really running it back with, again, what almost said 4 facilitators and 1 big carry.
Рейкан. Гарен Алистар, о, сейчас очень прям сильный пик. Опять войти, опять очень слабый вейт у HDG, прям очень слабый. Рассчитывают на Зикса и Казикса.
mid.
Exactly.
You're
They need
missing
something
early
to
mid
put. There
damage.
it is.
Мгм.
Love it.
Another WCSZ coming out
Офигеть,
through.
Z
We got
такой
to see
сетап
Helios run with it throughout the tournament.
против
Not
такого
so
драфта.
successful yesterday, but
Жестко.
Coyote, the champion of the region.
Благодаря Z шансы уравнялись.
Team Flash again
Кстати.
can basically do 1-3-1. If you have Zissou and Coyote split the side lanes, you have that big entry. You can pick up Hullbreaker, then you have a big cheat. You have the Shen stand united, and it suddenly becomes a 2v1. I think it's amazing.
Momo, final
Team
thought.
Flash have a great comp for playing side lanes, but JDG, they want to come in
Жестко.
fight, they want to AoE shield, run at you, run you down. It's going to be hard against Morgana, against Rakan, against Stand United, but JDG, they're one of the best teams in the world. If anyone can make it work, it's them.
All right, y'all. Casters, the air's getting a little thick here with some copium, so
let's go.
Let's send it back on over to you so we can take a little bit of a break and enjoy game number 2, just like everyone around the world will.
Digon, you say the air is thick with copium?
Big inhale!
Oh! I'm inhaling that, baby.
How does it taste?
Victory.
Oh, Team Flash. Flashing, there's 3-0 on the stage, and I think we agreed they built a pretty good draft here in order to get it. They do lack the global presence of their previous team composition, but we got a Z.
And I love seeing some good Zed gameplay. We saw a lot of spiciness from yesterday in the series between RRQ and Fun Plus Phoenix. I now want to see how well Coyote can perform on this assassin. And for JDG, can they regain composure? Can they regain control of this series?
One thing that Coyote will be able to do on the Z is split push. We saw him do that on the Jace in the last game.
Did a pretty damn good job of that too.
Role, right? You can be in that side lane, you can be causing damage. The other thing he can do on this Z is have a great time in lane against JoJo, which is why Doki is...
Как всегда помогают правила на миду взять. Алистар немножко помог.
Pretty weak level 1, well, pretty good time farming early. And if Zed gets farm early, it is, as we say in the business, in the esports analysis business, a bad time.
And JoJo also gets priority, so he can get vision to see where Zissou started, going for that full clear once again. And immediately, as you talked about, Coyote, as soon as he hits level 2, jumping instantly right onto JoJo.
Yeah, and this will really help as well, the Zed and the team fight, with the presence onto the...
Ну, Z карму не сможет убить. В миду это 100%, потому что там есть шилд, щиток плюс экзост. Поэтому карма это, в принципе, хороший пик в мид, даже против Z. Z даже будет терпеть наоборот. Проблема в том, что опять вейтгейм, хотя я говорю, сейчас вейтгейм равный. Даже чуть сильнее может быть Ziggs, Kha'Zix. У HDG посильнее будет. Один Джакс там не сможет все это закэрить. Походу, катка будет очень интересная. Здесь, кстати, краба не дают забрать. Ну как так-то? Алистар дает хорошую комбо по двоим. Есть игнайт на Зеде. Надо играть. Хороший рут по Алистару. Алистара надо добивать. Алистар дограет. Нет, а на одно хп? Серьезно? Фушает? Очень близко было для того, чтобы сделать фрестблад для команды ТФ. Надо играть очень аккуратно, на самом деле, даже с учетом того, что у них агрессивный сетап, да. Все-таки, если брать контроль, то контроля больше у команды ТФ. То есть Шен, Джакс, Моргана, Рейкан. У HDG есть только Алистар, да, плюс еще карма с обездвижением, но этого очень мало, на самом деле. Под Алистара, в принципе, играть некому. Только дать кнопки Зиксу с кармой. Чтобы быстро кого-то там убить, все равно не хватит дэмэджа. Спасибо за лайки, ребят. Ребят, поддержите лайками, кто еще не проставил. Это фрестблад, кстати, в миду для HDG. Шен сейвит! Как же жестко! Надо доигрывать. Карма делает фрестблад, хорошая стяжка. На ульте, я думал, он выживет сейчас. Отлично.
Thumbs up in response for JoJo. That's who you know you got in his head when he kills you and spams 3 consecutive emotes. JDG taking the right approach, recognizing that the Z is real scary during the early game yesterday or last game. We saw a ton of pressure on Ellie. This game around, they're getting rid of the Z early. Repeated ganks in the middle of the map this time from Jingda.
Есть ферстблад, первый крот. Там сейчас, кстати, уже Людену карма. На базе должен быть. Хорошо тут сыграли. Тут, конечно, Шен тоже грамотно сыграл. Алистар дал идеальную комбу. Здесь Z пытался выйти. Хороший ульт. Но почему-то остановился Z. Неужели думал, что все уже, он умирает?
I only recalled him saying it once. No. Or,
it was boo, boo, boo.
Yeah.
Get out of my lane.
Knuckle sandwich, knuckle sandwich, knuckle sandwich.
I do want to flag they tried to put the Z.
50 секунд до объекта. Здесь, кстати, хорошо дамажит Гарен. Гарена очень сложно бить. Комбо будет от Алистара. Выбивают они флеш с Джакса, но это, в принципе, огромный плюс, тем более перед объектом. Полминуты осталось до первого объекта. Пока что HGG довольно уверенно себя чувствует. Алистар все-таки тоже делает свою работу, да, очень мобильно играет.
The key moment for JoJo is using that exhaust right when the death mark comes out, negating a lot of that incoming burst damage so that he survives the encounter. JoJo will be able to survive, but has to leave lane. Yeah.
So, finally, some good news for Coyote. And he is not going the Hullbreaker side lane build that we have seen a couple of Zeds do recently.
It's going for damage.
Damn that.
Герольда начинают форсить команда HGG, но это, в принципе, логично. Плюс ФБ Тавр сейчас будут открывать на топе. Тут Алистар, кстати, выбивает флеш из Морганы. Очень Алистар играет глубоко на карте, прям за счет того, что он такой танк с ультой. Очень много делает грязи. Тем более ФБ Тавр без Герольда открывают, пытаются открыть, но не получается. Здесь сейчас, если Зикс придет, даст W, эта башня взорвется. Хороший ультимейт, стяжка от кармы. Ну, выбивают из нее флеш. Здесь Зикс будет взрывать вышку. Будет ли Зикс взрывать вышку? Да, должен. Ну, ФБ Тавр. Отлично. Плюс еще Герольд есть. Там еще и Гарен сейчас запушит, потому что Z бэкается.
You know what's funny to me is Team Flash doing such a great job of trying to hold all of that, and she was like, "That's cute." Bah. Nice turret.
Be ashamed if someone satchel bombed it.
2-0 по Таврам, еще Герольд есть. Прям преимущество по голде сейчас будет хорошее. Ну, здесь Z умирает. Да. Ой, Шен, ну Шен красавчик. Реально, Шен, ой, как хорошо. Ну, Шен просто решает. Очень хороший сейф, уже второй раз. В первом не получилось до конца сейвить, но здесь идеально прям. Еще и килл подлутали. Там, кстати, Гарен мог выйти, если бы не замедлился под соло, под плодами. Было бы намного лучше. Если бы он просто бежал вниз. Шен потеет. Да, он хорошо жмет кнопку ультимейта. Я имею в виду именно... Когда остается вот 0 хп, там буквально ладно 50 хп, он дает ульт на Шене. То есть здесь вообще Z умирает. Ну, 100%, если бы не Шен. Прям офигеть, там слишком хороший тайминг. Затаймил ульт Шен. Ну, 2-0 по Таврам. Плюс еще Герольд есть.
Team Flash, almost 8 minutes into the game, this is a point where they are still biding their time, scaling on objectives, getting Zissou online.
О, как хорошо. Ой, как Алистар сыграл. Это просто божественно было. У меня просто слов нету. Он очень жестко сыграл, еще и без флеша тем более. Он не отдавал флеш. Тут Алистар очень сильно сыграл. Красавчик. Третий тавр для HGG. Джакс дал смайт, чтобы задефать Герольда.
Strike gonna mix. Thought it was an all-day buffet. Got told closing time was around midday. Ushered out.
Midday's at 8:25.
Is it really? Whoa! It's 9:30. You're an hour off. Oh, you were going by the in-game time.
The in-game time.
You're right. Midday's at 8:25.
On the Rift.
On the Rift. And that buffet is closed, but JDG still did take a lot of food for it. Took some back to their hotel room for later. Built themselves a 3k gold lead. Nothing to sneer at. They also have gotten rid of all of the tier 1 turrets, which will give them access to all the jungle inside Team Flash's side, as well as priority on all of these objectives. So Team Flash need to make some proactive plays here before Zissou is at mark, because if they play slow, they're just going to get edged out of the game.
Rift Herald has spawned once again. JDG, they're the ones first to the pie here. They have control over the pit. Doesn't seem like Team Flash are going to contest.
I think we're hungry. The pie, the all-day buffet.
Food's good, man.
Ну, здесь прям такое преимущество стандартное. У HGG, то есть у них такой пик агрессивный, они стараются давить за счет Алистара. Тавры они забрали, преимущество в голде там 4000 почти. Какой приз за первое место? $1 миллион.
So close. We're teeing up, getting ready to walk into the pit 25 seconds from now.
Ну, преимущество они уже минут 7 держат. HGG.
Kabam! Boom! Pow! Whoa!
It's actually what I sound like during fights. If you just isolated my audio track, it's just me going, whoa! Wow! Whoa!
I'll give you another one.
Is that the Jacks coming in?
Yeah,
swinging a staff.
Yep, helicopter style.
We're not quite at Jack's helicopter territory yet, which is kind of the worrying sign for Team Flash. They do not have Zissou online, which gives JDG a pretty significant advantage as we're back into the action. 20 seconds away from this Infernal Dragon. It is JDG's fight to lose, and Team Flash have to fight it despite that advantage.
You can see that Zissou is trying to farm out the last bit of camps right before the dragon is forced to spawn. JDG is not quite in position yet, but Xingdo has started up the dragon early, and as long as no one approaches, Zissou's on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Team Flash aren't even trying to get this dragon.
Второго дракона дадут? А нет, Казик забирает его фри.
Get the top lane turret, some gold into Zissou's pocket. That's, as I said, about 1,000 gold worth of damage stats in JDG's pocket in trade. That is not a good trade deal.
Unless you're JDG.
Correct. Team Flash, on the other hand, got ripped off. They're going to be behind in late game scaling. You see a 2,000-3,000 gold lead at the top of the screen. Add another 1,000 to that. This looks very good for JDG right now. Team Flash still waiting on that wit's end third item completion for Zissou.
Yeah.
Cannot fight before then.
With the Infernal Dragon on their side, it puts them at roughly about 4,000 gold worth of stats ahead of Team Flash. JDG favored in team fights if one were to erupt in a 5-on-5 situation. Team Flash, if they take one, it is going to come down to how Coyote approaches this fight. It can't be through the front door. He's got to look for the side flanks.
He's got to climb over the garden fence. Squat in their flowers for a bit.
Wait for his moment to strike.
Steal some of their carrots.
Not the carrots, dude. That's rude.
It's a Lord of the Rings reference.
Team Flash setting up the defenses right now on the outer perimeter of their base. It is one line of towers that separates JDG.
12-я минута, все пока так же, счет 2-1. Очень мало киллов в игре, но давит команда HGG. Здесь очень хороший файт, кстати. Зигс дает хороший ульт, там все кнопки в Гарена летят, Гарена не убивают. Шен дает ульт под Джакса. Хорошо доигрывают. Неужели ГГ 2-0? Late game. Казикс нужен. Забирают вражеский лес. Хорошая комба, но здесь Казикс ничего не... Ну, Казикс... Зачем 2 в 5? Да, Казикс умирает. Почти умирает. Минус Алистар. Урона нет. Урона нет с руки. Джакс 2-0. 10 тысяч.
So when the Rift Herald is summoned a little bit prematurely, when they know that JDG are still a little spread out in their own jungle, take a look at this positioning. Several members too far down on the map. They see, in particular, the Kazakh Shindo on that turret in the bottom lane, and Team Flash pulled the trigger. They say this is a...
Нет, так я сказал, что команда сильная, ТФ. Я сказал, вот кто из них выиграет, тот и фаворит для меня в этой паре. Это равная игра, просто вейт-пик у них.
And it was Team Flash picking up 3 kills in a row.
And you can see the frustration from JDG's coach in the replay, just watching that fight unfold. I imagine that it was after the re-engage from Doki and Shingdo trying to see if they could catch any stragglers, but the way Team Flash were able to regroup so quickly. JDG caught unaware once again, and now this time, that golden that they had, it was about 3,000. It is shriveled down to 1,000.
That's like my garden plants. The one you have on the window, and you look up one day, it's only got 1,000 gold. You're like, what happened? I watered it every day.
Must have not watered it continuously, TJ.
I got over-aggressive with the Rift Herald. Didn't check that my team was behind me, and the plant died. And now Baron's on the map. Now Team Flash are in striking distance with Wit's End complete on Zissou, giving him a ton of lifesteal in these team fights.
And check this out. Coyote's completing Sorelda's Grudge now allows him to have the power.
Check that out! It's sick, Mark!
Yeah. It allows him to be able to take on even the toughest opponent, which will be Lemon with that Hullbreaker, with all the armor and the health stats.
Yeah, we saw it in the last fight. Lemon get isolated and burned down. He doesn't have the mobility. Wow, he's just dead.
Yeah, Doki has no way out of this one. Not even a flash. It's too late. Mega Inferno Bomb does nothing to stop Team Flash in its tracks.
Lemon doesn't have the mobility to dodge these engages. So the rest of the team...
Эту карту скорее ТФ и выиграют. 2-0. Урона уже нет. Магический урон уже не так сильно бьет. Там есть маг-резисты. Поэтому я думаю, что здесь 2-0. Ну, должно быть 2-0 здесь, если они не затроллят. Например, вот как сейчас Z это делает. Опять его сейвит. Ой, там сейчас еще и Шен туда прилетит. Отлично. Z еще выходит, там шут Моргана его засейвил. Это какая 2-0. Жестко ТФ играют этим пиком. Им нельзя Шена Джакса давать. Я считаю, что они проиграли из-за того, что Шен Джакс. 2 игры подряд. Они хорошо играют этой связкой. Шен очень много делает, типа. Типа столько ресурсов отдать в Зеда, но из-за того, что там зашилдил его Шен ультой, а потом еще Моргана зашилдила, и он... Да не, ну это ГГ, типа. Гарен вообще бесполезный в игре. Он просто, я не знаю... Короче, третья игра, надо банить Джаксаем в лес, либо Шена в топ. Это прям, ну... Я бы и то забанил. Они хорошо играют этой связкой. Если они третью игру отдадут, это скорее всего 3-0.
Which is a strong indication of who is running the map right now.
And preemptively using engage tools that should be used to disengage threats away from your backline. Once Che's gone
into the pit,
it is going to be so difficult for JDG.
Zissou
already finding JDG, the heart of them all.
Ой, сколько там Жони прожали. Нет, тут ГГ. Тем более Казикса убили. Единственный дэмэдж нормальный. Физический.
Team Flash continue the assault.
2-0.
Looking for more. Zisu still has a GA, but he pops the stasis to ensure that he doesn't burn it quite yet. It is Shy, it is Empty, and Ellie continuing the chase. They go for another knockup, landing the damage down. Ellie burning them down to a crisp. Empty finishes it off.
And Team Flash own this game. The entire
Очень хорошо играют Шен Джак с этой связкой. Ну прям нереально. Бедный Гарен 0-2-0. Ему так и не дали посплитить нормально. С бортовым. Вторую игру проигрывают только потому, что там Шен и Джейс. Все дайвы, которые были на Зеда, они все почти неудачные. Только из-за того, что там Шен. Все. Надо банить этого героя. Здесь просто Джакс уже прыгает там 1 в 5, и там фоуит его Рейкан на фулл кнопках. Да без шансов просто. Карма ФП вуз, естественно. Но я уже об этом говорил, что карма на ФП, даже если ты идешь 10-0, у нее не так много дэмэджа. ТФ их запотели прям 2 карты эти. Если 3-0 будет, это прям вообще... Ну, то есть это очень хороший результат. Нет, они Эш банят, потому что ТФ играют через этот пик. Вон Рейка. Да какая пауза тут, ГГ?
I don't think it's going to change anything. But a technical pause does come through. JDG very likely on the brink of losing their second game of this series.
It would be the first time any team has taken a second consecutive game off of JDG this entire tournament, TJ.
True. JDG have been nigh on unbeatable up to this point. And after Team Flash is quite ooh. Wow. Give us another look.
Pose. Oh! Talk to him! Let him know, Coyote!
And after their performance versus Nova Esports, many people doubted whether or not Team Flash would be the team to do it. Here they are, back in the form that led to them being undefeated in the WCS playoffs. In the regional playoffs, they were undefeated from the entire time they entered the Vietnamese playoffs till the time they graduated in first place out of the WCS SEA Super Region playoffs. And they looked shaky. Zissou gave a little bit too much respect to Long.
Я буду ржать, если GG компактнут с 0-2 на 3-2. Я честно, я бы очень сильно смеялся, но надеюсь, что такого не будет уже. Ну, они нормально заряжены. Мне кажется, там GG в тильте. Им нельзя отдавать такой драфт. Пауза знаете где? Прям там уже возле трона игра заканчивается практически, они паузу поставили. Кофеечек, водичку, правильно, попейте. На чили. Какой кринж. Ой, блин. Жестко. Icons. Icons. Бедный слева тип. Смотрите, слева тип. Боже, какой кринж. О май гад, просто. Их показывают по телеку. Это жестко прям. Чем рукой закрыл лицо, бедный говорить не мог, ржал.
Ой. all been planned out for them. It's marketing. Genius.
Жестко, жестко.
They're making a choice. They're like, oh man, I'm gonna get the bigger cup. I'm so smart.
Ребят, добейте 5 лайков до 300 по-братски.
Bam.
Bam.
Team Flash in a great position to close out this second game. And I want to talk about the implications.
Oh, we're back on topic.
4 лайка до 300, ребят, по-братски. Жестко, жестко.
You know what? We'll save that if we're in the technical pause for any longer. But I do want to.
Sure. Okay, you go on topic, and then we'll go back to paper cups.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. But to refresh ourselves for those who are tuning in, technical pause time. Team Flash on the verge of cleaning out Game 2. Bar a miracle from JDG being able to capitalize on a over-aggressive mistake from Team Flash. The implications of leading 2-0 against JDG in a single elimination knockout bracket.
ТФ декассировали, но я бы не сказал, что декассировали, потому что преимущество держали очень долго. HGG, но дальше прям вот этот вейт все-таки от Джекса. Ну, первые 15 минут прям очень интересно было смотреть. 2 игры. Ну, там Шен очень много делает. Я видел. Он уже второй раз так показывает. Он же до этого тоже показал после первой игры, когда они победили. Но мне кажется, 3-0 будет. Они прям заряжены.
Looks like they're about to be. I don't know how you dial yourself back in mentally. I can tell you one thing they could do.
What's that?
I'm so happy you asked. I'm stalling for time, so we're making every interaction possible. So I'm gonna do it again. Okay, I'll tell you one thing they would do. That was good. That was like great.
Ой,
They
блин.
could change up the draft, and I think so far what we've seen from JDG has been a very consistent style of pick, where it's all about. Got the zigs in the back, kind of doing everything the Karma's enabling our front line. We don't have too much front line. That is a really solid.
Ару, пауза. Когда там игра заканчивается, там челы паузу поставили.
Team Flash are in fact taking jungle picks away from you, increasingly winning that dragon lane matchup. So what needs to happen is a more focused composition. And if you want to stay with the power of
Да, там не просто лям зелени.
has been working out for them. You need more tanks to defend that six. If you want to play through the power of a Karma engage, you know, you keep getting Karma. Karma's really strong. Karma best works when enabling characters like Riven, like Jax.
Ты чё орёшь? Да, Смувов, как комментатора показали, который рукой закрылся, ржал, потом другой чел, которого показали, это просто...
The thing that Team Flash do really well is win mechanics checks. And we have seen that so far this series.
Спасибо за лайки, ребят. 308 уже.
And it definitely makes sense too, because JDG, every time they've grabbed the Karma, they immediately pair it with Kha'Zix and Ziggs, which we know that Kha'Zix Ziggs as a duo core, that's great. It's fantastic. You chunk them out, and then boom, stragglers have to flee the scene, and then boom, there's a bug that is picking off people that are isolated. But a Kha'Zix can't jump into a crowd and a swarm of people. You're not getting the isolation damage off, even if you have empowered shields from Karma.
Right. So the Karma is kind of from a different composition, right? The Karma is really good when you have beefy frontline characters who build these consistent fights, where you have like a really extended team fight, and the Karma can just keep pumping out shields, keep giving buffs. And what we instead have, or alternatively really lightweight engage comps, and the Karma works with them because you speed boost the lightweight engage. So like either of those work, but the Karma doesn't work with frontline boost Ziggs, which is the composition they're running. And you see this style of composition, I call it a fortress composition.
Yeah.
You see it also with Varus's quite often, Varusai, where you have the Ziggs in the backline, and they do poke damage over a period of time, cause a lot of low HP targets.
Денис, проиграли RQ. 0-3.
And that composition does not include a Karma. Yeah. So we're getting the Karma for JDG because they're like, oh, this is a really good champion. But it does not work with their composition. And you get away with that in a game where you're like better than the other team. But JD Gaming are on par with Team Flash. And they are losing these mechanical fights.
And this is the reality check that JDG are getting. In the prior series against Rolster Y,
we're back.
О, неужели? Игра заканчивается. Ну тут все, тут нечего комментировать. До 12 счет. 0 демеджа просто. Z в трон прыгает, убивает. Найс троллинг. Это специально, типа, на нервы подействовать? Чё? Какой смысл от паузы, если там игра закончилась? Алло, ребят. Ой, блин.
It's better to solve the issue now than later.
100%. It's just the fan in me is freaking out. So anyway, paper cups.
Back to the paper cups again, I see.
I don't have anything else to talk about with regards to paper cups.
Спасибо за стрим, бро. Приятно посмотреть.
I did have something else to say about paper cups.
Thanks, Icon. Paying for the good premium stuff
Yeah,
for us. Hell yeah. JDG, this is a team
we're back on top.
that I think it's a good balance. Just making sure that because if anyone tunes in,
minute of paper cups, minute of analysis, back and forth.
Gotta keep everyone on their toes.
You never know what's coming next.
That's right. JDG, this was a team that went against Fun Plus Phoenix in the WRL playoffs. Finished out as the second seed coming into this tournament. Many fans around the world had high expectations of perhaps seeing them once again return to the grand finals of this stage. For them going down potentially 0-2 in their quarterfinal series, not even semifinals, would be a massive upset.
Yeah, and I think it speaks well for Team Flash that they're doing this, but this is also a pretty good matchup for Team Flash. I think 0-7-11 over on FPX and Long over on Nova Esports are both really oppressive junglers that, in kind of contrasting ways, 0-7-11 much more the defensive kind of lane aid jungler who will be there to support his lanes. Long, as we've all seen, the king of the jungle, the son of the dragon, playing really aggressively. But both those teams are kind of built around their junglers. That's much less the case for Jingdo and JDG, though obviously they do play to their jungler. They're one of the WRL teams that is the meta, but it's much less the case. So I think it's a good matchup for Zissou to kind of find his bearings again.
I would say that for JDG, when you look back at some of the MVP performances throughout the playoff season, while Jingdo definitely had his fair share, a lot of the stellar performances was from Lemon in the Baron lane. And both of these games, he's on Garen.
He's on Garen and he's playing into Shen. And it does not get less, like, exciting than that. That's the wrong word. It's very difficult to influence the map in that matchup.
Dude, we saw Lemon early on in the play-in stage dunking on kids with Renekton, with Riven.
Yeah, and you can play Garen carry, but if you're into Shen, every time you make it scary, he's just gonna run away. He has so much HP. He has the ability to teleport away from the fight if it really gets sketchy. And critically, as we've seen multiple times, Team Flash recognized that Lemon's scary, and every time he might have the opportunity to get a kill, there's a teammate there to back him up.
Yeah.
Do you want to go back to paper cups?
No, I really want to.
So there are
build
two
up
kinds of tea that they're offering in the like cafeteria area out front. And they have the like Lipton teas, which are like kind of the hotel teas that you see everywhere, and they don't taste great. And then they have a just like pitcher that it says tea on it. And you walk up and you say, "Give me some tea," and they pour out some tea and they hand it to you. And I don't know what kind of tea that is, but it's good. It's the mystery tea.
It's Icon's tea, baby.
And that's what's in my paper cup. To bring it full circle, bring it back to what the viewers are invested in. My paper cup in front of me is full of the mystery Icons tea. The gestures don't work, Mark. You're not on camera.
It's okay. I'm communicating with the audience telepathically.
Sure do.
You don't believe me?
No. Unless you're the like waves coming out from the stage. I'm still appreciating the beauty of our stage here.
Dude, when we first got here, and we couldn't like, you know, tweet out photos or videos of the stage, I remember walking around the studio and literally falling to my knees when I saw the stage.
Yeah, it must have been crazy to be here on the first day. Because I was still on a plane then. Must have been crazy to be here.
That. It's been 3 weeks.
Really rubbing that in, aren't you, Mark?
No. That was not my intention, TJ. You weren't scheduled for the first day. I'm sorry.
Sorry, you were about to say something very nice about our stage.
It was beautiful.
It was.
It
now
is.
that we've got all the AR stuff with the champions appearing on it as well.
That's... I actually had a not a conversation. I got messages from one of our...
That's a conversation. It's a digital conversation.
Well, see, okay, well, the thing is that it's through an account that I can't access because it's locked out on my phone, but I still get messages on it.
Oh, so they were telling you things.
Yeah, and I can't respond. So this is me responding to my homeboy Michael on the production side.
That's good.
Michael was
if
throwing
you can
up.
hear this.
Yeah, if you can hear
Somebody
this.
tap Michael on the shoulder.
AKA Deef Erickson. They were showing when Akali was locked in yesterday. Akali's augmented reality spawn is her eating a bowl of ramen, and he wanted me to see it. He's like, "Look at that! That's so cool!" And he's like, "But you instead got caught up by the fact that Ash Mid was locked," and I was like, "Yeah, because Ash Mid is cool. I'm sorry."
And this is you saying that now. He's never heard this before, but someone in the production room has tapped him on the shoulder, and now he's gotten your message.
Michael, I'm sorry for not seeing the Akali eating ramen on the augmented reality feed.
Message Mark's new account. It is Rafa, and then the #, the hashtag 6387.
That's not it at all.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
He's checking his phone.
You said it so convincing. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not it, is it? When did you look at my phone? TJ just figuring out my account login information. Okay, thank God that wasn't the number.
You would be getting so many messages.
Dude, I would have had to leave the cast and change everything.
The other thing I've been really impressed by is how it keeps growing. Like the first couple of days we had the stage, it was really pretty.
Yeah.
And then we got the champions. And now we've got the
waves.
zappy field of static energy out
What's
front.
next?
And the coach rooms, the camera shot on the coach rooms is new as well.
Oh yeah. So check this out, guys.
You can't reveal the secret.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Coach rooms are a secret. There's a little bit of special sauce.
Can't reveal it quite yet. Maybe after the tournament. Oh. I think that's
Can
it.
we watch this Nexus explode?
Yeah! All right, here's the call. Here's the soundbite. Team Flash take out JDG in Game 2 and advance to match point.
Now go back in and edit that over the Nexus exploding so it sounds like we didn't have a pause right as it was exploding. You're doing work for the video editors, Mark. Team Flash looking good 2 games in a row, playing to their win condition. And this puts them, as you said, 2-0 up over Team Flash. A dominant performance thus far, and a badly needed one for the WCS today.
And to be honest, TJ, I was not expecting a 2-0 start from Team Flash.
Mark.
What's up?
I'm looking at my palms.
Oh.
I'm looking at my hands.
Oh, wait. We need to bring Digon on screen. Digon.
I've got a series on my hands.
Can I respond to that? It's not a series if it's gonna be a trio.
Almost did so good! Almost did so
You had
good!
to wait like just one game.
We were saying in the back, does Omo have the patience and the discipline to not curse this 2-0?
Easy.
Stop! You've already done enough.
All right,
But I believe.
all right. The superstition.
Okay.
The superstition
We're good, yeah.
is now already the black cat is out of the bag, walked under some ladders, broken some mirrors, and Omo has now thrown out the curse. But the play of Team Flash have earned themselves a 2-0 on their own merit, and it's been dominant, we could say.
Yeah, I think the fact that we're seeing a very similar draft, the same. Zisu's like, I'm gonna take a nap first, guys. You guys discuss what you guys want to do at game number 3. I'm listening with my eyes closed.
Everyone's just looking at him.
That's a mood. That's a mood right there.
That is also a mood right there.
Yeah, that's true.
JDG camp.
Yeah, the opposite side, we saw a couple of coaches' cams during the game where hands in face being like, this is not the series I want on our hands. It's going to be the come-from-behind requirement here for JDG as we take a look at the highlights. And early on, the focus was on the mid lane. Coyote did a great job escaping deaths in game number 1. Not so good on the first couple of attempts here by JDG. He goes down. But here it is, the classic Coyote escape with 1 HP, gets away. And then the key to the composition, it's Shy on the Shen with these flash taunts and making it look like it's so easy, Omo.
Yeah, he's clipping them at the tip of the flash taunts every single time. Shy is so on point mechanically with this champion. In the last game, we talked about how JDG identified that Jace was a problem. We all disagree, right? We all feel like it's Jax and Shen that's the problem, right?
100%, 100%. Like, when we look at how JDG operates, it is, again, Singdo being the primary carry and the rest supports him to make sure that he carries the game, right? But all these picks, Shen, Jax, are big answers against Singdo, who's always going to be on an AD carry. Look, Spirit Refuge, I'm going to remove your AD damage. You've got Counter-Strike as well against AD. So you basically nullify Singdo whenever he wants to fight you. He wants to kill you with his accumulation of gold. And this is just so smart from Team Flash. So now what I want to see on the adaptation, yes, ban the Jax, but what's gonna happen? You chip Singdo's own champion pool, because when we look at the WRL, his best picks are Jax and Kha'Zix. Both of these 2 picks, you're cornering yourself.
Yeah, it's going to be a big requirement for the kill leader here in the tournament in Xingdou to go deep here because Kha'Zix has not been the answer. I feel like the Karma has not been the answer, and I asked for it. We needed to see Empty look more like Fully on this Rakan. Definitely has. Great engages, several picks that then led to the pressure that forced JDG in these awkward situations.
Yeah, really great performance coming in from him on the Galio as well, now on the Rakan as well. Empty has definitely stepped up big time today. I think Ali has been doing a pretty good job himself as well. Hasn't really needed to do all too much, but that's Team Flash. When Zissou steps up, when Shy steps up, when Coyote steps up, the bot lane can kind of chill and just do their jobs, and this is the Team Flash that we expected to see.
And with JDG not experiencing a series loss throughout the tournament, none of the WRL teams
None.
have. JDG, all of a sudden, backs on the wall, has to win. Not even the series, but specifically the game. Just game at a time. Otherwise, it is the biggest upset in Wild Rift Esports history happening right now. Is it upset? The #1 team for the WCS? I will say yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is, because these WRL squads have looked good. Team Flash have fallen to a WRL squad already, but they look like a team transformed here, Riku.
They seem very confident. The fact that they're throwing emotes here and there, they're smiling. You see Coyote doing, 3-0. Wait, no, 3-0. Not 4-0. Maybe a little bit of preview of the future. Maybe not.
You're
Anyway.
not doing it cool enough. He was like swagging back. He was just like,
No, let me do it. Let me do it. It's
you
too
gotta
late.
be cool.
It's too late. You
It's
did
not like
it.
you're trying to mimic what Coyote was doing. That's all.
Right.
No, you're not cool enough.
Wow, hey.
Wow, that was messed up.
Okay, you know what?
Riku,
Never
you're
mind.
cool enough.
I'll be cool in the next game for sure. Okay. That's a promise.
All right, well, here you have
Next
it.
game? Oh, yeah, there's one more game.
There's one more game. Come on.
Math doesn't check out.
All right, hey. Team Flash are up 2-0 because we played 2 games so far, Omo. Here's how they did it in our HyperX call of the game.
Gonna be so difficult for JDG. Zissou already finding JDG, the heart of them all. Stand united, giving Zissou the extra assistance, the transcendent embrace. It doesn't even matter. Team Flash are devouring JDG's jungler alive.
It's game 3, and Team Flash are just one win away from taking the first series off of JDG and eliminating them from the knockout stage.
On the brink of advancing to the semifinals as well, the lone WCS team remaining in this tournament, TJ, Team Flash, match point.
Is that elimination point, I hear? Ooh. We're getting into the draft for game 3 as we speak. I got a new cup of tea. This Icon's cup is full, and that's just about the same level of our matches. Full to the brink, spilling over with good gameplay.
Team Flash at least bring in the fire this time around. Full in the tank. JDG left to be seen. They need to turn up the heat here.
It's a little bit dangerous. I filled the cup a little bit too much. Might spill over onto my hands.
Oh no. We don't want that.
I'm scared to pick this up while broadcasting. And that's how this game is too.
JDG, I want to see what new look they can show us when their backs are against the wall for the very first time in this Icons tournament. Because when you consider and look back at all the previous series, even when it was 1-1, they still had a second life. No longer that is the case.
I took a sip and now the level is down far enough that I'm not worried anymore. We're going to be getting into this chat for JDG. We asked big questions. Oh, they're bouncing. We asked big questions. We said, can JDG clean up their draft? The second place team out of the WRL, out of China. Big expectations on them. And can they meet those with a pointed draft? As it has become clear that they cannot win the mechanics checks against Team Flash, the undefeated best team out of the WCS, that is SEA, the second Vietnamese representatives to ever grace our international stage, and at this rate, Mark, the most successful Vietnamese representatives to ever grace our international stage. They were prophesied by many SEA analysts to be contenders for the World Championship.
That's right.
And I think as we head into this draft, they have proven why. One game away from eliminating JDG from the knockout stage here at Icons.
And one game away to clocking a ticket into the semifinals.
Semifinals!
Where J-Team awaits them on the other side.
Ooh! Team Flash over here on the blue side start things off with the Camille Band, JDG getting red side.
Yeah, that means they elected the red side. So this means that whatever happens at the end of the ban round, JDG are electing to take 2 power picks on the flip.
Singed banned out by Team Flash, demonstrating an awareness of JDG's favorite picks. It's followed by Santa Karma over on the JDG
No more
side.
Karma.
Playing on the red side means that you need to eliminate more of those power picks, more of those overpowered champions, because Team Flash will be able to first pick, have their pick of the litter. Wow!
Oh, Team Flash, they read what JDG wanted to set up for, and they say, no, you cannot get the Jax on the return end.
They have just banned out the JDG comfort composition. Lemon's Camille, Jojo's Singed, Jing does Jax. Ban, ban, ban. That is JDG's favorite characters removed from the game. JDG on the opposite side removed.
Do I see
everything that's so scary?
A Corky Jace.
Could be an Ash here from TF.
True.
Could
Ash.
be Coyote getting right in there.
The
Jace.
We saw Coyote, even though the early game did not net them a lead, it was what netted them the Game 1 win in a backdoor that shocked the entire world.
And I'm kind of surprised by the priority from Team Flash, because that indicates they think JDG are to contest it. I raised that there could be an Ashe here. That is less likely. We've only ever seen the Team Flash Ashe played by Coyote. While Jace is a flex pick, could go in multiple lanes, frankly, we expect it to be in that mid lane. So the Ashe unlikely here. JDG get the Corky instead, very high priority across this tournament.
Yeah.
Frankly, I think a better pick than the Jace to start things off.
Yeah. I think most of the other teams would agree with you that have played out their quarterfinal matches, and this
is really good.
Yeah, this is a complete flip of a switch for JDG. No longer the Kha'Zix Ziggs core setup. We're now going hyper-aggressive with this Lee Sin.
He kicked me.
Gotta be careful for that Dragon's Rage, TJ.
I
Roundhouse
got
kick.
thrown across the casting desk.
Literally.
Team Flash looking for a jungler here in the first rotation, because Zissou is going to be banned out if they do not pick it up. there it is, the Wukong. A scaling pick able to be present in the late game, probably played here in the jungle, could also be flexed to Shy, still maintaining that flexibility in their draft. And also I think looking for a Coyote pick. I would be surprised if we don't get something that can be flex mid, and there it is in the Morgana. Morgana very high priority after last game played by Ellie. However, if Coyote gets focused in the ban, then they will play it there instead.
There's some options now. JDG still locking down the Ziggs for Ched. This does mean that Corki will be going over to Jojo in the mid lane. Can match up against the Jace early on, can match Hull Breakers as well, so that there's a bit of a handshake when it comes to the split push. But the Corki will always be powerful when it comes to the objective fights with that package.
However, we talked about the power of this Ziggs in the backline and how it's typically played with a Fortress composition. Yet again, JDG are building a composition that relies on getting a gold lead. It does not have the roll tanks of the typical Fortress composition built around Ziggs. They have Lee Sin to clean up kills, but they've got Ziggs and Corki. Ziggs and Corki cannot be the solid front line. Both of them require tanks to play around. That will be the final two picks here for JDG, which is why Team Flash are already banning out engage bruisers, targeting the Riven, things with stuns that can lead off team fights. I expect the Alistair to be on that list as well.
And my question is, do Team Flash respect Lemon's Renekton? Something that we have seen been such a versatile force.
You're so much better of an analyst than me. I thought they were going to ban out the Alistair. It is instead the Renekton prioritized. Lemon targeted by both those bans. Doki, I guess, not considered a threat. Lemon now needs to pick his top lane character. You expect something tanky. It could be this Gragas in the top side. That could also be the Doki pick, preserving that flexibility.
JDG keeping their cards hidden until the very last pick. Team Flash now have to round out their composition and have to decide if this Jace is going into the mid lane, if this Wukong is going to the jungle, or vice versa.
I love this Braum pick from MC. It's going to give them the tools to deny a full engage from the Gragas. It's going to give them the tools to deny the range spam from Lemon. And they do get ZZ the Kha'Zix, which means that this Wukong is flipped over into the top side. They preserve that till the final pick, meaning that they'll have a brutal matchup at any point during the game. And there it is, a Lemon power pick. He has dueling potential. He has carry potential. At long last, JDG take Lemon out of Garen jail and say, we're at match point. Our hopes rest upon the top lane.
It is coming down to the 1v9 montage material that Lemon will have to pull out in these team fights. The burst damage from Ziggs, the consistent artillery fire from Jojo will all give Lemon the tools so that he can finish them off with the Noxian Guillotine.
Yet again, JDG has drafted a mechanics check composition. This draft is going to be at its best when they are winning their lanes, when they are finding kills by themselves in the side of the map. And that means that they've got to win those duels early. This match is going to start and rest upon the players finding fights and winning them in the first 5 minutes.
And Xingdo, a big task is called upon to him.
He's playing Lee Sin.
You have got to find the early snowball with this champion. We know that Lee Sin and the hands of some junglers like Long can still make Lee Sin look like an absolute god even in the late game. But you are tasked with snowballing your carries this game. You must get them the gold lead.
Team Flash promised a 3-0. JDG answer by going back to the comfort food. If they're facing elimination, they want to do it on the champions they know they can win lanes on, win 1v1s on, and here they go. Tournament lives on the line.
Already Doki and Che assuming battle positions in the bottom lane. And Xingdo, all eyes are going to be glued to the Lee Sin to see where his pathing goes. He has to explode in the first couple of minutes in this game.
I look at level 3 as the marker for Lee Sin. Unlike many champions, he doesn't need his ultimate to be deadly.
Yes.
And that is a massive power point. You can show up in lane while everyone is level 3. Nobody has their ultimates to defend against you. So I want to see that from Xingdo.
And Lemon already taking advantage of the level 2 spike. Shy getting out of harm's way before facing a very characteristic Lemon all in at the level 2 mark. We've seen him do it so many times on champions in the past.
Big man, big axe, run from that. Lemon, known in the WRL as the carry of this team, known as the best top laner in China. here we go. His chance to prove it single-handedly, trying to dig deep and keep his team alive internationally.
Lemon already getting chunks down onto
wave.
Shy. He is prepping this wave. Xingdo is
Here
here
we go.
on time. If they get this dive off, if they
Level
get Lemon off
3.
to the races, this is JD's game to win and set off. Xingdo lands the Sonic Wave. Shy tries to flash away, but Lemon tanks the turret beautifully, and first blood is awarded to JDG.
It is clinical from JDG. That is perfect play. Builds around Lemon, manifesting this giant wave in the top lane, carrying it through so that it's very dicey defense for Shy. He can't do anything, and Xingdo arrives exactly on time for a free kill. 1 kill up, 1,000 gold up to JDG.
And now the challenge is, how can Team Flash recover these resources here? We take a look back at the dive.
Check out how Lemon starts that by autoing. He has barrier, he has less damage early, so it makes sense for him to be tanking the turret. He gets the auto, so the turret is focusing him, and then after using all of his spells, after spending his cooldowns, he stands at the very edge of the turret's range, so that once his HP goes to 0, he can step out of the turret, not die to it, but can tank for as long as necessary.
Maximizing the time that Xingdo can get under the tower to knock out Shy for first blood. And we already have a roam, a repeat visit. This time it's from Doki. He's the one tagging in.
We talked about how this was the Lemon show. Could not be clearer. The thing is, Team Flash know about it. Empty, Zissou roaming up to match, aware that Shy is going to be getting bullied here.
But they don't know that Doki is here. They can play this out right.
Doki has his ultimate. He can use that explosive cast to knock Shy into a dangerous position, but he is baited by the clone. Now here comes Jojo.
But it's a 4-on-2 now. Suddenly, Team Flash have to move quick. They've got reinforcements. Can JDG clean this up before the rest of the members come in? One is already gone from Shy. Empty falls as well. And by the time Team Flash reinforcements arrive, it is too late.
JDG, their initial plan doesn't work, so they bring more members over. Because the only lane that matters on this map is Lemon's lane.
Twice on the Garen, he played the weak side. He absorbed pressure as needed for his team. In Game 3, where it matters most, where they're on the brink of elimination, it is Lemon that they play to for his success in the early game.
And he plays it perfectly here, unfortunately not getting the guillotine kill. I think it was stolen from him by Xingdo, which is a little unfortunate. Optimal play here is giving Lemon these early kills so he gets maximum gold. But he's still, of course, crushing the gold of anyone over on Team Flash. That is the desired outcome, giving them a massive teamfight star heading into these first objectives, which are, of course, going to be the Dragon Infernal at the bottom side of the map and Rift Herald up top.
Normally, I would agree. Xingdo getting early gold, though, is great, because now you are snowballing with this Lee Sin, and with a Yuma's Ghostblade online this early, he can do massive damage.
Other things to mention here, Team Flash playing defense normally have gotten the Dragon in trade for Rift Herald. JDG, particularly Xingdo, really prioritize the Rift Herald. Here's an interesting question. Do they go for this Infernal Drake? Infernal Drake will be the objective that Team Flash want, so if Xingdo and JDG can intercept them, fight them over this Infernal Drake,
yeah,
they will maybe be able to get both objectives.
And they have a 2,000 gold lead, so why not challenge Team Flash? Smack him with the thicker wallets.
But JDG, of course, really good at using that Rift Herald to force map pressure. The threat of it often getting them additional turrets on top of what that Infernal Drake does get.
Zissou's trying to sneak it.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's going to be sought out here. And the package from Jojo. Already explosive cast used by Doki, separating the fight. Package comes in, intercepts, but it is still Zissou that secures the Dragon before Xingdo can get into the pit and intercept. Already, Zissou is actually cleaning up kills on the left side of the flank. Xingdo can't get in.
Yeah, Jojo on the package goes over the Dragon Pit wall. I don't think that was intentional. He went too far and got shut down by Ellie. The ultimate chains of corruption locking him down, and then Zissou swoops in for the burst damage needed to complete the kill. End of the fight, Team Flash have almost completely reversed the early game pressure. They get the Infernal Drake and a chance at fighting this Rift Herald, and a kill onto Jojo.
Going into that fight, Xingdo had a solid 1,000 gold lead over the Kazakhs. That gold lead, it is gone, and Zissou is online.
A massive team fight from Team Flash because JDG wanted to maximize their advantage, wanted to get as much as possible from their gold lead. They made the right call, they messed up the team fight. And now Team Flash get to swing at them 50-50, even gold for this Rift Herald.
And no package available this time around, which would have been a powerful team fighting tool. JDG, though, they're the first ones to start up the Rift Herald. Team Flash yet to show a response.
Yeah, Team Flash maybe just say, hey, it's a handshake. We got a little bit better than we asked for. He's fine. Empty able to slide away. And so they accept the trade. Team Flash gambling on winning late game. They know the Lee Sin, the Darius will fall off a bit.
Oh, but the collapse on Azizu, forcing the flash out. Shy expends the Cyclone, disengaging the fight beautifully, but the turret is going down.
Dodges the resonating strike, the Sonic Wave, actually, from Xingzhou there. Really good movement. They're going to try and get 2 charges out of this Rift Herald.
During this whole time, Coyote, split push duty once again on the Jace, was able to take a turret on the bottom side of the map. I think that was actually first brick before the Rift Herald secured. Oh, Coyote's in a world of hurt. Lemon using his gold advantage to great success to bleed out. Cool guys don't look at Explosion TJ. He walks away and lets Coyote fall.
Knowing that Coyote maybe has a little bit more damage with that Conqueror. Whoa!
What a kick.
They got another one.
Not even a kick. It was just resonating strike. The damage, I'm telling you, man. When a Lee Sin snowballs this early, he's got quite the punch.
And so Team Flash gambled on having a late game. I don't know if they're going to get one. They absolutely do have the advantage if we go past the 15-minute mark. However, JDG are playing at their tempo. And that is trying to get as much gold onto Lemon as possible during the early game, and then using the fact that this Darius has an advantage in the mid-game to win team fight after team fight after team fight.
A spark of life in JDG is finally resuscitated after 2 games where Team Flash taking control in the mid-game. JDG not being able to shut them down early enough. This time around,
Где Джак совершенно? Алло.
was put on him to snowball
Родные.
So far, he is delivering.
Some jungle stolen away here by Zissou. Team Flash trying to reach the late game by minimizing the
Нужно вызывать Джакса совершенно.
stealing away as much gold on the map as possible.
Чё, камбэк? Сенсация, ребят. С 0-2 на 3-2. Сейчас Дариус настакается. 1 стак, 2 стака. Ага, нет.
Team Flash spot Lemon alone on the map using that Wukong to face check. Shy can take those risks because he has the movement speed, the clones to disengage. And they find out
Рэй, спасибо, бро. Тут, кстати, не факт, что они еще эту игру выиграют. Что-то... Ой, боже. Только пришел... Короче.
Yes, boss.
Tell me about the cups, TJ.
This right here is a standard edition paper cup, a WRL Icons cup. As you can tell by the fact that I'm holding it with my bare hands, it's quite well heat insulated. So despite the fact that I just got more mystery tea poured in.
Scalding hot.
Scalding hot. A little bit painful to drink this early. My hands are perfectly isolated. It's got the icons. It's actually a sticker. And so that means that I don't actually know what's going on with the actual paper cup. I don't know what's underneath the sticker, because it's the icon sticker over the top of something.
Do you think that they went through every plain cup and just slapped a sticker on it?
Yeah, it was someone's job to put stickers on cups.
Shoutouts to the sticker person.
Shoutouts to the sticker person. It does sound like we've got some issues on stage, so it is being cleaned up during this time, and that may mean it's a little bit of a longer pause here. To bear with us as we want to make sure that this series gets closed out, extended, under the best possible competitive conditions.
Correct. JDG, at least in this Game 3, find themselves on a better footing overall. Team Flash, though, are not letting them take their lead without some fight back.
Yeah, it's going to be a very close game as it currently stands. JDG, though, are kind of running down a clock. Oh, don't push the camera away. That's the thing that's making you famous. Don't give it a side eye.
Dude, Zissou was talking about how he's like the most attractive person in District 7 from where they're from.
Блин, это просто жесть. Они такие... Они паузу ставят на моментах просто. Либо на самых интересных, либо вот на таких, где игра закончилась. Дайте игру досмотреть. Просто жесть. Офигеть, просто та пауза была 30 минут. Это вот это кол надо, опять начинается. Опять сейчас будет 3-0 показывать. Что ты не показываешь 3-0? Что-то ты переживал, кстати, смотрите.
And of the teams so far that have qualified, all three of the WRL teams did win their matches.
Nova Fun plus Phoenix, GT.
Wow, those are all three of the WRL teams.
Не турнира, а унывое говно, не... Здравствуйте еще раз, дядя Сереж. Жестко, сильно. Ну, как всегда, по делу, по факту.
Big picture, I think what we've learned at this tournament is that jungle is really important, and that failing that, the Baron lane is very important.
Да.
Those are two of the least popular roles in solo queue.
Are they really?
Yes. I think support is less popular than Baron lane.
Yeah.
But jungle is absolutely the least popular role.
Yeah, and it's so surprising because when I queue up for it, I get it all the time, but I just figured that, you know, I was lucky. That...
No, you are doing a thankless job. Nobody wants to play jungle, and this tournament is proof that if you want to climb, getting really good at jungle is the way to do it. Because you have so much influence over the game, and we've seen a variety of junglers here. There are the junglers that are taking over the game, that are playing like long, that are getting as big as possible and finding all the kills. And then we have the junglers that I think are more consistent to play as. I like this style.
Боже, почему они выигрывают? Такой кринж. Ай, да. Вот это простой видно.
And if we can be a little nerdy, one of the things that we've seen over the course of this tournament is the way
Не турнированный
control is the same lane over and over again. Oftentimes I see junglers in my solo queue respond to the enemy's pressure, right? So if the dragon lane is winning on the enemy's dragon laner is winning, you gank the dragon lane, you try to repair that lane. If the top lane is winning, you leave that top lane alone because he's already winning, so you don't need to help him out. But what we have seen repeatedly is if you gank the top laner who is already winning, then first of all, it's an easier gank to get because your top laner does have a gold advantage and can win that fight. But second of all, you are forcing the enemy team to respond. By the gravity of the match, that dragon laner who...
Да это невыносимо, я не могу так просто, неужели?
He's stuck on the bottom side, just kind of vibing. Like Ellie in this game does have a decent amount of gold in his pocket, does have a gold lead over Cho. You would not know it. He has not been relevant to any of the fights so far because JDG are completely avoiding him.
Yep.
And so that limits how much Team Flash can break through that bottom lane, even though he is doing well.
Honestly, that's great solo queue advice as well for anyone listening at home. If you are trying to come back in a game, play to your strongest members, continue using them to leverage advantages throughout the map, and then whoever is fed on the enemy team, get away from them.
Absolutely. Welcome back to game here at Icons, though. It is game 3 of the series. Team Flash, one win away from graduating to the semi-finals, knocking JDG out of the knockout stage.
Корки с пакетом бежит.
So far, JDG have won on the map, finding those picks towards Lemon and Chingto, but lost in the objective fights. Team Flash looking for more.
Package available from JoJo. It is the second dragon of the game where Team Flash had been able to sneak it before JDG had a proper response. This time they're the first ones there.
Yeah, it's a Cloud Drake though, so Team Flash know it's not as worth fighting for. I wouldn't be surprised if they turn for Rift Herald as it spawned. There it is, Zissou immediately on the Rift Herald saying, you can have a Cloud Drake, that's fine by me. Jingdo will try and burn it, the rest of Team Flash will poke.
Да, давайте еще проиграйте 4 в 5. SDG.
force this dragon to fight us here. Rift Herald already used as well in the mid lane. It's now forcing JDG's hand. They have to respond, and Shy is making it difficult for them, making them uncomfortable. Xingdo already forced to use the stasis as he's deep into the enemy territory. He has to get out. Mid turret has been taken out. JDG once again on the back foot.
Понял. 3-0.
Absolute
Open.
disaster for JDG. Zissou swoops in, grabs the Rift Herald, grabs the mid turret, and now takes away this dragon on the
А, вот так, да, еще? То есть два объекта, мид и вот так вот, да? Угу. Ой, позор. Ладно, 3-0, отлично. Классный пакет, кстати. Казикс, ой, блин, ладно. Казикс забирает, Герольда ставит мид, бежит в файт, выживает вся команда, забирают дракона, выбивают все кнопки, там вообще просто жесть, короче. Таким драфтом убогим. Поплыли. Ну, хорошо начали. Все три игры у них хорошее начало. У EGG с мидгейма вейт идет просто ужас. Они просто ничего не могут сделать.
Just trying to slow down the retreat here from JDG, find an angle. This is the advantage of how much range they have, the picks they have.
Are they going to close on in? Che has to take the long route around. He does not want to get intercepted by this Morgana.
With the gold they now have, Team Flash can take every fight like this, just poking, prodding, waiting for a mistake.
Хорош.
Huge hit flash from Xingdo. Finds the bug, gets the stasis out. Here comes Che with the mega inferno bomb.
Хороший кикбол. Ну тут 5-4 они выиграют. Затроллили. Казик затроллил. В крипов я дал. За такое сразу наказывают.
He's already found 2 turret plates. He's going to take the turret in the middle of the map. So it is a 1-kill trade for a turret.
Remarkable stuff from Team Flash, even in the wake of an amazing response from JDG. It is still Coyote maintaining the pressure on the map.
JDG do earn the gold lead during that fight. Get a little bit back in their bank accounts, and it comes from the decision-making of Xingdo then. That is, I was talking about how Team Flash are going to play that poke-style product, you try and extend that, early team fight phase as much as possible. During that time, what you've got to do is find a pick, land a Sonic Wave onto a Kha'Zix, and instantly execute. That's the theory. If you stay there at this hovering mid-range, it's always going to go bad for you, but if you can find a mark on an isolated target, collapse on them, that's how you take Team Flash apart. So, excellent execution from JDG. Was enough to win them the fight, wasn't enough to win them the trade.
Team Flash still maintaining the pressure thanks to Coyote's efforts. They find themselves once again with the gold lead despite all the early efforts from JDG. Baron is alive for the taking. Team Flash to bide their time and continue playing out the
Хороший ульт.
And I did misspeak there. I said JDG had the gold lead.
0 дэмэджа у Зикса.
That's wrong, and I just decided to power forward. This is, of course, Team Flash with the gold lead after that sequence, now growing to several thousand. That mid turret, a massive boost to their bank accounts despite losing the kills on the top side. And I believe they even got some damage on that turret, which gave them extra plates. So
I think it will fall here. Xingdo would have to kick away Coyote
good pick.
or force a pick here. Glacial Fissure stops him in his tracks. Nice stasis from Coyote, blocks it out. Doki body slam flash right into the backline.
Троллят ТФ команда. Ну, они очень сильно троллят. Зикс притык кушкой промахнулся, его Джейс на развороте убил, Лару. Ой, какой кринж, просто жесть. Ой, бо. Ой, они поплыли. GG поплыли, ребят. Вмешаться, походу.
Huge win for Team Flash in a bloody extended battle. The JDG think they could win. Here's your Coca-Cola pop-up replay.
Там еще и Корки почему-то подумал, что он в Конгу убьет 1 на 1. Ой, цирк.
And for a second, it
На Зикса смотрите. Зикс. Дай просто автоатаку заряженную. О, это жестко. Ну бывает, типа. Ну Корки жесткий. Корки по Вуконгу 0 демеджа, просто 0. Жестко. Понял. Хороший пакет. Безысходный пакет. Там Элдер появляется, посмотрим. Ну, это все. Хороший кик от Лисина, кстати. Лисин, кстати, хорошо играет. Эту катку прям... Ну, тут Элдер, все, третий дракон. 10-10 счет, ну тут ГЛ, ХЛФ, ГГВП, ГЛ, как хотите называйте. ВП там, еще что-то, но тут просто без шансов. Корки демеджа мало, ну все, Элдер. Хорошего всем вечера, ребята. HDD легенда. Или все-таки сейчас камбэк, ребят. С 0-2 на 3-2. Ой, это просто жесть. Просто жесть. Дабл ТП в 3 выши. Грагас ульт. Хорош. Ну все, значит, ТФ топ-1 пусть берут. Я сказал, что кто в этой паре выиграет, тот топ-1 будет. Смотрите на Корки. 0 демеджа. Еле-еле убил. Backed up by his own use of barrier, and during that time, Elder has picked up Sisu spot Shingdo, and now here come Team Flash for a tournament-shaking win, an upset versus the second-best team out of the WRL. Жестко. Ждем полуфинал, короче. Остались самые стойкие и сильные. Так, ладно, тут ГКВП, ребят. Всем огромное спасибо за стрим. Я думаю, досматривать тут, ну, особо смысла нет, ну вот, хотите досмотрим. Спасибо за лайки, за поддержку, ребят. Ждите новые гайды и обзоры. Всем хорошего вечера. Понял. Хорош, ТФ, молодцы. ГГВП 3-0. Хорошая работа.